your background, where you are currently surviving this pandemic, and maybe where you're from. I know we connected a little bit on our Wisconsin roots, so just
Oh,
maybe a little bit of an insight would be great.
absolutely. Lisa Stockman. I'm originally from the Midwest. I'm from Wisconsin. And Chrissy and I had a moment because she's from Wisconsin as well. So I live in New York. I'm living in New York right now with the pandemic, but I am the CMO of Banfield Pet Hospital, which is really based in Vancouver. But I'm COVIDing in New York City right now. Love being part of this forum. I have had a long career in marketing, which I loved. I've spent over 20 years as a brand marketer. Started my career with different jobs, actually at Time Warner, when there was a Time Warner, quite frankly. My first job out of college was as an editorial assistant for Fortune magazine. And I was on the writing side. And from there, I had various that was sort of my foot in the door. And started with a marketing position at HBO when I graduated Wharton. And went through various different jobs at Time Warner Cable, Time Inc., the HBO families, and also, did some other things as well. Spent some time in retail, worked for Limited Brands for a while. And then, it's interesting. I always tell people with your career, you never know where it's going to take you. Did some time in healthcare as well. I was the chief marketing officer at City of Hope in Los Angeles. That was my foray into healthcare. And from City of Hope, it's really interesting. A wonderful colleague talked to me about coming to work at Banfield, which is one of the Mars pet care brands. And it worked out sort of seamlessly. So now I work for Banfield. I'm so happy to be part of this organization. It has a wonderful mission. We're all about making pets' lives better, a better world for pets. And it's interesting. As I look back on my career, and I shared this with you, Chrissy, you just don't know where it's going to take you. But my curiosity and my just joy in sort of building brands has taken me on this journey. And right now, being part of Banfield is just amazing. It's an amazing time in the pandemic. As you know, more and more people have gotten pets in the last year. People have turned to their pets for comfort. It's been such a wonderful sort of juncture to be part of this, and to make people feel better about their lives and the lives of their pets. So interesting opportunity. I never thought that sort of my brand journey would take me to Vancouver, Washington, or would have me so involved with pet care during a pandemic, nonetheless.
Well, pets, like you said, never been more important. I myself fell kind of victim into the vortex of pandemic puppies, as they say. So yeah. I totally am right there with you. And I love what you had to say about, not really knowing where the journey is going to take you and just kind of being along for the ride, because you may end up, CMO kind of, paving the path for so many of us. So I love that. And I know that this might come up because I know this question kind of came up a little bit in pre-conversations, but that relationship between Mars Pet Care and Banfield, like, what does that look like? Do you kind of, own and are you run independently? Like, can you give us a little bit of a picture of what that might look like?
Actually, it's a really good relationship. I mean, we have all the benefits of a huge organization and a very successful consumer brand being Mars Inc. But obviously, we're in the pet care space. So we have those resources, but we are actually run independently. I work for a great CEO, Brian, who gives me just the right amount of autonomy and the ability to make important decisions. So it's very good. I tell someone it's like working for a wonderful startup without the there's always a net, right? So it's able to leverage all the different brands that come under the Mars Pet umbrella, and that's been really helpful for us.
That's great. Just piggybacking a little bit on what we were talking about earlier, kind of how you started in health, human healthcare, and now transitioned over to pet. Did you always have a pet passion, or was it something that just kind of the path took you there, so you jumped in, or were you like, this is something I've always kind of wanted to do?
You know what? I've grown up. I grew up with pets. I raised my children with pets, and I love pets. How can you not? I just got a wonderful Shishong. Her name is Pia. I too have a pandemic pet. But it's interesting. My passion has really been, how can I make a difference? How can I build brands? I love building brands. I love being part of that process to build something. And I did not expect that connection from healthcare to pet care. It happened. And marketing, if all of us on this call, on this forum know that marketing has great transferable skills, right? Because at the end of the day, we're problem solvers. And my problem solving skills brought me to Banfield, which is great. And it isn't that medical, now I have friends who are not only medical doctors, human doctors, and I also have made some tremendous great relationships with all the vets, the doctors that work at Banfield. So did I expect that connection? No. Am I happy for it? Yes. I think you have to continually learn and just be open. If you had told me 10 years ago, you're going to be living in Vancouver, Washington, and you're going to be the CMO of Banfield, I'd be like, first of all, I think Vancouver, Canada, like I would never know what you're talking about.
+1.
But, life takes you and gives you such amazing journeys, and you have to be open to them. So
that's great. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Just kind of jumping right into your role now. How would you describe your leadership style? Kind of a broad question, but
yeah. I think my leadership style is definitely collaborative. But I'm a very direct communicator. So, and I'm comfortable with that. And someone who isn't comfortable with it probably wouldn't be on my leadership team, because it is, I give people tremendous amount of leeway. I never loved being micromanaged. So that's something I'm very conscious of never doing, but I believe in people having a voice and an opinion. And so I think it's really important that your team have a voice, that your table is diverse, that you have leadership opportunities for everyone. So I think when you ask what is my management style, definitely collaborative, but I do like people to have an opinion. I do like to talk about sort of the possibilities, and I think, quite frankly, I think you have to work to solve. And I'm not sure everyone always understands that is part of leadership and training. How are we going to solve this? So I think I would say my style is very collaborative, but it is indeed direct.
That's great. And one of the things I would love to point out just in our few encounters so far is you're very approachable. And I think that goes a long way in your leadership role as someone who would be working, on your team. Potentially, it's something that is not always the case. And I think that it's something I learned very quickly with you is that it's, you do feel like everyone's voice is welcome. And I think that's wonderful. So I imagine that serves you very well in this role and leading a team.
Well, thank you. And I honestly feel there's so little that really separates us. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think, and sometimes people forget that, like I learned so much from some of my younger team members, and the world's changed so rapidly that if you're not open, how will I be a good marketer? So I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of the past year, it's been kind of, a whirlwind to say the least. But it's really held a mirror up to organizations and pushed leaders to not just talk about equity, inclusion, and diversity, but really act on it and think about what they've been doing internally to really support that. It would be great to hear from you, your perspective, how leaders can work to create a more inclusive environment for all of their people.
Well, and I have to say, I've really been sort of, I will use this word, blessed to be part of the Mars family. They came out strongly in front and support of Black Lives Matter. And as a person of color and as a woman, that's something that's really important to me. And I think it's very important that all organizations, really think about sort of what are their core values and how are they supporting them? And how does equity, inclusion, and diversity, how does that work? And not work in sort of, we should do this, but it's important for your business, right? To have diverse candidates, to have diverse thoughts, to have people who don't look like you, always part of your organization, because the world's changing so much. I heard an interesting stat that 40% of millennials identify as something other than white. And I think that's talks and speaks to how America is changing so rapidly. So it's really important that companies are part of that conversation and that they're relevant, right? And I think at Banfield, Brian Garish, who is our CEO, is incredibly supportive of diverse communities. And I think that's important that everyone take that stance. And not because it's a should do, it's because it's what the world is, right? The world that you are working in is very different than the world that I began in when I started working in the 80s. And thank God for those differences and those open voices. So I think it's important that people have a commitment to diversity, to diversity of thought, diversity of look, diversity of size. And I think organizations that are able to embrace that in a meaningful way with strategies to address sort of, inclusion and equity, those are going to be the successful companies. We've all read everything about millennials and sort of their choices and they really are about brands that care. Right? Brands that care about people, brands that care about the environment. So I think it's important as we move forward that every organization really looks at sort of, am I being reflective of society? and I'm lucky enough to work for an organization that does.
That's great. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know we've done some really, it's great to be part of this during February, which is Black History Month. And as I tell people, as a person of color, every month for me is Black History.
Absolutely.
Nice to have a month, but we've done some great work or some interesting work at Banfield. And one of our important things that we've done is work with Tuskegee, a historically Black college that we have supported. And and they have supported us. Many of our doctors come from Tuskegee, and we've done some interesting work. So I'd love, if there's an opportunity, love to share that. So it's, when you look at sort of making a difference, there's so many ways to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of leading that into a little bit, how you bring this to life at Banfield and leading your team and what that kind of looks like. I know there's some slides that we're going to show. So if you could speak to this a little bit and how you ensure that this is happening at your own organization.
Yeah, well, we were lucky enough that a lot of our doctors do come from Tuskegee, the historically Black college, and they were educated there. And so for Black History Month, we've done a salute to Tuskegee. And you'll see that it's in social posts. We talk about some of the doctors who we're lucky enough to work with at Banfield. We talk about the history that Tuskegee has played in the role of educating Black doctors. It's just sort of making the public more aware, right? So that we're more open, have a big sort of a better understanding of how everyone who's contributed to sort of our world social order, and especially with veterinarians. It's a very, it's not a lot of diversity in veterinarian practices. Historically, it's a white category to be a vet. But what's interesting is how it's changing. And so we talk about that in all of our earned media and in our social posts. So we're excited. We also have, and I don't want to miss this. We also have a wonderful group of Black executives, the Power Group, that supports, all the different work that's done to sort of make more people aware, of the Black experience in veterinarian. So, I love just how we're approaching it, So you'll see some of this. If you go in Banfield, if you take your pet in Banfield, you will certainly see some of the signage, and you'll get some of the social posts. And if you're not taking your pet into Banfield, you should.
I love it. A shameless plug. It's great. And I think awareness is so key here, right? Just being, the diversity, having diversity across all of these channels and being, at the forefront of it is so important. I love to see all of this. And it's great. I don't want to, I guess we can piggyback a little bit on this, but in saying some women joining today, women in particular, may have or may currently be experiencing some form of inequity in their workplace. Can you share with us a time in your career when you experienced this and how you were able to navigate through it and how you kind of overcame that, and it just may it may trigger something for a lot of women in the audience today.
It's very interesting, and I when I thought about sort of, there's so many stories I could share. Which ones do you want to share?
You could just pick one or two that you feel comfortable sharing. Totally fine.
Absolutely. But earlier in my career, I think it's interesting. My name is Lisa Stockman, and my only, as I tell people, it's my only name. So I had an amazing relationship with a colleague. And I think it's a long time ago. I was working at HBO at the time. And we had this great relationship. And, you know how you can just sort of have that phone. This is before digital. So no one could look you up on LinkedIn and no one had any sense of who you were. And so I finally got to meet this woman who I'd been talking to for like 4 months. I mean, we were like, and she was based in LA. I was in New York. We're going to have lunch. And so finally we meet, and she goes, well, meet at the bottom of this hotel. And we meet the elevator. And then I'm like, this woman keeps staying here. I mean, she didn't move toward me. And then I said, oh, she doesn't know who I am. So I moved toward her, and she didn't expect me to be who I am. So I moved toward her. I said, well, I'm Lisa Stockman. I think you and I have been talking for quite a bit. And she was very sweet. She goes, well, I thought you would be tall, Germanic, and blonde. And so I said, well, I'm tall.
Oh, I love that.
I was like, she goes, oh. So she took her a moment, we had to, like, she got together by the time we got to lunch, but it just, that whole idea of her impression of me and what she thought of me, she didn't see me in the same light that I actually was. And it was just cracking me, always makes me smile, and I was like, so I think there are times when things are sort of unexpected and you work them toward your advantage. I do think that, of course, there's sexism in the workforce. Of course, there's racism in the workforce. There's, people have preconceived ideas they don't even have. But that doesn't mean you don't move forward. That doesn't mean you don't find a way to sort of lead with your ideas, and that's something lead with your ideas, lead with your curiosity, lead with how you can make a difference, that sort of thing. But it is interesting, the biases that we all bring to the workforce.
Absolutely. That was probably a really big learning moment for her as well in that moment, right? Like, hopefully she took that and was like, wow, I have some things to think about from this experience. So I think you both probably walked away with.
We did. We actually did.
Out of that.
we did. And I was so glad she shared it because it was funny. I was like, no.
You're wrong. I'm not, actually. It's great. On the flip side of that, I would love to know, when in your career, being a woman, was kind of your super power, like how you kind of seen that come to life for you and work for you.
Yeah. I think as a woman, it's always important. I think sometimes our approach is different, which is great. We lean towards facilitation. And I think because of that, we're often really good listeners. And so I think the more that you can exploit that, and I think because it's interesting, I also think because, look, I'm a woman, but I'm probably much more aggressive than your average bear, but no one expects it. So my superpower is that, they don't know that, so the idea that, you can listen and that you can approach things from so many different angles, because I think sometimes as a woman and certainly as a person of color, you're on the outside looking in, and to use that to your advantage as opposed to, why aren't I included? Why don't they see me? It was like, well, they may not see me, and how do I use that to my advantage? So I think what's important, and I tell this, I have a daughter, she just turned 23. It's important that you see yourself, that you understand your strengths and your weaknesses. So I think if I did indeed have the superpower, it's just sort of, trying to look on the outside in as an advantage, as opposed to in any way, being thought of as less than or discriminated. I mean, I try to sort of just, they may not see me, but I see me. And, I think anyone in corporate America, anyone who's part of this understands that good ideas win, no matter where they come from.
They may not see me, but I see me. I mean, if there's one quote we take away from that one's going to stick with me. It's absolutely true. And your daughter is so lucky to have you as a mentor and, kind of, footsteps to follow in, for sure. So how great that is for her.
It always feels that way, but I think so.
She will someday. It's never in these ages. It's a little bit older.
This is true. One day.
Someday, for sure. Switching gears a little bit on this, I want to talk about branding. I know last year you led the way for a complete rebrand of the organization. What does Be Here mean, and how did it come about? And I know we have some videos that we're going to show to kind of support this as well.
I am. Being at Banfield, I'm lucky enough to work with, I think we have over 18,000 associates who do an amazing job in the veterinarian circle. And Banfield has been an amazing organization and treats, dogs and cats and a bunch of other animals as well. But what's really critical about Banfield is that we're in your neighborhood. We have over 1,000 pet hospitals. So we're here for you. The fact that we understand your relationship with your pet. And this campaign, what we do with this campaign, what we've done with this campaign is really leverage that relationship, those emotions, those feelings. Because the veterinarian practice is critically important, but what really motivates you is how you feel about your pet, how you love your cat, your dog. So Be Here was really just focusing on that. And it was a great deal of fun. And hats off to Chris Parker, who's the creative behind this work at Banfield, and a team of people who put this together. But it was a lot of fun, to really begin to reposition the brand in a way that was more customer centric, about the consumer, about the demands of the consumer, the emotions of the consumer. And that's what Be Here sort of, that was a challenge. And what's great about Banfield here is not only is it about consumers, it's about the amazing associates that we have and how do we leverage their energy. So I know you have some spots, I'll let you show them, and I'm really excited. It's been a great team of folks that put this together.
Babe, we gotta talk. Look, I know we had a rough couple of weeks. I haven't been here for you. I know that. And obviously, I have a hard time expressing how I feel. But I love you.
Banfield Pet Hospital is here for the love, health, and happiness of your pet. Come say hello. We're in your neighborhood, or schedule your free first visit at banfield.com.
Babe.
Do you think we should have left him home alone?
We've only been gone 20 minutes.
Are we horrible parents? I mean, what if...
Honey, he is 7 years old. We just have to give him a little space, all right? Just show him that we trust him.
You're right, you're right. I just love him so much.
Oh, me too.
Banfield Pet Hospital is here for the love, health, and happiness of your pet. Come say hello. We're in your neighborhood, or schedule your free first visit at banfield.com.
I love these. They're so good. And I feel like I have actually 2 dogs, and I have like a senior dog and a puppy pup. And you just can relate to this so much when you are an animal pet lover. It's great. It's perfect.
That's great to hear. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with them, and they've tested well and performed well, and just made more people aware of sort of the good things that Banfield does in terms of we take care of your pet. But we also understand that relationship, that human-animal bond. And like you, I have a new pet too, and my whole world revolves around Pia. And I was just like, I was an empty nester, and I was like, now I have Pia. But it's great because I have Pia.
It's so true. They really are a child. They're a member of the family wholeheartedly, through and through, the good, the bad, all of it. So I love these spots. They speak so well to that.
We're excited about them. They're very excited about them, and they're performing well, which is even allows for more excitement. That's great.
I was going to ask, like, what the feedback, initial kind of responses that you're seeing from them.
Oh, very good, very good. You know, and we've seen like an increase in sort of conversion, people coming to our site by almost 30%. So it's been exciting to see people relate to it. The fact that the relatability is where it's key, right? So if any of us, all of us who are on the net or who look in Facebook and social, everyone loves their pets. I have a couple of friends. I mean, I think they love their pets more than they love their kids. So, how did that dynamic is so much a part of Americana now, especially, in COVID, where the comfort that the pet provides you is just so critical, right? So it's been a good time, interesting time.
Yeah, absolutely. And now more than ever, like you mentioned. Talking a little bit about the future, what will you be focused on as we move into the kind of the next normal for Banfield and what that looks like?
Well, a couple of things. We've got all these wonderful people like you and me, and you got these new puppies, and we want to make sure that we're able to serve them. So we want to keep all of our new customers that have come on board. We're conscious of providing, a better world for pets. So how do we continue to do that? So we want to keep our current customers. And like everything, it's sort of a digital first world. We're spending a lot of time and energy understanding the digital relationship that's necessary to keep our customers. With COVID, we had new drop-off services. We've spent a lot more money on sort of our website and web enhancements. So when I think about sort of 2021, it's understanding what our customers need, what their needs are, looking at the data, how do we serve them better, and make sure that everything is sort of digital first. Because one of the things that we are clued in on, and we want to make sure is that the customer. It's about the customer, and of course the pet. We have a fabulous doctors, strategies and that serve the pet and their needs. We will do that. Banfield has a history of doing that. Wonderful vets take care of that. So when I'm marketing in, I try to really focus on, what is the consumer looking for? And how do we make sure in 2021, when everything is done on their phone and everything is done remotely, how are we making sure that that pet care lover is taken care of?
I love it. Bringing it back to the human level. I love it.
Yeah.
It's great. Always customers in mind. So I know I'm just kind of doing a quick time check. Switching over a little bit again,
Yes.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about your support system. So as we've talked about, as we navigate all these uncertain times, it's never been more important. I can speak for myself as well and saying that, to connect with those around you and to lean on them both personally and professionally. So who are those go-to women in your life? What does that support system look like for you?
Well, I have amazing women panel of my warriors, my princess warriors, that from graduate school and undergrad who advise me, and we're able to be honest with each other. So I definitely I've had mentors that I can call, and I think like all strong women tend to like other strong women. So, I have this crowd of people that I can tap into. And with COVID, it's been really hard. I mean, if when you have sort of a life where you're traveling and you're visiting people, which we all have, to stop that is tough. So it's been tough. Some of my toughest friends have called and tears. And I think if nothing else, COVID has I think made all of us realize that self-care is real. You read about them like, what are you talking about? Now I'm like, I know, I know what they're talking about. And I'm also lucky enough, but my team of people, I work with some folks at Banfield that really, really sustain me. And I have a really good group of people. And I've made new friends at Banfield, and I've been lucky enough to bring some folks with me to Banfield. So, the work environment has been incredibly supportive. And I hope everyone feels that in their work environment. Because, you still spend, I told someone, I said, you may not be physically going into an office, but we're all spending a lot of time on Zoom. We're all spending a lot of time. The other day I had the funniest conversation. I told someone, I said, why don't we just get off Zoom and talk like on the phone?
It's so true. And you find these little moments of we kind of do a water cooler chat in the morning sometimes, where it's just to be casual and connect as people, not just, for meetings, and finding those moments, which are so important. And I love what you said earlier about, making sure that you work for a company that supports that, and is there for each other. And I can, thankfully say I very much, work for a company that does cultivate that, but it is not present everywhere. And, I've kind of, found that if you don't have that, it does exist, very much so. So find it. So I love to hear that from you as well.
The mission-based, Mars is very much a mission-based company and believes in societal well-being and with the pets and people. And it's been refreshing. It's a good time to work for a company that has such heart during the pandemic. So I think we're all searching for ways to just sort of soothe ourselves. And everyone that's part of this, and we're all blessed, right? We're sitting here, we're doing our Zoom, and meanwhile, there are unfortunate people who are not doing as well, and they're suffering from COVID. So it is a very interesting time in history and very tough time.
Absolutely. Perspective. It's a beautiful thing. You always have to bring it to the table. Definitely. Yeah. You mentioned mentors that you have in your life. Do you offer mentorship? You might get some phone calls after this from some of us, but so be careful how you answer that. But
yes, I do, but I got to tell you, my plate's really full. I mean,
there's a lot of us with new puppies. We need your help.
And listen, I'm always available for a talk or chat, and, I have certainly learned to understand how just important a kind word is, right? And to tell someone, I often tell people, and this is something I wish someone had told me earlier in my career, it's not a race, it's a journey. And so, you have to be grateful for small things, like today, I was grateful that, outside Starbucks, they had shoveled really nicely. So I didn't have to, in New York, we've had terrible snows. So, but you have to grab those moments, right? And so I think I wish I could tell my younger self, it's just not a race. So don't be so hard on yourself, just don't be so hard on yourself. But it's a different generation. I had all these, you had to do this, you had to do that. And I love younger people who, quite frankly, give me a lot of my energy and inspiration because they do think differently and it's a digital world, So, certainly I am part of that, but I'm not a digital native, right? So, I think as it relates to sort of just, making sure that you have that mentor and that time out, give yourself grace. I'm not sure everyone does that enough. And you don't need me to do that.
Can you just send out a newsletter with these little reminders, please, just for all of us? We'd all benefit. That'd be really great. I know we're really close on time. I know we want to leave some time for questions that are popping up. I know this maybe speaks a little bit what we were kind of just talking to, but where do you find inspiration? Like we were talking about, it's so easy to, I know, we all have off weeks, off days, especially during this virtual, never leave your home life. But, what keeps you kind of motivated and keeps your mind active? And, where do you find the inspiration to continue innovating and cultivating new ideas? And what does that look like?
I get a lot of it from social media. I think there's some bad things about social media, but I think there's some innovative and wonderful things about it and the way people connect and what they see. I think, after we just had the Super Bowl, right? And I thought there was a lot of creativity there. I was like, people are locked in, but it's interesting how people are approaching their business. And so social media feeds me. I don't participate, but I'm a great voyeur.
You're one of the lurkers. You just kind of watch everything that's happening.
Oh, I do. I mean, for you name it, for fashion, for ideas, for, there's a lot of energy there, wonderful energy. And to see how it all links together, I love that, to go from the bricks and mortar and the social media and then the events. And I love that whole seamless. So I get a lot of inspiration from social.
That's great. I love it. And I know we have like 1 minute for one other question that we kind of talked about, but what are some of the hobbies and things that you picked up other than Pia during this time that kind of keep you, stress at bay? Is it, you got a Peloton? I don't know. It's like the whole world got a Peloton.
I was like the whole world. I got a Peloton. I have my favorite. You have a Peloton? I have my favorite.
I do. Yeah. Guilty.
But I know I'm guilty. Yeah. I have my favorite people that I get on Peloton, which is kind of at one point was a little sad. I was like, I'm only talking to people on streaming and they're not really talking to me.
Who's your favorite Peloton instructor? I'm just going to ask.
Allie.
Great.
She's one of my favorites. She's very inspiring. I like Tunde too. So, listen, hobbies, I don't know. I mean, it's very funny. I've talked to people and they're like, I read this book, I read that book. And then I hang up the phone and I'm shamed. I'm like, I'm not reading.
Yeah. Absolutely. I totally get that.
Wine. So I think you define your moments. I think I've started meditating in a lot more than I have in the past. Meditation, just trying to get those quiet moments. But I'm not the person who, I love the people who's like, well, I've read this book and I've done this. I'm like, oh, and you hang up the phone. I'm like, oh. So I'm trying to just sort of take it easy and practice gratitude. It sounds hokey, but a lot of long days. The Friday nights kind of look like the Sunday, Saturday, all look the same. So it's trying to keep perspective, a word that you used earlier.
Yeah, I love that. I'm going to switch over to some of these questions because I know we're getting close and there's actually, a handful. So the first question is, the sales of pets have skyrocketed during COVID. Have you seen an increase for vet services during the pandemic? How has your marketing for Banfield changed during the pandemic, which we talked a little bit about,
yeah,
but maybe
just
high level.
We have seen a surge. People are getting more pets, so therefore their services, and we're here to serve those pets. How has our marketing changed? That we're much more emphasis on retention marketing, because as we get all these new clients, we want to make sure and keep them and serve them. And also we've changed some of our practices. The fact that you can drop off your pet without getting out of your car, the fact that you can notify us seamlessly through text messaging, all of those things have come to the forefront in a much quicker way. It's really about how do we make your life easier? And of course, take care of the pets. But yes, we have seen some increases and we're grateful for them. And we're, at the end of the day, we want to make a better world for pets. That's our mission. And I think we're more on our toes.
Our pets thank you for it. Absolutely. The next question, which goes along well with this, y'all have been growing tremendously. How do you decide where to open new locations?
Well, there's a couple of places. We're lucky enough to have a great relationship with PetSmart, and if you may be one of the places that you take your pet, but really look at sort of where the demand is. Where might there be more people who would take advantage of our services, and we have a great group of folks who look at that.
Great. And then kind of, I just adding to that a little bit, what does like the standalone Banfield look like versus the PetSmart, integrations? Are we going to see more of those standalone Banfields opening, or what is the roadmap for that?
There certainly will be more standalones. I mean, I think it's all based on sort of consumer demand. Where is it needed? And they're typically a little bit larger because we have more space there.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is interesting for us because basically then we can sort of cross-sell some of our products and services, which of course we want to do being part of the Mars Pet family. So, but you're going to get a great doctor no matter where you go. So whatever facility that you come to, at the end of the day, it's about the pets.
That's great. And how many total locations are there currently? I don't know if you mentioned this yet.
In the US, there's over 1,000. And then there's some in Mexico, I think in Puerto Rico. So definitely over 1,000. It's a big footprint.
Definitely. Absolutely. I see them all over. Getting to the next question, what states have you seen the most growth this year?
What dates? I don't know if there are dates that we've seen.
States. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I probably, yeah. Which states have you
You know
seen
what?
most growth?
I don't know if it skews. I don't know the answer to that. I know that we have seen a lot of growth. I don't know if it skews east, west. I don't know. But we've just seen increase everywhere. I think the pandemic is pretty, it's global. So it's across the US. So I'm not sure. I couldn't answer that with real truth, but that we've seen an increase everywhere.
What type of growth have you seen? Like, are you opening, a new location every quarter, every month? What does that look like?
We do open new stores, new retail establishments, but the growth is very much, the fact we have more pets coming in. I think we have 500,000 more pets that came in this year. So that's substantial.
Wow.
So we're seeing more pets. So it's fantastic. I'm sure that the whole pet, like you saw, we're selling more pet. People who sell food, selling more pet food. We're inside more. So, and as you know, with your pandemic pet, it's incredible comfort. So we're seeing more pets. That's where the growth is coming from.
Great. I actually reading this next question. I love it because I experienced kind of, something during my let's rescue and adopt a new puppy because,
Right.
2 toddlers and a dog aren't enough. We need a puppy because we're insane. I don't know. But we experienced something during that process with some of the shelters and all that, goes into that process. So this question is, it's great how many people are adopting new dogs, animals. However, are there any downfalls to kind of what you've seen through this process and what those may be?
I think one of the downfalls is that you really have to understand the care that's necessary to take care of your small puppy, right? And that, one of the things that we talk about, and it's kind of not exciting, but it's very thoughtful, is that, we're all home, but at some point we will go back to work. And what does that mean for your pet? What kind of anxiety will that bring about? And these are real things to consider. And with everyone getting these pets, we want them to keep them. We don't want the shelters to become full once people go back to work. So it's making sure that you understand the care and feeding of your dog. We're part of that, we're part of that whole circle. Ultimately, again, it's about the well-being of the pet. So how can we help you understand what's necessary? So there's definitely some concern because there are so many people getting pets, but we figure if we can give you the right knowledge and the right care, that you're going to take good care of your puppy or your cat, the kitten.
I know the cats always get left out. They can hold their own for sure. Let's see if we have any additional questions here. It looks like we tackled all of them. I think we did a great job of covering off on everything else. If there's any other lasting thought that you have for everyone, from a pet owner perspective, from a CMO perspective, a woman CMO, what would be something that you would kind of leave us with?
You know what? Listen, thank you so much for this conversation. Truly enjoyed it, and thank you for your time. But I just think the marketing journey is a good one. With a pet or without. And I have really enjoyed my career in marketing, and it's not over yet. The moving from human healthcare to pet care, again, nothing I ever expected, but how much I've learned has been amazing, and the people that I've been able to meet. So I as a marketer, I would just say, it's just what will tomorrow bring? Be excited about that. And I know I really am about sort of the future of marketing and the different channels that we have to meet people's needs. So I wish all the brand marketers out there, enjoy the journey. We got more.
2021. It's going to be our year. It has to be. It has to be.
Exciting. Hopefully. We got to get better, right? Did you see the lemons commercial where it was very funny at the Super Bowl about all the things that had gone wrong when they used this. Yeah, wasn't that hysterical?
Yeah, I loved it.
Great. Wasn't that great? Brilliant. I thought so. I was like, oh my God, so creative.
And when I see that, you just think of the brilliant minds behind that. There's just so much happening behind the scenes. It's so great.
Absolutely. Very, very exciting. So I just think, there's more to come. Good things. This will pass. This too will pass, right? We will get through this.
Yes. Well, thank you both so much. What a great note to end on, Lisa. Such inspirational. I'm trying to write down everything you're saying. I'm this too shall pass is always something to look back on this whole year. So thank you both so much for being here. Thank you, Christine, such a great moderator. And what a great note to kick off our Women in Marketing livecast today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. And thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thanks
Have
so
a
much.
Good day.
Bye. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Well, what a great first session today, and just a good example of the great sessions that we have to come. So please stick around and be sure to continue submitting questions to all of our speakers in our Q&A panel. They love to hear from you and whatever you have for them. So next up, we're so excited to be joined by Elaine Lawson, the Senior Director of Development Communications at Mount Sinai Health System. And her session will be moderated by our very own Diana Dilworth, who's the Editorial Manager at Brand Innovators. Hi, how are you, Elaine?
I'm good. How are you, Diana?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Hi, Elaine, and thank you, Whitney. That was great. So we're so happy to have you here today, Elaine. As we spoke earlier, I wanted to, hear about your career and your story and what brought you here. So if you first want to tell me a little bit about your background at Mount Sinai. I know you've been there for the last couple of years, and what you're in charge of over there.
So you're right, Diana. I've been at Mount Sinai a little over 2 years. I shouldn't say a little. It's going on. This April will be 3 years. So more than 2.5 years. I've been at Mount Sinai, and I would say that myself and my team were sort of like the marketing and communications microcosm within the Office of Development. And the Office of Development is responsible for raising money, across the health system, so getting those donors to, show their love by writing us a check or wiring us or however they want to pay us, because it really is important to supporting a lot of the clinical care, the doctors who are taking care of their patients and the nurses, but also the scientific research, that's happening across the health system. And we partner very closely with our scientists and physicians, because obviously a lot of their work we're trying to get support for, but then we also partner with our marketing colleagues as well as our PR colleagues, because a lot of times there is a cross-pollination of a lot of the content that we're using. And in many instances, some of the work that we do gets promoted externally as well. So it's very exciting. As you can imagine, in a pandemic, it's been even more exciting to be working at Mount Sinai. And we're not out of the woods yet, even though there are vaccines, the pandemic is still on. So still continue to wear your mask, still social distance and all those important things. And hopefully, at some point, everyone will be vaccinated. So prior to Mount Sinai, I was at MasterCard. So I led digital, like what a dichotomy, right? From, health services, from coming from financial services. So I was at MasterCard. I led digital marketing there. So I would say anything and everything you could possibly imagine for digital, whether it was social, whether it was building out websites, agile development, whether it was search, whether it was, video content, whatever we needed to do, we were doing it digitally at MasterCard. So, that model was a little bit different, so of course it's all about transactions, digital payments. It was about preference and usage, and working with banks. We work with a lot of our banks on a lot of programs. We worked with a number of our merchants because our banks issued MasterCard and the merchants accept MasterCard. So, they were our real strategic partners. And of course, our consumers, and small businesses that we worked with to kind of get the word out about the best payment solutions that were available for them. Prior to MasterCard, I was at Verizon, another vertical, telecommunications. So I would say, I ran the gamut of working on many different products and services, but the last one that I worked on was Fios, which is obviously one of their key products today, as well as wireless. So their TV and internet service, the best fiber optics that I still support Verizon, by the way. I still use Verizon. So that, again, that's all about, acquisitions, right? Acquisition, getting people to sign up for different services, bundles. And I was very focused on digital. Of course, at that point, we really were rocking it in digital because consumers' behaviors were starting to change, right? In like the, 2000s, people are not necessarily watching TV, they're on their phone. They are, starting to consume different content, they're behaving in different ways. So we really had to step up digital efforts. And that's what I really love. That really is my sweet spot, I would say, as a marketing and communications professional, is, the influence and convergence of digital. And I try to push that today. I'd say it's a lot easier because we're all working virtually,
Right.
We have no choice, so I don't think traditional, vehicles will ever go away. We're still going to have TV. People will still want a book or a magazine or listen to the radio. But, sometimes it may be consuming it this way, as opposed to, sitting in front of your TV, your big flat screen TV in your living room. So that's the Cliff Notes version of my career.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's a fantastic history to jump from Verizon to MasterCard. There's so much brand building and so much experience there. And then now at Mount Sinai. And I can just imagine, I mean, what a year to be working for a hospital. And so tell me what some of the leadership and strategy techniques that you learned in in your whole career, across your career, that you brought to, this last year at Mount Sinai.
I would say, if I think about things that I've brought through, that I've carried through, I would say that would be learning to be comfortable with the uncomfortable. I think that we all like the like, I know my job and I know exactly what I need to do and this is what I'm doing in my day, and that's nice, but are you really learning anything? I think I've learned so much from working on a project where I actually don't know everything. I'm actually learning it as I'm going along. I'm having to talk to new colleagues about things, and I'm getting insights from them because they're actually more the experts, more so than I am. So I think learning to be comfortable with the uncomfortable is something that I've carried from Verizon to now. And that has definitely helped me through my career, because I do feel that if you're somewhat uncomfortable, you're probably learning something. If you're too comfortable, you're probably not learning anything at all, So I think that that's one key thing. And I would say the next one is sometimes you learn the most when you fail. If you're always having success, that's great. And who doesn't want success? And we all want success and glory and achievements. But sometimes you actually learn the most when you fail. And I'm going to use Super Bowl analogy. We just had a great Super Bowl. It's actually a disappointing Super Bowl because it was very lopsided. And I don't think anybody expected that. But what some people may not remember, so in case people didn't watch the Super Bowl, it was the Kansas City Chiefs. They won the Super Bowl last year. They are the champs. They are a high flying offense. They are amazing. They were expected to win this game. Okay. They were expected to come in and win this game. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, the coach, Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback, and that high flying offense, and the defense wasn't too bad, but the offense is amazing. And then we have going up against them, Tom Brady, 43-year-old quarterback, has had great success, but 43 years old. We kept hearing how old he was. And his team was good, but they're not the Chiefs. They played in week 12. Okay. And the Chiefs beat them during that game. Okay. And so my theory is, the Bucs studied, they really were like, this is not happening to us again. They really studied. And I really feel that the Chiefs, who were like, we beat them before, we don't have to go into this game. I mean, that's what it felt like. I'm not saying that necessarily happened. I have no intel on the Chiefs, but it felt like the Bucs went in super, super prepared for that game. Their defense shut down the offense. of the Kansas City Chiefs to the point where they didn't score one single touchdown. The offense was not able to get anything going. The Bucs ended up winning, and Tom Brady wins his 7th Super Bowl ring. The Tampa Bay Bucs win their Super Bowl in their home stadium. And the one silver lining I will say for the Chiefs is that they're going to learn from this. They will learn from this. So learning, I think you can really learn a lot, probably more so from failure. So that I think is another thing, and that's my Super Bowl analogy.
Love your Super Bowl analogy. And I think it's a great lesson, especially, during this last year. And so just tell me what at Mount Sinai you had to do when things changed. I mean, as a hospital, kind of at the center of a pandemic, what did that mean from the marketing and communications point of view? I imagine it raised awareness in the sense that people wanted to help, but also probably logistically shifted everything around.
Yeah, that's an understatement. 2020, it's just like January and February from last year are like a blur. It's almost sort of like what happened prior to the pandemic. Like, we were going down a certain path, in January and February, and then we had to pump the brakes and totally turn the corner because now we're in a pandemic. And this is something that none of us, have ever gone through before. So it was sort of, we were in a crisis. I mean, we were literally in a crisis. So not only were our hospitals being inundated with patients, who were impacted by this disease and, overwhelmed. And by the way, we're not just one hospital. We're at 8 hospitals. There's centers, there's institutes, there's a school. I mean, it's just, you can't throw a rock without hitting something Mount Sinai. So Mount Sinai is everywhere. So we were being inundated with patients. We had to come up with innovative solutions on how to kind of deal with this. The teams, within my group, we're responsible for creating content. Well, this is new. We never wrote about COVID-19 before. So guess what? We got to learn about it, right? So we had to start creating this content, to send out to donors. We were partnering with our colleagues, physicians, scientists, marketing, PR, because they're pushing out what Mount Sinai is doing around COVID. I mean, we were in the news cycle, I would say multiple times a day. I mean, you couldn't turn on the TV without someone from Mount Sinai being represented, whether it was, ABC, CBS, 60 Minutes, I mean, you name it, the Gauntlet, the New York Times, Washington, like every media outlet, online, TV, print, you name it, we were being mentioned in terms of what we were doing to help patients impacted by this, innovative solutions. There was a ventilator crisis, we were dealing with that. Innovative solutions, from physicians to say, hey, why don't we convert CPAP machines into ventilators? And so that'll help with us, with our ventilator crisis. Scientists stepping up, we had scientists who were, coming up with new therapeutics. How can we, fight against this, antibody testing that came out of Mount Sinai. The first one came out of Mount Sinai. So we were in the news every day. We're creating this content. We're getting the word out. So we had to be incredibly collaborative. Not saying we weren't collaborative before, but we really had to step up the collaboration. And I would say that really was a silver lining because that kind of continues today. And I would say being very nimble, and again, not that we weren't nimble before, we were fast before, but the fact that we were in a crisis and we were able to kind of pivot, turn on a dime, do what needed to be done very quickly, that kind of carries into today as well. So I would say that those were two things that, and I'd say that's across the organization, no matter what department you were in. Specifically in my department, I think our donors appreciated the fact that we were keeping them up to date, what was going on. They were very empathetic to kind of what was going on. And so guess what? Our fundraising kind of continued, we were able to raise the most, more than any health system, for COVID-19 response, so, and it was because of the fact that we were very aligned, with what we were doing as an organization from a clinical perspective and from a research perspective.
That's amazing. So just I can imagine that what a transformation. All of a sudden you're talking to these different colleagues that you've never spoken with before to learn and to educate and then to help tell the story. And I imagine working with scientists and new cross-pollination with marketing. It's amazing that now you can take that and move it forward.
Right.
Do you imagine those relationships will continue and you'll be talking in new ways, and this agility will live on in how you organize, even as the pandemic, while we're still in the weeds, 6 months from now, a year from now, hopefully is less of a problem and people are vaccinated. Do you think that you'll continue to work with these colleagues in new ways?
We're the collaboration and the agility continues, because now it's about vaccines. Now it's about what's next, and guess what? It's not just about COVID. People still have cancer. People still have heart attacks. People still have diabetes. There are still other areas, that we need to, get the word out about, So I would say that the crisis stepped up our efforts in collaboration and being very nimble. And it really has rolled. I think it's like, this is the new normal, just how working virtually now has become sort of a new normal, the fact that we're on Zoom all the time, multiple Zoom calls, this is the new normal, this is, and at some point, I'm assuming, many of us will go back to the office when it's safe, when people are vaccinated. But, I think Zoom is here, for doing things virtually, people working from home, that's kind of becoming a little bit more acceptable. People are finding out how productive people are working from home. And maybe that wasn't, the point of view prior to COVID, but now people are kind of seeing it. So I think that some, there's a lot of new norms, that are not going to go away post-COVID.
Interesting. And you mentioned those silver linings, which I think is a great point. Let's shift gears a little bit. How have you approached mentorship? You mentioned when we were talking before that you're working with, you do have mentees, and that unofficially you maybe have some people in your career that you look to, though not officially mentors. Can you tell me about that experience and what role that plays?
Sure. So I have mentees, undergraduate, so I went to Manhattan for my bachelor's, and I went to Columbia University for my master's. So and then I also belong to like some other professional organizations, and they have programs where you can mentor a young professional, who's kind of new in their career. So I've mentored across the board. So people who are still in school, getting their degree, as well as, people who are, just new to the workforce. I'll just say that, new to the workforce, less than 5 years, I would say. So I would say that for undergraduate, it's more about how do I get a job, right? Help me work on my resume, what do I need to do? So it's really been more about that, and me trying to share strategies, advice on what they can do. Like I remember this is the first time, because I would say mostly women sign up for these programs. I have just found that it's mostly women, not a lot of men, for whatever reason. I don't know why. I'm not saying they aren't, but it's always women,
Interesting,
which is good. So men, you should sign up too. But anyway, but this once I got a young man, for the first time. I was actually surprised. I was like, wow, I always get, like a young woman, and I got a young gentleman. And I remember he was interested in like broadcast journalism and, things like that. And like, I've never done that, even though maybe there's like some synergy somewhere, because I'm marketing communications, I'm not a journalist, or anything like that. And I'm not like, on TV, like some of these anchors or what have you, but that was his interest. And, I remember I said, okay, are you related to anybody? And it was like, no. Do you have connections? And it was like, I was like, well, you got to step it up, you know, because you know, like this is a very competitive field, you know? So I literally gave him like a roadmap of what he needed to do. I'm like, you got to get an internship. I knew a couple people, you know, through my media contacts, you know, that I could put him in touch with. He got a couple really great internships with NBC, Comedy Channel, you know, and a few others. And and helped him with the resume, you know, because I was just like, yeah, you got to, you know, add these things to your resume. You got to step up and show how the skills, you know, that apply to the job that you want really jump out on your resume, write a really amazing cover letter. And I will just say that out of his friends, he was one of the few people who got a job when he graduated, you know? And even though technically that mentorship program is over because he graduated, I'm still in touch with him, you know? I'm still in touch with him to this day. He's great. He's graduated, you know, past 2 years. He's still like, we still check in. We see, you know, hey, how's it going? How's the job? You know, so that, you know, it's rewarding. You know, it's like, wow, you know, it helped.
It's fantastic. Yeah, you put in this effort and you're seeing a young person progress in their career.
Exactly. It's a sense of pride. So I would say that's been really rewarding. I love that. And then for myself, I would say that, you know, I'm going to say unofficial mentors, you know, so I'm not in a program, you know, but there are people who have helped me throughout my career, you know, that I can kind of call on if I have a question. You know, when we were able to meet for coffee, we meet for coffee, but we've done Zooms, you know, or FaceTimes. So, you know, those mentors, unofficial mentors, have provided really great guidance. You know, even when I wanted to change, you know, when I ended up, you know, deciding, did I want to leave MasterCard and go for something different, you know, hey, I called somebody, you know, I called one of these unofficial mentors about that and, you know, discussed it. They said, oh, it sounds like a great opportunity, you know, to kind of get into healthcare and learn something new. So I absolutely encourage mentorship, you know, even if it's in an unofficial capacity, because I realize a lot of companies may not have like a program, but, you know, I do feel that it's helpful.
Absolutely. And it's great to have someone to call on that advice, particularly when you make a big shift from something like a MasterCard into Mount Sinai. What types of advice have you given and what types of advice have you received? I know you mentioned the young man. I'm also curious about, since this is women in marketing, what kinds of advice you have given to some young women getting into their careers, and then advice that you took.
Right. So I would say, you know, again, you know, I think networking, you know, I feel that I have recommended that. And, you know, a lot of times it's like you know, whether you're in school or whether you are working, sometimes it's just like, I just want to, when I'm done, you know, with my homework, or if I'm done with my projects, I just kind of want to watch some Netflix and have some dinner, you know, right? I just really just don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to see anybody. Been there, done that. But networking is really super important, you know. It's because you just never know where a job, an opportunity, or something's going to come from, you know, just because you interacted with somebody, you know. And I realize we're all doing this virtually now, but
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
You know, how do you? So I'm, you know, 18 and 22, getting this advice. How do I network? I am at home, you know, thinking like that person.
Yeah, I do feel that the networking it's important, you know. I used to be, again, years ago, I used to be that person who would be like, yeah, I'm just going to sit at my desk and, you know, whatever, eat my lunch, you know, and everyone else is going out for lunch. And I'm just like, no, I'm too busy. You know, I'm not going to do that. Or I'm not going to go out after work or do the Zoom thing, you know. I would be that person who wouldn't do that. And then I would find out later that, oh, so-and-so was at that event, or so-and-so, you know, went to the lunch, you know, and they spoke to this person. I was just like, God, why didn't I go to that? You know? So I do feel it is important. And again, it goes back to being comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? Because sometimes it's like, oh, I don't feel comfortable, you know, I don't know anybody, you know, so what? Other people probably feel the same way, so I do feel that that's something that's very important, to get your name, your face out there, so that's definitely some advice. Because I will tell you, a lot of people, they don't network, it's like, I don't have time for that. You got to make some time. Even if it's a little bit of time, make a little bit of time for networking.
So is there one piece of advice that you would give yourself if you had to start your career over again?
Oh, wow. One piece of advice. I would say, I would say, I do this now, but I would say, like, really try to stop and smell the roses a little bit, I think that that's something that's super important. Again, if I go back to Verizon, it was all about work, like, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next goal? What, and not, it's like, wow, that was really successful. Can we take a moment, to recognize that this went really well, we know that we got to get on to the next thing, but, I do feel it is important to celebrate those successes, even if they're small ones, I think that that's important. I try to do that now, I definitely try to do that now. And I think that, saying, hey, we did a good job, like, okay, things are hard, but we did it. That was a home run there, good for us. We did something good here, so stopping and smelling the roses a bit more is something I think I would have told myself, back then, but I do it now.
That's good. It's interesting that you bring that up. You say you point out both winning and acknowledging when you've done well, even if it is just a smaller scale thing. And then also, as you've mentioned before, you learn from your failures. And I think sometimes, you can study the failures, like the Super Bowl analogy, where you really get under the, hood. How do we fix this the next time? But also to acknowledge, hey, we did this really well.
Yes.
Let's keep doing it like that. Or, how can we build on that is interesting.
Exactly, Diana.
And so, Elaine, tell me a little bit more about you were talking about, as we move forward, you having this collaboration with your teams, everybody having to learn new skill sets, jumping in, being comfortable when you're uncomfortable to learn new skill sets and to improve yourself. How do we continue to build on this momentum that you've learned over the last year?
I always feel number one, it's never too late to learn something new. We again, whether it's taking on a project that you've never done before, and you're learning something different. We have someone on our team where they're a designer, and they're an excellent designer, but we really felt, at the end of the year, last year, we're just like, I want you to learn how to code, I want you to step up your digital chops, and I want you to learn how to code. So he has been training, obviously we're covering that training, so that he learns how to code, because not only is it going to help us, in the work that we're doing, but it's going to help him too, guess what? You're going to be more valuable, and I remember at the time it was sort of like, why, right? Like what, like I'm doing my design work, like why do I need to do that? Like we have agencies, and I'm just like, yeah, I know we do, but we want you to learn that, I want you to learn that, I don't want us always to have to rely on an agency. I want you to learn that, I think you can learn it. And he's doing it, he's literally doing it and is excited about it. And again, there was that discomfort, in the beginning, but now, the light bulb has gone off and it's like, this is cool. Like I'm actually building out, a site, or I'm actually, coding this email, or I'm going to do a GIF or an app, or, so, so I always feel it's never too late to learn something new, no matter how old you are. I do feel that old dogs can learn new tricks, and young dogs can learn new tricks too. So
That's great.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, and he'll have that for the rest of his career.
Yes,
And so it's a
exactly.
gift, really.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know different people, some people started studying new languages or playing the piano or painting,
Right.
baking for the pandemic. Learning how to code is a really useful skill, particularly in your career.
Yes.
So it's interesting when you describe that. Tell me a bit about your management style, because it seems like you're kind of pushing him a little bit to take the steps. And
Yeah.
are you like that with everyone?
I would say, so I have direct reports, and obviously I have direct reports who have people who report into them, and so I really try to ensure that, they're managing them, unless, I see there's an opportunity, but I will talk to the manager, about that. So I think in terms of my management stuff, number one, everyone is busy. No one is sitting on, a throne saying, you do this and you do, like everyone's rolling up their sleeves and doing work. Like I've got projects, everyone has projects. I'm overseeing projects. There's some projects where I don't, I know you got it and I don't have to, supervise you got it, just let me know how it goes or if you need help on anything. So my management style is I have very competent people, professionals, strong skills. They know what they need to do, but I'm here for you, of course, if you need my help or assistance or supervision, or if you're hitting a rough patch with somebody, there's some conflict that's going on, I can, help smooth that over or interject as necessary. Just because it's too busy, like we have people who, we have I have a really great team. I mean, thank God, everyone really does know what they're doing. And again, sometimes if there's something new, I'll be there in the beginning to make sure you got it, but then it's expected that you take the ball and go with it. You got to run with it because it's just, sometimes it's like drinking out of a fire hose at times, with all the work that's coming down. So everyone's got to kind of grab it and do it, with the understanding that if you need help, hey, raise your, I feel it is a sign of strength to say, hey, I need some help here, as opposed to not asking for help and falling down and, then it ends up turning into a dumpster fire. I would rather please say something early if you don't understand something. So
Absolutely.
So I do. Go ahead, Diane.
I was just going to say,
so I'm here if you need me, but I'm confident that, when people are assigned things that they will get it done.
Do you have any skills that you're working on and hoping to learn and achieve this year?
I would say, all right. So I at some point I would like to learn how to code, but I'm not learning that right now. I would say I really stepped up. I'm actually taking a writing class on the side, believe it or not. And it is for fiction writing, it should be nonfiction writing, but given I have so much nonfiction writing right now in my life, I figured I'd try some nonfiction writing, and maybe that could, it's about storytelling at the end of the day, so stepping up my storytelling chops with this class, I feel will be a perfect complement to the writing that I sometimes need to do in my current position. So that's something that I'm working on, and who knows, maybe I'll do some baking. I'm not really a big baker, but that there may be other things I want to learn along the way, but right now it's a writing class.
I think that's fantastic. As a writer and editor myself, I think all types of writing are useful, particularly in your content that you're writing.
Right.
You learn exercises from everywhere. So it's
Absolutely.
always good to be writing.
Yes.
Are there other marketing skills that you're hoping that your team will pick up this year, or that you're looking to learn? I know you mentioned your colleague who will be learning to code. Any other marketing things that you find will be important in 2021?
I would say that trying to, in terms of skills, I would say that, we had, and actually this happened like a couple of years ago, we had someone who was a real digital whiz. She was, anytime there was like a digital project, she was the one who kind of did it. And then I remember she left, because she just decided to do something different with her life. It was like a life change, and, she decided to go a different path. And it was just like, oh no, because she was the one, and I remember I was kind of new to Mount Sinai at that time. And she, and I actually was surprised at how much work she was doing, and I was just like, wait a minute, we need to share some of this across the team, because other people need to work on digital projects. And again, that was a big learning curve for some people on the team who had never done that. They never worked on email, or they never worked on building out sites, or they never worked on, helping create social content. So that now is, like there are different areas across the team where they work on that, and again, it's like, building up skill set. So I'm always more about when there is a project that comes down and it's an opportunity to learn something new, I'm going to give it to somebody who hasn't done it before, like that, mm-hmm. That is like a goal of mine. So it's just like, you know what, you've always done this. So, and again, you get kind of comfortable doing that. So we got to get you doing this other project, whatever it is, mm-hmm. So that's kind of been my goal. And I have to do that all the time. I'm always given stuff where it's sort of, okay, I've never done that before, but okay, I'll do it, I'll figure it out. If I need help, I'll ask somebody, but trying to get the team used to working on things that they've never done before. So that's always been, top of mind for me. And again, I sometimes there's this, again, uncomfortableness, in the beginning, but then after they've done it, they're just like, wow, that was a really great project. I learned so much. I hope I can do that again.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think you make a really good point. And you were talking about how last year, all of a sudden you were in the press several times a day, which must have been a huge shift as a hospital, because maybe not being in the press very often. How did you build on that momentum and use that to sort of talk about other things, even that like non-COVID related, as you said, like obviously diabetes and cancer are huge things that people need to be educated about and need help and resources with. How did you take sort of the spotlight and the interest and sort of use that to help draw people in, to educate and to, connect to the community?
I would say when we were at the height of the crisis, it was COVID all the time. I will just say that I would say from March through May. Okay. That's all we were focused on, because it was a crisis. It wasn't until the numbers started dropping during the summer where we could kind of, say, okay, like, COVID's still important, but we can now go back to focusing on other areas that need support. And I want to mention that during that time, that's all we were focused on was COVID. Like we had to shut down areas, across the health system that were focused on, doing research for cancer or doing research for neurology or, because those people were redeployed to help with COVID patients, so if you were, looking to just have a regular checkup, guess what? You probably weren't going to go to do that, because everyone was like deployed to help with COVID because it was all hands on deck. So we were able to, after I'd say June, we were able to say, okay, like it's getting better, the numbers are getting better, not as many people are being admitted, not as many people are impacted or dying, God forbid. So we were able to kind of move back into, okay, now we need to fundraise for cancer and, heart and, brain and diabetes and all these other areas. We were able to do that. But COVID, it's like I said, it's a new normal, right? So COVID is here, right? So we're still, I would say that's not the 100% focus, but it's part of, it's part of the BAU now, along with a number of the other different areas that we're focused on.
Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine. Did you change your storytelling techniques at all to tell the COVID story that then you would apply to others? So for instance, perhaps you feature some of the doctors or some of the nurses' stories or the scientists or things like that? Or have you used a sort of platform that you've always used? How have you taken on the storytelling component, and what will you continue to use in other categories?
I would say, I think what was really beautiful at COVID, and I'm just going to do a plug for a magazine from last year that was focused on COVID, magazine.mountsinai.org. You can read about, when the crisis hit and how we managed through it. So, but I would say in terms of the storytelling, it's kind of interesting that you asked that question. We really heard from the people that you wouldn't normally hear from, right? The nurse, who was there with the patient, because again, like family couldn't visit, right? Because of, they didn't want to get infected, you had to be careful. So you heard the nurse's point of view, you heard the EMT, you heard the chaplain, who was there, sometimes giving last rites or, helping, to helping patients deal, with the situation. So you heard from people that you wouldn't normally hear from. Those stories really came through. And I would say that, that is something that storytelling it's weaving its way into other areas, other areas of content, that we are now creating. Because yes, you're always going to have the lead, physician or scientist, but there's a whole bunch of people underneath them, and they now have a voice, I would say, because they are also doing incredible work and they're kind of the unsung heroes, right? All the clapping that was happening, was for everyone, right? Who was like, it was all these people, because it was all hands on deck, so I think that's impacted our storytelling because people actually want to hear from them. They are on the front lines. They're our healthcare heroes. So
absolutely. Those are some of the most moving stories I've found just following the news.
Right.
And will you then, do you think, include them in stories maybe about something less topical from a news perspective, something like it's not COVID, like, at the height where everyone's watching Andrew Cuomo's, press conferences and really narrow it in. And obviously we're all staying home.
Right.
I imagine that will continue if you're doing some kind of content with, just talking about the health importance of diabetes and cooking and using the personalities and those.
Absolutely. And also hearing from patients, patient recovery stories have also been so powerful. We're kind of seeing that with, I would say just pivoting back to like our nurses, our healthcare staff, who are on the front lines are being vaccinated right now and hearing those stories, their experience getting the vaccine, that's been something that's been a story that's also been very popular. People want to hear about it. We had a nurse who was pregnant, right? Because people are just like, well, I'm pregnant. Can I get the vaccine? And guess what? We had someone on staff who was pregnant, and she got the vaccine. She was fine, and that's like a source of comfort to kind of hear, someone speaking about that. So yeah, it's just as to, our storytelling and it's, it's really, it's strong. So I think that's definitely going to continue.
Wonderful. Well, keep up the good work and can't wait till everyone is getting vaccinated and we can get back to some version of normal.
I hope so, Diana. I hope so.
Thank you so much again for your time, Elaine. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
It was great speaking with you.
Thank you both so much for being here. Elaine, I loved your point about, it's never too late to learn something new and having, leaders who encourage you to, expand your horizons and your skill sets and not just get stuck in your day-to-day is so great to hear. So appreciate that and hope to have you back again soon.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diana.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Something I love about this program is we always get to hear from marketing leaders across so many different industries and verticals. So next up, we're going to be shifting from healthcare to transportation. So I'm thrilled to introduce Bet-Ann Fialkov, the Director of Culture and Entertainment at Lyft. And her session will be moderated by Jordan Romano, the Director of West Coast Sales at Influential. Welcome. Hi, guys. We're so happy to have you guys here.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Of course.
Hey, Emily, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you guys. I'll hand it over and then pop back in at the end, but take it away.
Great. Thank you so much. Betty Ann, how you doing?
I'm good. Nice to see you, Jordan.
Nice to see you. It's been a couple of weeks since we last spoke, but I'm glad we get to connect on this forum and talk about everything that you guys have going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we'll get it started. So I know a lot of offices are working remotely. A lot of companies are working remotely. So what are some fun ways and unique ways that your team has stayed engaged with one another over the past year?
Yeah, I think one of the best tactics that we have implemented in our meetings is before we dive into, what we're doing and around the horn, we really talk about the cool things that we're watching, reading, cooking, doing. And it's just been a great way to, have a glimpse into the team's life, as well as get some amazing recommendations of more content to consume. So that's been good. We also have been celebrating, whether it's, we had somebody on the team who went out on mat leave. So we celebrated a baby shower for her, or birthdays or holiday parties. So just those moments where we're able to just like come together and not talk about work has been really special.
That's great. I feel like a lot of people are brought closer together, even virtually. You might see people more and celebrate the wins even more now that we have this like virtual way to do it, as opposed to everyone rushing around all the time. So that's great to hear.
Absolutely.
And shifting to how you're thinking about your customer, how are you thinking about them now and also in this new normal that we're living in right now?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is we have seen that we kind of have a new customer. A lot of our riders are people who would formerly take public transportation. So buses or subways, and now they are turning to Lyft because they feel a lot more safe in a Lyft. And we have a ton of health and safety precautions. If you've taken a Lyft recently, you'll see that you have to, wear a mask. You have to check all these boxes and make sure that, you haven't been exposed to anybody with COVID. So, we're seeing that. We're also seeing, of course, like there's not business travel right now. So, we don't have, as many business travelers as we once did. I think, the new normal, I think that we will continue to see these, like essential workers and people who are opting in to take Lyft instead of public transportation. I think we'll continue to see them. We just did a big segmentation study to really dive into this to see who our new rider is, because it's definitely changed over the past year.
Very cool. Yeah. And to that point, you're trying to attract a lot of new customers, I guess, otherwise wouldn't use you guys. So what channels are you leveraging more this year than in previous years, maybe to get like a younger consumer or someone that previously hadn't thought about using a Lyft in the past?
Yeah, so we just launched our Lyft branded TikTok. So we're really excited about TikTok as a platform. We dabbled in it a little bit last year. We did an influencer campaign on TikTok, specifically around our Get Out the Vote campaign in November. And that was really solely influencer work where the content lived on influencer channels. We hadn't launched our Lyft brand channel yet. And so now we have a full strategy in place, and we launched about 2 weeks ago, and we've been repurposing some of our undercover Lyft content, which I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's where we have celebrity drivers pretending to be Lyft drivers and picking up passengers. So we've taken some of that, the archives of content that we have, reformatted them, and we've been putting them out on the Lyft channel, and it's been great. We actually had an episode with Gronk, and we timed it perfectly.
Yeah, very timely right now.
Yes,
Everything.
so timely. And so, again, we just launched a channel, so it went from 0 to over 60,000 followers in the past week and a half or so, which has been really exciting to watch. We also are dabbling in some of the challenges. So Doja Cat and Saweetie have a song out called Best Friends. And in that song, one of the lyrics mentions Lyft. And so we, got in with the challenge and had influencers, do the dance, and we repurpose some of that content on our channels as well. So I think, with TikTok, we've been able to be a lot more playful and experimental. So it's, the rest of the year, we definitely are going to continue focusing on it.
Yeah, definitely. The music angle really works well for TikTok, and I love the idea of having, undercover celebrities, almost like an undercover boss or undercover billionaire type theme to it, and then surprising people. I bet people are just like so shocked when they see it's Gronk or like one of their favorite celebrities driving them around. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And then how do you continue to focus on the silver linings of the past year?
Yeah, I think personally, this has been sort of a moment to reset. The whole world is on pause, and in the old days, I was traveling every week for work and, moving at 100 miles per hour. And, it's been nice to just sort of be able to like reconnect with myself. I've been doing a lot of yoga and meditating and spending a lot of time with my family. And so I think the silver lining is that. Also, my husband and I were able to relocate to Miami, where we have a lot of family here. So being able to, watch my 2-year-old niece grow up the past year has been really exciting. So it's kind of that silver lining.
Nice. Yeah, I'm sure the weather's nice too right now, especially in the wintertime in Miami. So.
Absolutely.
And in what ways has COVID impacted your marketing strategy and or your transformation plans for 2021?
Yeah, it's crazy to think back a year ago, because I was at Sundance producing our entire activation at Sundance, and all of those IRL events that we had planned for the year obviously did not happen. So I think last year was definitely that a moment of really pivoting and figuring out, what we're going to do. And this year in 2021, we're kind of used to it already. And so I would say that we are a lot more focused than we have been in the past. And we're really honing in on our big campaign moments. Because quite frankly, we don't have as many resources as we once did. And so it's just important for us all to come together across the marketing org and really focus. So I would say, that I'm saying no to a lot of opportunities that in previous years I would have said yes to. I also think that, my focus of, I manage all of our influencer partnerships, and focusing on influencers is more important than ever now. And especially during, peak COVID, when everything was shut down, a lot of the productions were shut down. And so it was hard to get content, but we were really able to turn to influencers in order to get that content. And so I think that's something that has been woven into our strategy, for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like 2020 was a year for you and a lot of companies where you kind of like were finding your sea legs a little bit. No one kind of knew what was going to happen from, 1 week to the next. And it sounds like this year you've been able to kind of like hone in on influencers and ways to circumvent, the production, track and do things at home and that kind of thing. So that's great to hear.
Yeah, it's still hard because, even though we kind of know what's going on, it's still like in Q4, like will we be back to doing IRL events? I talked to a lot of event producers, and they're banking on Q4, but who knows? It's so hard to make that bet. And so for us, we've kind of pivoted away from that, and it's not part of the strategy. But 2022, hopefully, we'll be back.
Definitely. And shifting back to you personally, do you have a professional mentor? And do you mentor the next generation at all?
Yeah, this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I love mentorship on both ends. So I always like to have a mentor within the company that I'm working at and outside of the company. So when I was at Google, I always had that structure, and now at Lyft, the same thing. And I've been really lucky. I have about 5 amazing female mentors that I turn to. They are in, you know, a variety of professions and have various life experiences, but it really allows me to learn from them and get their perspective. And I really find, you know, of course, I ask them advice, but I really you know, have an ongoing relationship with them. It's not just about me asking them for advice. It's definitely like a two-way street. And then as a mentor myself, I have been mentoring with two different organizations. One is called Home from College, where it really focuses on connecting recent college grads, especially during this time, to mentors. So that has been a lot of fun. And then I'm also a mentor for Connect Her, which is more women to women mentorship. So yeah, I really encourage anybody out there who, you know, does not have a mentor, definitely to seek out a mentor if you can. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's so important to have, especially now as we're kind of limited to working from home. And that's a great point that you make. I mean, you learn probably from the people that you mentor, and your mentors learn from you. It's that two-way street, you know, where it's like every day you're bouncing ideas off of each other. And yeah, I mean, I think the college angle, I couldn't imagine graduating right now and having to look for a job and that kind of thing, and the pressures of everything. So it's great that you're doing that.
Absolutely. And then, you know, finally getting a job and starting remotely and not having that culture and being able to, you know, talk to people in the cafeteria or in the hallways or the elevator. I think it's just a challenge right now.
Definitely. And have you yourself found a way to keep your work and home life separate? I know for a lot of people, there's that fine line of, you know, working out of their living room or their home office, and it's just like work kind of follows you everywhere.
Yeah.
So do you have a current routine? And if so, do you find that helps you maintain that work-life balance?
Yeah, I definitely have a routine. So I wake up in the morning and I always do some sort of exercise. Luckily, as I said, I'm here in Miami, so I can run outside when it's snowing everywhere else. So I do some sort of fitness. And then I make sure that in the evenings that I try to block off my calendar so that, you know, I don't get scheduled with meetings after 6 p.m. And that's really because I want to be able to spend time with my husband and really disconnect and have that time. Because again, we're both working from home. We're both here in our apartment, and you know, even though we're here all day, we're not necessarily spending time together all day. So I also try to limit my screen time after 6 p.m. I turn my phone on, you know, a grayscale. You know, during last summer, I was finding that I was having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I started doing these things like limiting my screen time and the grayscale, and it really helped with that.
What is the grayscale? Is that like where basically it takes away the blue light after a certain time at night?
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, I even went so far, I got blue blocking glasses because I feel like we're here on a computer all day long now. We're not doing as many in-person meetings. And then of course I'm always on my phone, on Instagram and TikTok and having to know what's going on. So it just constant, you know, light in my eyes. So, yeah, I you know, done that. I think, something else that helps me separate like the work-life balance is I try not to do any work in my bedroom. That's the place, you know, for sleeping. And so, I don't do any work there, and I change up where I work during the day. So right now I'm in, my office, but you know, later on, I'll probably work from the kitchen. And then the last thing that I try to do is back pre-COVID, I would never really take a proper lunch break. I would always just grab lunch and sit at my desk and work. And I make sure now that I take a lunch break. And I, you know, I'll either make lunch and I'll, you know, just not look at my computer for those, you know, 20 minutes or so, or try to sit outside, just kind of like switch it up so that, you know, it doesn't seem like I'm trapped in, you know, my office the whole day long.
Right. Yeah, that's really important. I mean, I think we've all been guilty of that, right? Where the workday just kind of keeps going and going, and you're like, oh, I forgot to eat like a lunch, take a lunch
Right.
break, or maybe you had a few bites, and then you just didn't really unplug for that hour, and it
Yeah,
might increase your productivity if you actually took that, 30 minutes or hour lunch break, walk away from
totally.
it, come back. And I'm just curious, what kind of workouts do you do? Is it running, biking? Do you do like a yoga meditation, or what kind of virtual
Yeah,
classes are you into?
yeah. So I run a lot. I also living here in Miami, I have a bicycle. And so I'm able to bike around, which is a lot of fun. And again, I'm very lucky and grateful that there are workout classes that are opened here and they're outdoors. So I've been doing Soul Cycle sometimes outside, which is really nice. But yeah, I switch about. I do yoga too a lot. That's been amazing. I do Peloton yoga, which is great. So
Oh, nice. Yeah, I do Peloton too. I just did they have like a Peloton like running app. So I just went for a
yeah,
run and did like the
yeah,
biking and yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it's great. Yeah, I noticed a lot of gyms have kind of shifted everything outside. So like we driving around and it's like a parking lot and it's full of people doing like dumbbells or
right.
group classes and that kind of thing. So it's
Yeah,
really cool to
yeah,
see.
yeah.
Nice. And how has your leadership style changed and adapted to the world of virtual that we're living in? And do you have any tips that you can share with other marketing leaders who are looking to inspire and stay connected with their virtual teams?
Yeah, I think it's more important than ever to really be in touch and in tune with your team's emotions. Like the world has been so crazy, from COVID to politics to everything's going on this past year. And so I think it's really important to be able to put the work aside and say, hey, how are you doing? Do you want to take this day off? Do you want to, let's just do you want to just talk? I think showing your vulnerability is also, really important during this time. I think, and I'm even victim of this, working from home and not really being able to travel. Um, you don't take vacation anymore, and
Right.
I think it's really important to encourage your team to take a day off. I think something that leadership at Lyft um, did around the holidays is they gave us extra days off because they saw that people weren't taking days off, and so they made mandatory days off, which I thought was really great. And I think just encouraging your team to do that, and self-care, like a staycation type day, I think is really important.
Definitely. And I mean, there's probably so many places in our own cities that we haven't had time to explore,
Right, right.
So it's like, even just get out, maybe book a hotel room for a night in your city
Exactly.
and change
Exactly.
up your environment. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's a really good idea. And then also, I think, yeah, connecting with your fellow employees on like a personal level as well, maybe where you didn't have time to do that because you
Yeah.
were always traveling, and no one really stopped to say, how are you doing? Because we're kind of
Right.
all connected in this weird world right now in the same way. So I
Right.
mean,
Right.
everyone's coping differently, right? But we're all in it
Exactly.
together. So
Exactly. And
yeah,
yeah, with us, we're all spread out all over the country. So some of my colleagues are in LA, some are in San Francisco, and I'm in Miami, New York, and every state is handling things differently, and
right.
people have different levels of comfort on doing things. And so I think it's just so important, like as we've been saying, just to check in with your team.
Definitely, definitely. And as a leader, you're always developing your abilities, right? So what are you looking to improve on this year? And then what skills would you like your marketing team as a whole to develop together?
Yeah. So with working from home, there's obviously so many distractions, whether it's my dog barking or my husband talking too loud on his Zoom call, whatever it is. And so I personally have been really focused on being an active listener. I think whether it's, you're like having a one-on-one with somebody or 50 people on the call, I think it's really easy to get that Zoom fatigue and like zone out, be distracted. And so I've just been really trying to make sure that there's no distractions. Even something that's been helping me is taking notes. Even, I never take notes in a notebook anymore. It's all, I type them, but now I'm actually writing notes in a notebook to make sure that I'm focused and paying, complete attention and really actively listening. So I think that's something that I am ever working on. And I think, for my team, I think something that I've been encouraging the rest of the team is really to celebrate each other's wins. I think it's hard enough in normal times to celebrate wins. And now that we're not together and we're virtual, I think it's so important to share these wins cross-functionally. So, I encourage the team to, post on the broader marketing Slack channel about their wins and make sure that they get heard and seen.
Yeah, that's great. I know for me too, it's like, even if you just get an encouraging email on a win, a one-off from somebody, or just, on the Slack channel as a whole, it just really helps because you don't have that moment where you're walking by in the hallway to say, hey, congratulations on this, or, so it's great to do that digitally.
Absolutely.
And then can you tell us a little bit more about Lyft's recent partnership with Anthem, JP Morgan, and United Way to launch a universal vaccine access campaign?
Yeah, so this is really exciting. We have always been a mission-driven company, and we always really take actions around our impact work and really stand for something. And so this year we're focused on giving people access to transportation so that they can actually get to the vaccine locations. So we know that in a normal year, over 5.8 million people do not go to a doctor's appointment or to the hospital because they lack access to transportation. And obviously this is not a normal year. So we announced at the end of last year that we would be partnering with Anthem, Chase, and United Way to provide 60 million rides to low income, uninsured, and at-risk communities. And so this is going to be rolled out, over the next couple of months, obviously, as the vaccine rollout continues. And we're really excited, from a marketing point of view, this is going to be our main focus, across Q1 and Q2, and really spreading the word about what we're doing. So more news to come on this.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of that is dependent too on, the rollout of the vaccine. I guess you're probably like following the news as closely as we are, right? It's like, we don't really know exactly, the age parameters. I guess 65 and plus for the most part are covered nationwide, but I guess it's going to vary from state to state, right? So, do you guys have like a plan for how you're going to target different states or maybe different areas with low income where maybe people don't have access to the vaccine?
Yeah, great question. So that's where our amazing partners come in. So United Way will be able to really help target this, and we'll provide the transportation, but they're going to be able to help direct this to make sure that those that really need are getting the rides.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
And then going back to, just kind of the self-care thing, because that's really, really important right now. I was just curious, what are you doing as far as, meal prep? And are you ordering in a lot? Are you ordering, I know people do a lot of HelloFresh or Blue Apron. Are you cooking a lot now? Just kind of curious on what you're doing.
Yeah. So it's funny because when, I lived in New York for the past 7 years, and in New York, it's a running joke with my husband that he was like, I didn't know you knew how to cook because I never cook. We would always order in.
Always too busy, right?
And it's always, in New York, you can order anything at any time. And it's so easy. But Miami, the delivery down here is not, up to par. It's not like New York. And so I cook almost every night. I'm still trying to figure out, the meal prepping, but, we cook a lot of seafood and try to be as healthy as we can. But yeah, it's been fun. I have an Instapot, so I've been mastering the Instapot, which has been good.
Nice. Yeah.
What about you?
Crock pots are great too. I just mastered making chili. It's you put it on for 6 hours and just let it cook the whole day. It's so great to have, especially when you're home.
Right.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned too, talking to employees about what they're doing for fun, what they're watching on TV. Do you have any favorite shows that you're into right now? Are you binge watching anything on Netflix or Disney Plus or anything like that now that you have a little more time?
Yeah, we constantly are binge watching shows. So let's see, we recently finished Mandalorian on Disney Plus.
So great.
Yeah, so good. Season 2 was incredible. I of course watched Bridgerton, which was
I
on
haven't
Netflix.
seen that. I've heard a lot about it. I need to
Yeah,
check that out.
it's it's kind of mindless and fun and a great period piece. So I recommend it. And we watched Lupin on Netflix, which is like, it was a French show and then it's dubbed over in English. I really like that. And we recently, on Sunday, we watched the Britney documentary, the New York Times Britney documentary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which I also highly recommend. I wanted more from it, but I thought it was really good and, really told the backstory of Britney and her dad and the conservatorship. So those are the things that we have been watching recently.
Yeah, it really gets into like her backstory and then everything that happened in like '08 and everything. With,
Right,
like,
right.
It's cool,
Yes,
yeah.
the meltdown.
Yeah, and the recovery. And it seems like she's doing better now, so that's good.
Yeah, let's hope so. But free Britney.
Yeah. So you mentioned you were in New York prior, now you're down in Miami. So are you a sports fan, or you or your husband, are you guys into football or basketball, and have you switched teams? Are you originally from Miami?
Definitely, we are Heat fans. My husband is going to the game tonight, which is crazy.
Awesome.
They have COVID sniffing dogs at all the games now.
Wow.
Which is wild.
I didn't know that dogs could like pick up a COVID scent.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, dogs are pretty incredible, but yeah, they've been trained to, pick up whatever, the scent is, they're able to smell it. So, we're definitely Miami Heat fans. I used to live in Miami. So after college, I lived here for 6 years. And so I started my career at Google here. And so I feel like I've always been a Heat fan, and I never really switched teams too much, but.
And they've been good for a while. I mean, they were in the championship last year, and they had that great run in '06 with D Wade. And
Exactly.
So I feel like they're back, and they have a really young team, and they'll be good for a while now. So good time to be a fan.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Brooklyn Nets though are really crushing it though. They have an amazing team.
Yeah, they've got their own like super team up there. So I guess you kind of have both teams, right? You can say you like represent both. Yeah.
Yeah, between both.
Yeah. And are there any other initiatives or anything else going on at Lyft that you'd like to talk about? I know you're, director of culture and entertainment. So are there any like trends going on or anything that you want to talk about as far as Lyft as a whole?
Yeah, I think, one of the other things that's really important to us right now is, which I kind of touched on a little bit, is our health and safety initiatives. And so we're just really making sure that both riders and drivers feel safe and are safe when they take a Lyft. So, we, early on in COVID, we launched a bunch of things that drivers could use in the car to make sure that it's safe, whether it's a partition or, having like antibacterial wipes and things like that. And now there's even more that is going to be rolling out in the next couple of weeks. But, it's definitely a top priority of ours to make sure that both drivers and riders are safe in the car.
Yeah, and are you requiring like passengers to wear the mask as well and to maybe crack the window? I guess the driver has to crack the window in the back seat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's both drivers and riders have to wear a mask. Nobody can sit in the front seat with the driver, as in the past you could sit in the front seat. And yeah, there's a lot of other protocols in place. Again, like when you go to call the car, there's a bunch of questions that, you have to sort of check off. So yeah, it's definitely something that's really important to us, and making sure that people are able to see that. So in the influencer world, highlighting stories of people taking Lyft, wearing their masks, telling that story of, the health and safety story.
Nice. So we have a few questions from the audience. I guess we can go into that. Yeah. What, can you speak to how your demographic of users has changed over the last 5 years?
Over the last 5 years is hard for me because I've only been at Lyft for 3 years. But I think, I think
3 years, I guess you
yeah,
this a little bit.
yeah, I think, Lyft started out as sort of like this like quirky, fun, loving, brand. When it first started, it had a pink mustache. That's what Lyft was known for.
Yeah, I
And so,
remember that.
yeah. So the drivers would fist bump you and things like that. And I think over the years, like that's definitely changed a little bit. We dropped the mustaches but we're still this fun brand. And I think over the years, we've really attracted a wider audience because of that. And I think now, like what I was saying before, with COVID, we were attracting people who normally would take public transportation. And so I think that that's something that, hopefully will continue to stay after, we get through this.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And we have another one here. What can brands learn from newer digital first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z? I know you mentioned you guys are working with TikTok a lot. And then also kind of what platforms are you on or do you spend a lot of time on also?
Yeah. Yeah. So, again, like marketing to Gen Z, I think for us, like with Lyft, you have to be 18 or older to take a Lyft. And so, we definitely are Gen Z is important. Obviously, we just launched our TikTok. I think that what I was saying about TikTok before is that, it's allowed us to experiment and be playful and respond in ways that we'd never responded before. We on the TikTok channel, we're commenting back to TikTok users when they are, making comments on our posts. And I think it's something that like we just historically like haven't done. And so we're able to be playful. And I think by doing this, like it attracts more Gen Zs because we are authentic. We're being real. We're talking to them, instead of just trying to listen to them and marketing to them, like we're talking with them on TikTok. So I think that's something that's important. And I think for my channels, I am still an Instagrammer. I love Instagram stories. I am on TikTok, but I'm not good at creating content on TikTok, but I peruse TikTok a lot. I just think, I don't know, I don't have that skill set to be able to edit the videos, and it's just hard for me. Like, give me a static post on Instagram, I can do that any day, but I love the content on TikTok though, so I'm constantly like scrolling through it and like looking at the For You page all the time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like it does take a little bit more of like, not an effort, but like a skill to be able to like hear the music with everything. And, I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like, you can get lost on TikTok, just scrolling through for 20, 30 minutes, like looking at the content, it's so addicting.
Right.
And then as a brand too, it's like you're communicating with your customers so quickly, right? With the back and forth. It's not like the old days where it was like, oh, send an email or even like a public tweet, it's, you're getting that feedback so much quicker.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah. And also something else that's really interesting about TikTok is we have a lot of drivers on there. So there's a lot of drivers that are creating content about driving for Lyft, which is super interesting. And we've been able to get in touch with a lot of these drivers and repurpose their content on our channels. And it's amazing content. And, so when we're talking to the community there, it's not just our riders, it's also our drivers, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, so it's actually part of your job, actually. You can say, I'm scrolling through TikTok and I'm looking for, our driver for this campaign.
Right.
I mean, do you guys have like specific drivers that you follow, or is it just kind of like how it pops up basically on like a feed? Do you guys just kind of catch it when they do something?
Yeah. The social team has really been, tracking this and following, hashtags and things like that. And so, they've been monitoring this for, a couple months now.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yeah.
I always wonder how sometimes they find these people like the dog face, the ocean spray cranberry guy, you know.
Right,
Well,
exactly.
yeah, being on a skateboard and drinking ocean spray. So we'll have another Lyft driver do something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be nice, right?
Right.
And we have another question from the audience. Having a purpose-driven element to your business, whether fighting civil injustice, climate change, et cetera, is important to younger consumers. So how has this shifted the way your company considers purpose-driven marketing?
Yeah. So, you know, to be honest, we've always done purpose-driven marketing. So whether it was, you know, our carbon emissions announcement, or when we donated bike memberships, because we own City Bike and a lot of the other bike shares, when we donate bike memberships to underserved youth in partnership with LeBron James, like we're always doing these sort of actions. And it's so important for us not just to say that we're going to, you know, do something, or, you know, say that we're getting behind some sort of social justice movement, but actually like commit to it with our superpower of transportation. And so I think that's what you've seen from us over the past couple of years. So, you know, with COVID, we'll go back to the beginning of COVID. We immediately said that we were going to give transportation to essential workers. So whether it was bike memberships or transportation to deliver PPE, we were giving transportation to help out communities that needed. Then with the elections, we had a national discount code to get everybody who wanted to take a ride to the polls a discounted ride. And we also partnered with organizations such as More Than a Vote, and you know, various celebrities and influencers to give free rides to communities that needed rides to the polls the most. So again, like just this purpose-driven marketing, like not just saying, okay, we're supporting, helping people during elections, but actually like doing something about it. And then of course, like what I had mentioned before about vaccine access, like we're doing that again, really this purpose-driven marketing and making an impact.
Yeah, and how does that work? Do you have like a promo code that you basically give out to people who need a ride, and then they can basically use that promo code for a one-time ride to get a vaccine or to go vote? I guess I'm just curious how it worked with that.
Yeah, there's actually going to be a hub that launches where people will be able to, again, through like United Way, be able to receive exactly like a ride code.
Got it. Great.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. That was amazing. So glad to have you both here. And I really appreciate your time.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Betty. And thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. Hope to have you both back again soon so we can do a part 2 of the conversation.
Love it.
Definitely.
Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye. Well, a huge thank you to both of our speakers for being here and, sharing her career journey with us. We have, such a packed day of programming ahead left. So stay with us because next up, we're going to be hearing from Sabrina Callahan, the Senior Director of Brand and Social Marketing at Sam's Club. In her role, Sabrina leads all brand campaigns, social media strategy, and execution. So we're very excited to hear from her. And moderating her fireside chat will be Lori Mahoney, the Director of Product Marketing at Neustar. Hi, welcome both of you.
Hi.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Me
Thanks
too.
so much. Well, I'll hand it over to Lori to take the MC reins for this conversation.
Thanks, Emily. Hi, Sabrina. It's so great to talk to you again.
Hey, Lori. I've hidden myself in a room so no one can interrupt. No kids coming in. No nothing today. So hopefully this is smooth sailing for us.
Yeah, I think I've been part of a couple of the conversations earlier, and I think we've touched on some great topics. And I'm really excited to get to the working moms topic. I know we'll touch on that later because I know we're both working moms. But first, with the topic being women in marketing, I wanted to first kind of dive into your background and your career journey a little bit. And I know when we talked last week, one of the things you mentioned was your degree in journalism and with an emphasis in PR. And so I wanted you to share with the group a little bit about, what important skills from that experience you took with you in your career in marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I currently live in Dallas, but growing up, I'm actually small town farm girl from rural town in Kansas. And so I grew up a big K-State fan with my dad going to K-State, all my family, all my uncles, and I was the one black sheep that got accepted into the KU School of Journalism. And I learned a ton there. I'm super excited. I've always been passionate about storytelling. And I think that's why I chose to kind of lean in the direction of the emphasis into PR. And I'm really glad that I did. I think, as I've gone through my career, I've learned a lot of different things within each job. But the one thing that has consistently served me well is the ability to storytell between both marketing externally and collaboration and communication internally and against your peers and up. You got to be able to tell a succinct story, whether you're trying to, get someone to buy something or, do something or get somebody on board with what you're trying to make happen.
Yeah, storytelling is such a huge part of marketing. And that was one of the things that really stood out to me in talking to you was your ability to really kind of like paint a picture of the story that you're trying to tell. I know you spent a lot of time at Hilton. So I know, we want to get to the retail side of your career, but I would love to hear a little bit about your the journey from Kansas to your role at Hilton as well.
Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. I love Kansas. A lot of my family's still in Kansas, but I was really ready to get out. I'd really never known anything other than Kansas. So I had a family member who had a connection and I was able to get a free internship in Dallas. And I left as soon as possible and came down to Dallas and got my feet wet, just kind of working for a really small company. And then a startup came up in Dallas for small to medium businesses, where they were, giving these businesses a fighting chance in the digital space. A lot of them had always relied on brick and mortar, and all of a sudden they were seeing that if they weren't showing up on Google, then they weren't getting that business. And so I learned a lot. We were scrappy. We had to, sell it too, and show them the value of it and investing in it. And I learned a lot through that process on how to get search results up and drive business for small to medium. And then Hilton came knocking because they were kicking off their first ever e-commerce program. And so I got to be in the pilot phase 1 and joining, and we learned a lot so fast in that space. I was there for, 7, 8 years and got to see a lot of different areas of the business in my time there. And really that's where I learned, the most in terms of kind of growing up and, making my mistakes and trying to learn from them in the space. And what was cool is we had such a great leadership team around us that they allowed us to make those mistakes and keep pushing. And everything was so new that, we kind of had the autonomy to push and learn. So, when I was at Hilton, I started off driving e-commerce for a portfolio of hotels. And I started in Austin, which was really cool. So got to go to Austin, learn a lot about the city and really shifting so that everyone didn't have to walk in to book a hotel. Same thing, right? How are you driving search, SEO, social, website, and really digging in. E-commerce is a lot of numbers and business and forecasts and understanding how to drive what buttons to push to drive the performance. And so I learned a lot when I had the Austin market. And then, as I continued to gain trust and improve myself, they gave me bigger markets. So I got to take on New York and work with the Waldorf Astoria, which was awesome. I got to cover LA and work with the Beverly Hilton, which was really cool. Hawaii, and, they gave me a lot of responsibility. they kind of moved me up within there so that I could get management experience and leading a team. And I learned a lot on that too, because you get away from the tactical execution, and move into, okay, now you're owning the team and driving the team to get them to do these things. And I moved into a lot of strategy work. So how to improve the e-commerce business, where are the opportunities for efficiencies. And then in my last couple of years at Hilton, they had a really cool opportunity pop up. So there was a role open for the director of social media innovation. And it was under one of my absolute favorite people at Hilton. His name was Joshua Sloser. And he interviewed me and he said, listen, I need you to come in and I need you to do what you're going to do with social and figure out how to make it a value add for the company. And he just kind of let me run. And the role was pretty massive. It was the global social media strategy across all of the brands. At the time, I believe there were 15 brands, I want to say. And it was not just a beck and call for social media for the hotels, which is what it had been to date. But I just completely flipped the entire team to say, let's make this a self-service for hotels, that we can give them a hub that they can get access to be able to answer their questions, and let's make us more valuable. And so we moved into the overall strategy for the entire business globally on tools and technology, how we're measuring performance of social, how we're partnering together with best-in-class content, what agencies we're using, et cetera, which ended up resulting in a proposal for a social media center of excellence. And I got all of the leadership backing to make that happen, which was just fantastic. I'm working with a lot of the leaders in the industry, to be honest with you, to help me and guide me through that process. So I think it's really good. I've learned over my career that it's not good to make decisions in a corner, especially when you've been at that company for a while. So building your network so that you can lean on them. I had some really great people that I reached out to, like Doug Busk was at Coca-Cola at the time, Jeannie Kennedy at McDonald's. And I'm like, hey guys, can you help me? I need to come up with this center of excellence. Here are all of the challenges. Here's what we could be doing. And really thinking about it in a way that made sense, to learn from others, but in a way that made sense for Hilton. And we were able to get it approved. And it was a really awesome experience being there and learning along the way. So that was my time from getting out of school, making all the trip, making the changes, growing, and kind of my last piece at Hilton.
Yeah, I think that's so critical. I mean, I think when you're, especially on events like this, you hear about, from different people in different industries, but there's always, this theme that kind of goes across the challenges. And I think there's so much to learn from other industries. In your shift from travel to retail, what was the most surprising thing for you?
Oh man, I gotta tell you, it was night and day, and I was not ready. I do not think I got a fair warning about how fast retail moves, especially
so true,
especially in comparison to the travel industry. And I also think Sam's is just a little bit unique in the way that they run too. But honestly, I think the biggest thing was that they run at the absolute speed of light, and retail has to continue evolving and evolving quickly. And it has to stay customer, or in our case, member focused. We have to meet the member needs to continue growing. And I had no idea how fast Sam's Club could run, but over the last 2 years, I've got to be, a witness of the amazing things that not only retail can do as part of retail, but also just Sam's Club in general.
Yeah. On that note, let's dig a little bit more into your current role and the work your team does. You shared something that I thought was a little bit surprising when you think of Sam's Club and, being part of the Walmart family. I'd love for you to share this with the group too, kind of about the structure of the team and the size of the team.
Oh yeah. Well, I think from the outside looking in, we probably look really big. We're part of Walmart Inc. We're a $59 billion company. We're big. We're really big. And I think coming in, I was a little intimidated. There's teams and, the majority is based in home office, which is out in Bentonville. Then we've got another awesome team out in San Bruno, California. And then I was the first marketing person that they let stay in Dallas, which was awesome. But there's also a massive tech and innovation team here because our company is very tech forward and very tech focused. And I think what's interesting to me is, coming in and seeing how big it was, seeing kind of, oh my God, this is massive. And I understand, it's going to take me a while to get used to things and being nervous of how long it takes to move big mountains, typically in corporate. I was shocked at how much and the way I talk about it to people is it's like we're a $59 billion startup. We run lean, we run scrappy, and we run so fast. And, our CMO has a saying, he's like, as soon as you get him on board with something, he's like, yes, go fast. Right. And it's like, okay, I'm going as fast as I can. So you're constantly like, running. But what's cool is you get the layers are not as thick as you would expect. Right. Like you can have one awesome idea one day and it can get up and back to you with an approval within that same day. And they run really, really fast. And if it's something that they get the support behind right away, they will make it happen, right? There have been a few initiatives where tech is hard. You have to get through a lot of reviews, a lot of governance, a lot of, security and all of the moving pieces. But if it becomes a priority, they make it happen so fast, which is kind of what I also got to see this year with COVID too, is our ability really how much to run fast. But I think having supportive and engaged leadership is the reason Sam's is so successful and we're able to move like a startup because we're constantly evolving, constantly, saying, okay, the member said this, we have tons of member data and member insights that helps drive every decision that we make. And we're using that to be the guiding force behind how we're prioritizing the changes that we are making and how quickly we need to run on those to meet their needs. And I think, like I said, to have supportive leaders, I think, Tony Rogers is our CMO. So he's extremely passionate and involved and aware to where as soon as, we say, hey, this needs to happen, he gets behind it. And then we've, during my time here, I've been fortunate to work for, two very open and responsive and supportive CEOs and John Furner and Kath McClay too. So it's been really cool to watch because you wouldn't think that a company this big, someone like little old me would be able to have an audience in front of our entire leadership committee on the things that we're doing. So it's been really cool.
That's great. It's so important to, have that opportunity to take chances and risks and kind of do the test and learn. What is your primary focus within your role at Sam's Club?
Well, it has evolved over 2 years. So I lead the brand team and the social media marketing team. So our focus as a business, as a wholesale model and wholesale business is to drive memberships. Right? We want people to be a part of Sam's Club. And so, as the brand and social team, it's our job to show why they want to be a part of the club and get people excited and build advocates for our brand so that they're like, man, either I love being a part of Sam's Club and this is why I'm a part of it and I love that. Or if they're not a part of the club, they're like, why have I not signed up yet? Right? If I could do that, I'm doing my job well. So that's been the primary focus. And, I joined the team about 2 years ago, which is when right after Tony came on board. And we had a lot of work to do to set us up for success. I think we wanted to really dig into what is the purpose of the brand? Why do we exist? What are we doing? What do we want to say? What do we want to do? And we know, that our purpose is that we turn the everyday into something special. We spent a lot of research and time developing that and knowing that it's member focused, member based, and that as a member with us and as an associate working for us and as part of Sam's Club, you can always expect something special. So my team's focus is to make that known. And I think, I keep bringing Tony's name up, but he's really been at the forefront of that. And when he created my role, I think it was pretty smart to put both brand and social into one for a company that runs lean and scrappy, because we knew that to get the word out about our brand, we needed to be through social media and getting people engaged in interacting through social media. So my team leads all of the brand campaigns. So anything you may have seen with Usain Bolt or Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman that we recently did, or any of those big campaigns from the brand side that get executed on social. And then social, I basically have from soup to nuts. So when I first started, it was the organic and platform strategy, and it has expanded to where it's all organic platform strategy and social creative content. It's all paid social and anything related to paid support and measurement. It's also all of social customer care. So we work really close with our service team, our call center team, our PR teams, everybody for in-channel resolution for social media care and response. And then it's also all of the local social. So giving access to Facebook and managing and monitoring the process for all 597 clubs to have access as well.
Yeah, I actually saw a Facebook post recently with one of your curbside pickup guys, and it was a picture of him, and it was like, this is so, I forget what his name was, but this is so-and-so. He could be out and delivering your groceries to your car for you, like if you click here. And I thought that was so great to, localize it, right? And really take that local person at that store and bring it to life for everyone. So.
Yeah, we see that, we launched the local social program in October, which once again, we ran really fast. So I think Kath challenged us in the summer to say, let's give access to all of these clubs. They want to be on Facebook. Let's give them, voice on Facebook, which we always wanted to do. I think it was just making sure that we were set up for success to do it. So they got all the right people on, and like overnight, here we go. We're going to make it happen. And we had all 600 rolled out by October before holiday. And what's been really cool is, the watching the leadership come together to support the program and how well it can succeed when you do that. So the adoption rates are extremely high. We're seeing them post, we're seeing them engage. And what we know is, just industry stats here, but UGC and more local content that's not necessarily heavily branded does really well. It's usually 4 to 6 times higher click-through rates and people engaging with it. And we see that happening at the local forefront, right? Like if you're part of a Sam's Club community and you follow that page, then you're much more excited to see the types of products that they carry, their associates in the club, who they are, what they represent, versus it always having to come from the big brand, right? So there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, that's great. I remember reading an article early last year about, Sam's Club, really pouring, money into reaching consumers and members online. What did that look like for members? Like, what did that transition look like? Was it abrupt, or was it more, kind of rolled out over time? I know you said you moved quickly, so I'm assuming that was a quick transition as well.
Yeah, well, I think, at the end of the day, the strategy is going to continue to evolve to meet the members' needs. And we know they're looking for convenience, and omni-channel is absolutely a focus to ensure we're meeting them where they are. So what's exciting and interesting about the club model is this excitement and want for, from our members to actually want to go into the club. They love the treasure hunt. They love seeing everything and what did they miss, right? And being excited to find things in the club that they didn't know would be there. And then they, we carry a very limited amount of SKUs in our club. We're very, very intentional about what we put in there, because we only have 6,000 SKUs in there, so it's not that much to work from, and we're very intentional behind how many and why, and it's all member driven. And so what's interesting is we continue to evolve the strategy. We absolutely need to meet them where they are. If they're shopping digital, if they're in the club, if they're doing both, we want to be there. And so I know it became part of, hey, let's make sure that the app and the site are providing them an experience that they feel good about, that they're going to keep coming back, and allows them to shop the way that they want to shop. And I think on that is exactly how our entire, focus is driven as a team in general and as a company. I think, through COVID, we saw that time and time again. I think the ability to have the convenience, one of our big things is our scan and go technology, because you can just come in and scan your items and just walk right out. You don't have to go through the self-checkout. You don't have to go through the line. You don't have to do anything. You literally do it all on your phone and you just walk out. So everyone thinks you're just stealing all of your stuff, walking out of the club. And in reality, I'm like waving, like, you guys are just standing in line for no reason. You don't need to do that. And I walk right out. But it's the reason why it's so awesome is because it's driven by member insight. And we met the member where they are. They want to be able to do it themselves, make it efficient, get out the door. And that's a lot of the stuff we did this year. I think we launched curbside pickup. So, with COVID and everything going on, we found ways to make it convenient. So we launched the curbside pickup to where you can order it on your phone, pull up, tell them what spot you're in, they'll bring everything out, unload it. You never even have to go in. Then we also did hero hours. So this is cool. Speaking of local, we had, I'm not going to get teary every time I do, and I'm not even a person who cries, but it's, it happened locally where we had one of the clubs, say, hey, I want to do this for our community. We've got all of these frontline workers who are just, every day going to work on the front line, and they're working all of these extra hours, and they don't have the ability to get into the club to get the supplies before they're gone. Right. And everyone was, pushing for the inventory, the cleaning wipes, the sanitizer, the toilet paper, the paper towels, the bottled water, all of this. And it runs out quickly. And what this local club did is they created something that they called hero hours, and they started opening the club an hour early for frontline workers to come in to, before they would go to work, to be able to get the essentials that they needed so that then they could go to work and be the ones out there on the front line. And it ended up taking off virally on Facebook. There's only one club that did it. It took off virally. And, as the social media team, we flagged it and we said, hey, everyone's hearing about this. Is this something we could actually do? Like, why can't we make this a reality? And Kath got a hold of it and was like, yeah, we're doing it. And so we, over all 600 clubs, we did hero hours. And there's a video that we posted on social to announce it. And this is where I get emotional. It's literally just one of the associates at the club took a video of all of the associates lined up, clapping for the frontline heroes when they came in. And that's all it was. And it was the perfect way to combine something you do for the members as a company, prioritizing and focusing on that, by surfacing something through social and local and the voice, making it happen and prioritizing the member, and then telling members about it. So my job kind of comes both sides, where we flagged the opportunity through social listening. The business did its thing and rocked it. And then we had to tell people about it. And the best way to tell it was to show it, and show it through an emotionally impactful, video that everyone started talking about. And it blew up in terms of views and comments and just appreciation for the priority of the members in the community.
Well, and the thing I love about that is it's recognizing the members, right? But it's also recognizing your employees, right? From that store. Imagine your idea blowing up to being a national campaign, or, a big campaign. That's on exactly social.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And we called her out, right? Because we were like, this is you, this is because of you, right? And making sure we close the loop to encourage, our workers on the front line to have a voice and speak up. And, just because we are sitting here doesn't mean we know what's best for what's happening in those clubs.
That's great. Well, I do want to get to the working moms topic.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's very near and dear to our hearts. I know that we've talked about it, but I know one of the things that we struggle with, especially now in these times, with kids doing e-learning and everyone being in the home, and you're trying to, field calls and juggle the day to day. Can you share a little bit of what that looks like for you?
I would be lying if I didn't say it was absolute chaos. I have a 2, a 4, and a 6-year-old, and I have a big girl job. And so I think, I've gone to a lot of conferences. I've listened to a lot of women in leadership speak. And for me, it depends on, how real the answer is, whether or not I walk away feeling like I can do it myself, right? And the reality is I have to take every day as it comes. There are some days, like work-life balance for me is like, that makes me feel like I'm failing at something every day if I didn't have my work-life balance. I think it's literally just balancing day to day. One day will be, I have to be at this meeting or this conference or this presentation. And I know my kids want me to be out there with them, but it's just not going to happen, right? Or I have to work really late to get something time sensitive done. And those are the days where, I have a little regret going to bed. I call it the mom guilt. But, the next day I wake up and I'm like, guess what? I'm quitting at 4 today, and I'm picking my kids up early, and I'm spending the whole night with them, and I'm turning my phone off and letting them know that I'm turning my phone off, and tonight's for my kids. And I try to just balance it out as I go, but no day is perfect. I definitely don't have it figured out. All I know is I think the more I work, the more I am conscious of the fact, and I'm watching my babies grow up in front of me, and I don't want to be on my deathbed saying I wish that I would have had more time with my family. And I think that's another thing as a leader that I'm also really, really trying to serve as a role model is if I'm working crazy, crazy hours and not spending that time with my family, then the team feels like they have to also. And that's not the type of a role model or, behavior that I want to set or expect. And so I think it's also, if they see me working really late, then they also see me leaving early one day, or just being, like, hey, I'm going to peace out and you're on point for the rest of this day because I'm going with my kids. And I make that very verbally clear that like, no, I'm choosing kids over this because the last 3 nights I had to choose work over my kids and I need to even it out. And so it's kind of just setting that standard for myself and allowing myself to not have constant mom guilt is the way that I deal with it.
Yeah, it's so important to have, find that flexibility. And I think, we talked about focusing on those moments that matter, right? There's those moments at work where you absolutely have to be present and be there. And then there's time for your kids, right? It might be a basketball game or something like that. It's just finding that balance. And it might not look like that on a daily basis, but overall. Yeah. So we do have a handful of questions from the audience. So I'd love to kind of switch gears to that. Let's see. So the first one is, how do you approach emerging media channels and how do they factor into your overall strategy?
Yeah, so we test and learn. Like I said, we run scrappy, we run lean. We reserve a testing budget to say, okay, yeah, we typically use these XYZ channels, right? And I'm just going to use an example. So if we're saying, okay, we're going to use Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and let's just say Pinterest, right? Okay, well, this time around, we're going to throw in TikTok. And did it work or did it not work for those goals? All right, pull it back. Next time, we're going to use CTV or OTT. Did it work or did it not work? Okay, pull it back. And then it constantly evolves your media plan as long as you have your goals of how you're testing and why, and you can easily say, did it do the trick or not? And also, as the brand team, we think a lot through what channels that we can actually execute a brand lift test with it. Because a lot of times, if you can't get that result out, you're stuck trying to figure out if a channel worked based on reach and impressions versus did it actually make an impact to the way they perceive the brand based on the goals that you have. So that's kind of how we evolve whether or not the channel is worth testing. And then as long as we can make sure that we get something actionable out of it to evolve the media plan moving forward.
That's great. So as leaders, you're always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year?
I would say prioritization and storytelling. So I think as I look at our team, we're growing and we are getting a lot. As I told you, I started out with organic social platforms, and all of a sudden I have everything under the sun in terms of social. And everyone in leadership can tend to get very excited about social media and very like, what if we do this and we could do this? And it becomes like this all the time in brand, right? And the celebrities and the influencers, and I have all of the cool things. And I think it's awesome because I love my job and my team loves the job that they do. And, get to partner with people like, Kelly Clarkson and Drew Barrymore and Usain Bolt. And it's like, cool, but we can't do everything. And I think it comes down to the ability to align on the priorities of what the team can get done and do well versus doing everything, halfway. And then the ability to storytell as to how and why you've prioritized and how and why it's making an impact based on how you've prioritized. So I think those two things are going to be really important for us this year as we continue to grow and continue to get, over the last 2 years, it's been about building the brand, figuring out what the brand is, our voice, what do we want to be known for? How do we want to come to life? And we've done some really cool things over the last 2 years. And now it's like everything's coming and we want to be ready and we want to make those decisions in a smart way.
That's great. Yeah, it's so hard to think strategically when there's all the noise, right? And so really figuring out how to dial that down so you can focus and
teaching my team how to prioritize as well and to escalate if their priorities are getting taken over by others' priorities. And then that's my job as a leader to say, no, that's my conversation to have you stay focused because these are the goals that we have.
That's great. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Mm-hmm. Everything's led through our brand purpose and our brand promise. Though we turn the everyday into something special, so you can expect something special with Sam's Club, is at the forefront of everything we're pushing. And it should be. So we've tried to put that lens on every piece of content, right? Like, I don't know if I go through the last few pictures we've even posted on Instagram, and now I'm going off memory, but there was a house, right? And it's like, that house was from another member through UGC showing how special it was for her daughter and her kids. And Sam's Club helped to do that, right? And that's special. You can always expect something special with Sam's. And you should be able to have that filter through anything that we're posting. Are we delivering on that as marketing and marketers so that when you see that, you can ultimately say, wow, I could expect that if I was a Sam's Club member and shopped there.
That's great. So I do want to go back to you and kind of like reflect back. If there was one thing from, where you are today that you could have told yourself or that you would have wanted to know at the beginning of your career, what would that be?
Oh man, to listen more. I think that's a hard one. I think, especially with new people entering the workforce that I have the ability to work with or mentor, I think back and I'm like, I was exactly the same, right? You've got all these ideas, you've got all of these cool things that you want to do. You're fresh out and you want to do all of this fun stuff. And I think I would have taken a step back and still pushed because maybe I wouldn't have gotten to where I am today without pushing, but also, listening a little more and allowing, other perspectives to give you a more robust way of looking at things, I think is always really helpful and something that's needed in the beginning of the career. And then the other thing I would tell myself is to just continue to be patient and to learn from all of your mistakes. That mistakes are okay to make. And if you're not making mistakes, you're not pushing hard enough. And that every mistake you make, at least take the learning out of it and don't make it again, right? And don't make that mistake over again. And then the other thing I would say to myself is to watch closely with your managers and what you like that they do and what you don't like what they do. And make sure you focus heavily on both of those things to build yourself as a people leader. You know, to say, okay, I really don't like being micromanaged. So when I get into a leadership position, here's how I'm going to take steps to not micromanage my team, right? And instead of being frustrated in the situation, learn from it and just know that, you know, once it's in your ability to fix, you won't continue the cycle.
So I do want to dig into one thing. I know we only have a few minutes left, but you and I had a similar path. We both made major shifts in our career while I was pregnant and you were on maternity leave.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women have this fear of, you know, making a change when they're going through something like that. Can you share a little bit about that decision and how that came about? When you left Hilton to go to.
Yes. Oh man, that was one of the hardest conversations I've had to have in my career. I loved Hilton. I still love Hilton. I love everything about it. I love the travel industry. I love the people. I learned so much from my time there and them believing in me. Like, and sorry, I just call it out, but two people in particular, Joshua Sloster and Surinder Fuller, where if I didn't have them, I would never have been where I am today because they pushed and pushed and pushed me to be better. And I learned so much in my time there. And I felt very loyal and I felt very guilty. I was on maternity leave with my third baby and a recruiter hit me up on LinkedIn and I saw it and I was like, I'm not responding. And my husband was like, you're not responding? And I was like, not responding. He was like, why? It's like, because I love Hilton. I'm never leaving Hilton. And he was like, that's really stupid. He's like, Sam's Club, you have to talk to them. I was like, I don't have to talk to them. I don't. I'm going back to Hilton. I love Hilton. I was walking back into the most amazing situation, the most amazing boss, team, everything. I had no reason to leave. Mr. Tony Rogers, our CMO, I'll follow that guy anywhere. He had me. So, you know, I was really impressed with kind of the interview process and who I got to meet and the level of talent and leadership that I was introduced to throughout the interview process. They had me meeting with, it was the VP of marketing at the time, Adrienne Fung. And I was like, oh, I could really love working for him. And it was that every time I would love working with her. Oh, that guy seems awesome. And every person I talked to, I was like, man, these are a great group of people. And then I ended with Tony Rogers. And I remember thinking he's one of the most passionate people I've ever met in my life. And he knows marketing in his bones. And I have learned so much from him in such a short and just 2 years that he's really taken me under his wing and shown me, you know, everything it is to build a brand. And his belief in my ability to come in and do this big job. You know, he even flew to Dallas and sat down and had coffee with me. He's like, come join this team, come build a brand with me. And I was like, okay, I'm coming. I was like, okay, but now I have to go tell Hilton, which was just absolutely heartbreaking, you know, but because it was like leaving a family. But what's cool is when you find great people and great culture and you love your job, you can build your family based on, you know, what company it is, as long as it's people who match, you know, you and your family and your priorities too. So.
Well, our time flew. I really enjoyed. I'm so glad everyone on the call got to hear your stories.
Well, thank you. What an honor. And thank you, Lori, for all your help and getting to today. You were awesome. And thank you, everybody, for joining and caring about what I had to say today. So appreciate it. Thanks, Emily.
Oh, thank you both so much, Serena. Love hearing from you. It's just such relatable things about, you know, you love where you are, but you also want to, you know, grow as a marketer and explore new horizons. So I think a lot of people on the call can relate to what you've said and take some great advice from that into our career journeys moving forward. So thank you so much. And we hope to have you back again soon.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. And thanks, Lori.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're about halfway through today's Women in Marketing livecast. Time flies when you're having fun. So next up, we're thrilled to welcome to the stage Christine Ketmer, the Senior Director of Global Enterprise Insights and Strategy at Marriott International, and her moderator, Patrick Fitzgerald, the Senior Sales Manager of Enterprise Partnerships at Quantcast. Hi, guys. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
So happy to have you here. Well, I'll pass it over to you, and my colleague Ariel will pop in at the end as she's taking over MC duty. So don't be confused when there's a new face coming in.
Sounds great. Thank you, Emily.
Thanks.
All right, Christine, good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, Patrick. How are you?
Good. I'm very good. Very grateful and excited to be on the panel today. I thought I was thinking before we jumped in, I don't know if you got a chance to watch the Super Bowl, but if you had any favorite commercials, which one would it be?
I honestly kind of was mixed this year with the commercials myself. I'm not sure about you, but I thought that a lot of them, it was interesting how they didn't touch on sort of the obvious. They tried to go around things that were not related to 2020 and the pandemic. So it was sort of a new perspective, but I don't think that there were the memorable ones that kind of stuck out to me the way that past years have been, but I was really impressed with a lot of the companies that decided to redirect their resources to first responders and just the frontline workers and everything too.
Yeah, I probably agree. I think the only one that stood out to me was the T-Mobile with Tom Brady and Gronkowski challenging him to come out of retirement.
Right.
Okay, great. So also the weekend's performance was stellar.
And all the memes that followed that too, right? Yeah. It's funny to see all the after effects of that as well.
Which is grow the audience, but today we're going to talk about Christine and her career path. And I thought a good place for us to kind of start was, now that you're at Marriott, I know that you were working at a CPG brand before, and so focusing on a non-traditional hospitality kind of brand, and then moving into kind of this consumer end-to-end experience with hotels. Would love to kind of hear a little bit about the transition from going CPG into hospitality. Start off.
Sure, happy to share that. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Ketmer, and as Patrick said, I work at Marriott International. I have been at Marriott now for about 7 years, and over the course of the time there, I've had a couple different roles. But like you mentioned, Patrick, I've had different experiences kind of getting up to this point. So before Marriott, I worked at Johnson & Johnson for 3 years. And I did that in a couple different capacities. I was working on the Johnson's Baby team, on Aveeno body care products. So really focused in on the product side of things related to new development, to consumer insights, to launching different work streams related to new products and everything. And love that. But it was different, as you said, Patrick, than hospitality because it was more product focused. And I think before I had gone to business school, I was working in more social marketing. So I was teaching people to brush their teeth. But when I went to business school and worked at J&J, I kind of learned how to sell the toothpaste, if you will. And so when I've been at Marriott, it's been more about that end-to-end experience. So it's about the journey, the kind of destination. And so I guess I would equate it to like you're kind of researching why people want a toothpaste brand. And that's kind of been my career path, that it's always been focused on either the product side, the behavior side, or the journey. And it's been really different just working for hospitality, but I absolutely love it. And I caught the tail end of Sabrina's presentation and heard how she worked at Hilton. So I can totally relate to her enthusiasm and passion and excitement for the industry too.
Awesome. Actually going back to the last panel, we're going to steal your question, which is, you've looking back at your career, especially like kind of 10 years before today, what kind of advice would you give yourself, looking back at your career?
So I would say two things. The first thing that kind of comes to mind is speak up. Actually, don't be afraid to share your perspective and your voice, and make sure that you have the opportunity to offer input, to provide recommendations. But I agree with the advice to listen, to sit back and observe, but don't be afraid to speak up at the same time to offer that kind of perspective. And then the other thing I would say is buckle up. Like, it's a wild ride. I mean, there are ups, downs, and lows. And I think that as I look back, I never probably would have predicted the path that I've taken, but I feel very fortunate. And sometimes there are those peaks, sometimes there are the valleys. So it just depends on the situation and circumstance, but just go in with a lot of confidence and enthusiasm and excitement, and you're ready for it.
Yeah, and then like when there's challenges, there's always something good on the other side if you hold on. So we definitely had to buckle up last year. You know, so good piece of advice.
Enjoy the ride, baby.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
So before even you began working at CPG brand at J&J, I noticed that you spent some time in Switzerland. So I was curious if that was maybe something that got you excited about traveling, and maybe you could speak a little bit about your earlier experiences traveling as well.
Yeah, definitely. I was so fortunate. So my first job out of college was working for a nonprofit that was based in Geneva in Switzerland. And I did marketing and communication strategy work there. Absolutely loved it. It was probably the best location I could have asked for, to be centrally located in Europe, to have the chance to go away on the weekends or take some extended trips when family members or friends came over. But I also loved that I was kind of living there and working there and experiencing like everyday life. So really immersed into going to the grocery store, speaking really bad French at first, trying to just get myself acclimated to a new way and lifestyle, but also just having such a tremendous respect and admiration for kind of being on the other side of things. Like, I had been really fortunate. I went to Spain my junior year in college. So for 3 of 4 years, I was able to be in Europe and travel around and everything. But those two experiences of being in Spain and Switzerland, you just get a unique perspective. And I think that's one of the things that everybody's really missing right now, is we unfortunately don't get to travel as frequently, is opening up yourself to those new horizons and opportunities, languages, people, culture, everything you can think of.
Yeah, and that listening skill really comes into play when you got to learn a lot about a lot of different cultures and what they think is acceptable or not, and all that kind of stuff. So
absolutely,
be mindful of that. Did you learn how to make fondue, or did you do any downhill skiing in Switzerland?
I did. Yeah, both those things. Yeah, I mean, my diet, I'm not going to lie, the first few weeks that I was there, it was a lot of cheese and chocolate. So that was not necessarily a bad thing, but I love to cook. So it was fun to go to some of the markets and to really embrace the way that I think a lot of Europeans shop and live, which is like kind of picking things out that they would then cook later that day or that night for lunch or for dinner. So it's really cool.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to ski there last year, right before the everything happened.
Everything.
So, all right. So then you spent some time in Switzerland. Super jealous of that, actually. And then you moved to DC, which is where I think you are now. And it looked like you moved there when it was kind of the end of the Bush years, kind of early Obama years. And I noticed that you're the founding board member of Women Leading Travel and Hospitality. So I must be really important to you. So would love to kind of hear more what motivated you to do that, and what are you hoping to really achieve or accomplish through that organization?
Yes, it's a great organization. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about it a little bit. So it is a group that just launched about a month ago. So it's very fresh off the ground, but I've been involved with them for about 5 months as a founding board member. And essentially, it's an organization that's trying to unite women across all the different sectors related to travel and hospitality. So we have a founding board with people like myself who are from hotels. There are other hotel companies that are represented on the board as well, but aviation, so and airline industries are there. We have people from transportation services, from airport innovation, from RVs. I mean, you name it, in terms of just kind of what's happening right now in the different spaces and different sectors and industries and how they're sort of colliding together. It's just a great organization. So it's really trying to promote women as the hospitality and travel leaders and encouraging them to communicate and network with each other. There's actually a big event coming up. It's on Thursday, February 25th, and it's going to be with a series of different speakers, a virtual conference that we're going to have. But if anybody's interested who's listening out there, there's a LinkedIn page. You can follow on Instagram. They also do a weekly newsletter. It's just a wonderful repository and resource for travel and hospitality leaders.
That's awesome. Really good for you.
Thank you.
Cool. So I think moving on to the next topic. You've been at Marriott, I think, for almost 6 years, right?
7 years, yeah.
7 years. 7 years. And so I've seen you kind of transition your roles, at least through LinkedIn, a lot. And so I'm sure there's a lot of changes there. But I'm curious, walk us through kind of the various roles and how Marriott's kind of shaped you throughout that time.
Sure. So when I started back in 2014, I was on a team that was really focused on consumer insights. And I loved that role. It was a great opportunity to support some of the leaders in sales and marketing, revenue management, operations management, logistics, a lot of different functions within the different teams at Marriott, and really just kind of be the voice of the customer. And I loved doing that. And then when we merged with Starwood, when we had the integration, I switched from insights to experience. So it kind of broadened a little bit more the scope. And so really layering in some of the analytics work, thinking through innovation, other disciplines and functions, and how we're kind of all joined together in thinking through that end-to-end journey experience. And then I switched back. I really wanted to just try out brand management, having been on the CPG side. And there was an opportunity to work on the JW Marriott global brand team. So JW Marriott, I think a lot of people probably don't realize like how many brands Marriott International has. They actually have 30 brands, and JW is one of our 8 luxury brands. So it's the only brand that has the Marriott name attached to it, which is pretty cool. And it's a brand that was growing pretty rapidly. So worked on all the different experiences related to the guest experience side, operations, thinking through new positioning, trainings for our associates. I mean, I honestly thought it was so different than CPG again too, because it was that end-to-end experience versus just that one tangible product or SKU or line or whatever it was. But amazing opportunity. And then most recently, I went back. We have a new team. It's called Global Enterprise Insights and Strategy. And I think it's just the perfect intersection of some of that past experience related to insights, experience, analytics, global mindset. And so it's a new team, and I look at a lot at customer trends, behaviors, implications, and opportunities for the business and for our company.
Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. Thinking back, if we look at the last six or 7 years, we got things like privacy and GDPR, we got CCPA going on. I'm sure that shifted or caused some change in the way you think about insights. So I'm curious, maybe what are the bigger changes you've noticed from starting at Marriott versus now, and how you think about insights, or how the company's thinking about insights?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, you bring up a great point about privacy and all of the different policies. Of course, we have to keep that in mind. I think in general, what I've been really impressed with, and one thing that I think has shifted a little bit, is how people are more willing to share their information. Like if you just ask, and you think about, anybody can become like an instant focus group or just like a panel, because travel and hospitality are topics that people really like to talk about. So you can kind of pull your Thanksgiving dinner table, or you could stop a stranger on the street or do an intercept and get some really valuable feedback. And I think especially on some of the things that I worked on, I've been able to remove myself from kind of what they're trying to solve or tackle and just hear a new perspective, because again, it's sort of that outside influencer lens. But people are very willing, and for the most part, I think there's this like reciprocity of transparency, like that essentially if you're giving them information, or if they're sharing with you their opinions, perspectives, like as long as you're kind of circling back and saying like, hey, we took your feedback, or this is something that we really appreciate. Like we're constantly looking at our survey results, at the verbatims that come in from when people fill out our guest satisfaction surveys, all of that. And we really take it to heart so that we can try to enhance and improve the experience for our guests and make them loyal to our brands going forward too. I'm
more and more willing to fill out these surveys nowadays, because I know that's actually going to help me, benefit me. They're going to shape the product or deliver something suited to my preferences. So
right.
Okay. All right. So still on the theme of consumer insights, Qualitas is an audience intelligence insights company. And that's kind of the foundation. And what we noticed last year with COVID, a lot of changes in obviously travel behaviors. Obviously, you're very aware of this. And I think one of the things that we noticed was this thing called, or we're referring to as like tourism localized. So people would book a hotel closer to where they live. And the other thing we noticed was, obviously they're not going to be traveling like internationally. The other thing we noticed was younger folks were taking advantage of kind of airline tickets early on, especially in around June area. And then slightly older folks were taking advantage of more of the hotels. This was something that we did last summer, so it's just changed since then. But curious, kind of what are the patterns or trends that you've seen and the data and the insights that you're using through your surveys?
Definitely. So like you said, I think the kind of shorter trips or the drive-to destinations are picking up a lot of steam, just because people feel more comfortable that they can kind of control some of the circumstances or environments. I think that in general, we know safety and cleanliness is always going to be paramount. It's going to be so important for our guests that we're demonstrating all the protocols that we've always had and the really incredibly high standards that we've worked to achieve, but that those are visible to our guests on a regular basis, because they just want that kind of reassurance that they're seeing them implemented. And so I think that making sure that cleanliness is top of mind for our guests. I think also just in general, once people have a really positive experience, they're more inclined to try something else in the future. So if they have a great stay, or if they have a really wonderful experience at one of our properties, they might be inclined again to do a longer trip the next time that they book. Or certainly, I know we can probably talk for hours about how like people are blending work and home life, and so the leisure trips are starting to pick up steam, and people are combining the schoolcations, the edcations, whatever they are, with their workcations, and really trying to take advantage of the opportunity to go someplace other than maybe be at home or be stuck somewhere. And so trying to blend those experiences together.
Yeah, I noticed doing some reading on like the Bonvoy membership program, for example. Since people are maybe not traveling as much or staying at hotels as often, the Bonvoy membership program is actually kind of promoting kind of more non-stay experiences. I think like, getting reward points for shopping at particular restaurants and such.
Exactly. Yes, we have this whole program. It's called Eat Around Town, which is where if you use your Marriott credit card, you can get bonus points at different local restaurants. I think it was last summer we launched something where you get like 6 times credit card points if you spend at grocery stores. So just trying to meet guests and consumers where they're at, knowing that they might not necessarily be spending it on travel purchases, but kind of those ancillary expenses or other areas around the experience too that we could be tapping into.
Yeah, I've been continually racking up points on my cards lately, just ready to spend them whenever we can travel again.
Exactly, getting all those miles and all those points. So it's great.
I also noticed that there's a lot of kind of contactless check-ins, or even using your phone as like a
totally.
Yeah. Is that like, how did that come about? Was that like survey driven, or what are those ideas? Yeah.
It was a couple different things. So fortunately, a lot of our hotels had already started that like mobile entry and the keyless entry, where people could skip the desk, they could log on, they get their key literally sent to their device, and then they just go up to the room and it's ready to go. But I think that some of the acceleration in terms of the rollout definitely happened in the past year. And I think it was driven by the insight that sometimes people they want to have that convenience and accessibility. While they appreciate the interaction and the service component, like sometimes, especially after a long business trip, like when you're arriving late at night, it might just be one additional barrier if you have to stop at the front desk, or if you need to be doing something that would prevent you from just getting to your room more quickly, or if you want to settle in on a more regular basis, whatever it is. So some of it was just driven by kind of necessity, but now it's, as you said, contactless is everywhere. And it's just really practical to have QR codes that have like our menus on them, or if you want to order in-room dining, you can use your mobile device or make service requests like to housekeeping, or however you want to just be integrating some of the technological experiences. Like that's all based off of like what we've heard from guests, as well as like what we know that they're doing and tapping into that behavior right now.
Phones can do everything now. It's
it's crazy. I mean, it's amazing just even in the past couple of years how much our phones have changed us, right?
Yeah, I think the time spent on my phone lately, I don't even want to admit, but
exactly. I don't turn on that feature on my phone where it's like, how many hours did you spend on it?
Okay, so obviously, again, we were talking about COVID impacting travel. I'm certain that there are some certain segments, I meant to say, that were impacted by this. So I was curious, kind of which segments do you think are growing the fastest within hospitality? And then which ones are maybe taking longer to return, or a little slower to get back?
So I think in terms of some of like the psychographic profiles or consumer preferences, like we're seeing a lot of people who they want to take those big bucket trips. Like they're thinking about, okay, I'm not going to put that off. I'm going to take that trip that I've always planned. Like after this is all over, I want to take advantage of the opportunity to really embrace it and to go where I have always said I wanted to go. So that's kind of a category of like the now or never, I would say. I think also just people are, as we talked about, like just embracing like the combination of work and play intersecting together. So having hotel stays where they're combining those trip purposes. And we have some great programs, like we have this Work Anywhere where people can actually like book a hotel room for the day. They can do it overnight. They can have a longer trip, but it's a nice way to combine those different experiences into sort of one stay or one opportunity. And then I think in general, just people want to be focused on their like mental, physical health. Like I think, I read a stat a couple weeks ago that 89% of people have changed their behavior as it relates to like physical or mental or something for their well-being. Like they've either become more cognizant of like, their physical health and taking up an exercise program, they're going on walks, they're eating better, they're just a little bit more aware. And so I think really that like holistic well-being and focusing on like wellness is something that's here to stay too. The people will just take that with them.
Yeah, I'm taking walks every day now. It's driving me crazy working in the house all the time. And
right. You have to. Yeah, exactly. It's good. I just read an HBR article that was like all about how walks are good for your health. You have to. It's just the separation of that experience. So.
And I'm using like the step counter to make sure I hit a certain level. I need to like hit like set goals.
Exactly.
And then also I've become somewhat of like a vegetarian, like 4 or 5 days out of the week, just because I'm like, well, now I'm like really conscious of everything I'm eating. So
totally. Yeah.
To the well-being. Okay. All right. So also on the same kind of thread, a little bit on changes. Have you noticed like any kind of geographical trends, like where's hospitality maybe having better success versus maybe the US or perhaps maybe China and other regions? Yeah.
Yeah, there are some markets that definitely are we're seeing like grow a little faster than others. I think in general, like there's just going to be so much pent up demand, especially here in the US, once people are able to travel again. And we know, what's really interesting is people are always talking about where they're going to go next, either domestically or internationally. And we're just trying to make it great experience for them. So actually, today we just announced that we are doubling the size of our all-inclusive platform. So we have all these new hotels that are going to be converted into Autograph Collection, which is one of our collection brands. And we're going to have all-inclusive properties in really cool markets that I think people are going to now and that they're going to want to go to in the future. So more hotels in Mexico, Dominican Republic, St. Lucia, like Jamaica. Close by destinations. So people might not necessarily go 20,000 miles away, but they could easily go maybe 2,000 to 5,000 miles, depending on their circumstance too.
What's next on your list?
Oh gosh, there's so many places. I think for me, I really, really want to go to Japan. I don't know if I'll make it there this year with the Olympics or anything like that, but that's definitely, I love the Asian culture and it's been high up there. And so that's definitely one place I want to go next. How about you?
I had that actually planned out for this over New Year's, but it didn't work out.
Okay.
I guess then I wanted to ask you a little bit about the audience, maybe what you've learned over the last 12 months compared to what you learned maybe when you first started at Marriott. Was there any big changes in the audience or the way you think about audiences for Marriott and booking hotels?
Yeah, I think again, it depends on the trip purpose. Like I think we're seeing that inclination towards like leisure travel for sure, but people are always going to want to get together for in-person connections. And that's something that I think has been reinforced, if anything, throughout the past year or so, give or take, that people miss the opportunities to connect with colleagues, to network, to just have the chance to form those in-person relationships. So that's why I think we're seeing it. We always have great experiences at our hotels. Like our hotels do an amazing job with meetings and events and conferences, trade shows. They are logistics masters. And so having the chance to have those sidebar conversations or see the event production take place, it's really incredible. And I think that that's something that's always going to stay, that people want those experiences too.
Yeah. And we had talked about like kind of the hotel as the destination too, sometimes for families and just.
Totally. Yes, exactly. Like that people, if they don't feel comfortable necessarily once they get to a hotel and they want to go out, they might want to then try to have the hotel kind of come to them. So a few of our hotels have done an amazing job. Like I've seen some properties where they bring in local stores, they curate custom retail experiences in the lobby, and then people can go upstairs in their guest room, try on clothing, come back down, purchase something with a QR code. It's really unbelievable. Or even just like having like midnight camel rides at some of our properties in the Middle East, that like it's walking around the grounds of the hotel and having the chance to experience something like, again, from the outside, but have it on property too. It's really cool.
What I would give to go on a camel tour right now.
Yes, exactly. And then have that story as well.
Okay, so was reading a statement by Arnie Sorensen, who's the CEO of Marriott, and it was being honest and blunt with the analysts, but the road to recovery is long, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, right? We have vaccinations coming out, so we do know, or we believe that there's a lot of pent up demand. So I'm curious, your perspective. How have Marriott's strategic initiatives changed, or maybe how have their priorities changed going into 2021 as we look back at 2020?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're confident that it's going to come back. And I think, as Amit had said before, I mean, people really want to go on these trips. Like they're sick of being in their homes. They're tired of the virtual meetings. So I think the priority is sort of, again, in the short term and the long term. Like, what can we do to make them feel comfortable, to see those cleanliness and other protocols being enforced, but also just ensure that they have a great stay and that they're loyal to us and that they are interested in going to other properties, other destinations, experiencing other brands. And so really just like instilling that confidence and making sure that we're promoting it in the signage, in the execution of like everybody who's on site, all of our associates and team members who are there. Like, I mean, we put people first. That's one of the core values of the company. It's like all about, if you take care of the associates, they'll take care of the guests, and the guests will come back. That's been kind of the mantra since we started 94 years ago. So it really is just trying to make sure that we're getting the table stakes and foundations right always, and just elevating them to the experience where people will feel comfortable that they'll want to return again too.
Yeah, the interesting metric, the idea of revenue per available room, and Marriott has one of the best because of the continual investment back into the properties, into the equipment and the associates, making everybody happy. So that's what keeps people coming back, putting heads in beds. And so I can totally empathize with that. Okay, so we have just a couple more minutes, but we're gonna make it a little bit more fun. So are there any professional, recent or not recent experiences that stood out to you as defining moments or opportunities in your career?
I would say one of the most fortunate experiences I've ever had professionally was a couple years ago when I was on the JW Marriott Global Brand team. I was able to go over to our Hong Kong office. So I was there for about 4 months and was based there and traveled all throughout the region to go to tons of hotels. I couldn't even tell you, I probably went to about 25 properties in 4 months. It was amazing. It was really, really cool. But I would go and I would visit with the teams. I do guest observations, but I would really take the chance to train them and work with them and hear from the team members, from the associates' perspectives on what was important to the guests, like what was working, what was not working. And we would do workshops. We'd have sessions where they'd show me the back of the house and like the heart of the house and see what they're doing to measure and evaluate. But then also like we'd walk the property and say like, oh, could we enhance this? Or how do we pull through like the brand voice? How do we make sure that like the positioning really comes to life there? And it was such an incredible experience because not only did I get to go to these amazing destinations and locations, but just the chance to connect with so many people from other parts of the world and colleagues who were really the boots on the ground and the ones pulling through the strategy that our teams were working on. And I loved it because I got to go to places that I probably would never get to go back to, like Korea or China a few times. And that's why I really want to go to Japan at some point, because I didn't make it to Japan when I was over there. But places that I just was so fortunate to travel to. So that was just an amazing professional opportunity, but also personal one too.
Oh, I can imagine. I went to India once, and it's like a world of contrast, and you learned so much, not about yourself, but also about other people. And it was just incredibly valuable. So
totally. Yes. I was in India over Diwali, which was a huge honor. And it was just so humbling and amazing to see the experience there and to just see it through the eyes of the associates and the guests and how they just, again, embraced it. And it was just such a familial culture, like really treating everybody with family. It was awesome.
It's amazing. If my manager is listening, maybe we can talk about doing a trip like that too.
There you go.
All right, so we have a few more minutes left for questions. So it looks like there's a question from the group. Let's see. On your personal website, you say you are a resource for representing the voice of the customer during key moments of truth. I'm intrigued. Can you tell us more about this?
Sure. So, I mean, I think for me, the key moments of truth are the aha, like where do you kind of get that insight that translates into action or some sort of implication or opportunity? So I think it comes through when you're doing the research, when you're talking to whoever your target is, when you're thinking through that end-to-end experience of the journey of what's important to them. Yeah. And the moment of truth is sort of that, again, I call it the aha, like the light bulb moment, if you will. And so I love doing that. I think kind of getting into the psychology and the head of different targets and what's important to them, and knowing that you're not necessarily the target, but like that you can kind of vocalize that or empathize with it to articulate it to a point where it translates into some sort of opportunity for the business. Yeah. I love doing that.
My aha moment is going to go do a camel tour.
There you go. Yeah. I love it.
All right. So we have another question. What are two of the biggest learnings you can share with other women as you have moved into a leadership role?
So I would say, don't underestimate the importance of a mentor. That's one thing. You can learn from so many different people. And I had a mentor once who told me it's really important to have the board of directors, like that inner circle, those advisors who can be your champions. And I completely agree with that. Like they're the people that can be the sounding board. And I like to think that a really good board of directors would be a combination of somebody who's like your cheerleader, who will like support you no matter what, who will go all the way for you. But then you want somebody who's going to give you the tough love too. You want somebody who's going to be a realist. And I kind of envision like, somebody who's like the coach massaging your shoulders that's saying like, here's what you should think about and the pros and cons. But you want somebody who's going to give different perspectives. So having an important network of mentors is really important. That's one. And then I would say pay it forward, just pass it on to others too. Make sure that you're trying to be that resource and that you can be the person that people turn to, that you can be the one who's offering advice, who's giving counsel, and just don't be afraid to ask for help, but also offer it and just be that person for others. I think it's so important.
Yeah. I think like one of my mentors told me like, bring me specifics. Don't bring me broad problems. Give me like something specific. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. There's a few more here. Have you found a way to keep your work and home life separate? Do you have a current routine? And if so, do you find that it helps you maintain that balance?
Good question. I love lists and schedules, I'm not going to lie. So I try to not be too type A, but yes, I think keeping a routine does help keep some balance. So I'm fortunate that I have some dedicated workspace where I can actually like have my computer and everything set up, which is separate than other places within my house. So I think having that physical separation is really critical. If you can even just carve out a nook or a cranny or a space within wherever your living situation is, it makes a big difference. Yeah. But I think trying to keep a routine, so going back to some of the things we were talking about, like healthy lifestyle, like going for the walks. I would say over the past 6 months, I've started to be a little bit more regular about eating, like kind of every 2.5 to 3 hours, like having just really small little snacks instead of like 1 or 2 big meals. And to me, that's made a big difference in my energy levels, but also just, I think it's a nice thing. I've set this one app, it's called Eatwise on my phone, and 10 minutes before I'm supposed to eat, it sends me like a little notification that's like, reminder, fuel your body kind of thing. So that helps, but definitely staying active and staying connected to people, however that might look like, doing the Zooms or the FaceTimes with family members, with friends, with just others. We do a lot of face-to-face, like our Teams calls on my team. And I think it makes a difference to just feel connected to people, even if you might get a little tired of being on camera all day. It just does reinforce that kind of connection point too.
I get lost sometimes when I sit down for like 2 hours. I need to just get up and do something else. And when I transition to that other activity, I kind of have that aha moment where you're like, oh wait, that's what I need to do. I was like writer's block for a minute or two.
Exactly.
Okay, a couple more here. I know we have about 4 minutes left. So how do you feel how do you feel as a consumer are engaging with brands differently in 2021? I kind of just answered that one. I was going to say, here's another one. How do you promote authenticity within your purpose-driven marketing strategies?
So I think authenticity has a lot to do with being real and being, again, authentic. So trying to make sure that you're honest and transparent and not necessarily like hiding behind things. So I think a lot of the things that we've been doing in terms of our messages, of our strategy, like it's pulled through in the content and the authenticity. It's like really, it's a unique voice, but it's like a real voice. So, I mean, I think about like some of the things that were happening with Black Lives Matter last summer, or just some of the dialogue that we engaged in, and really trying to make it feel like it was part of the conversation versus like just an additional perspective. And so being real and being authentic, it's just about being genuine more than anything, and not trying to, again, hide behind something, but just articulate like where your point of view is and ensure that it aligns with kind of the values that you represent as either a brand or a company.
Yeah, and it shows you're taking the perspective of others too, and that kind of bleeds through everything. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so we have a couple more minutes. We have 2 more fun questions, unless there's anything else from the crowd. But where's your favorite global travel destination?
Oh gosh, again, I've been so fortunate. I've been very, very lucky. I would say most recently it was probably Vietnam. I had a great experience over there where I was able to go to a couple of our hotels, but then took a little side trip and did some vacation for a long weekend when there was a holiday over there. And I just loved everything about it. I loved the people. They were so generous and kind, and the food was amazing. The weather was perfect. It was just a great combination. I did the time off at the beach, but then I went to the city, so I got to see a lot of different typography, and it was stunning. It was just an amazing country, and that would be one of the places I'd probably go back to in a second if I had the chance.
Adding that to my list as well.
Yeah.
Yours. And then the last question I have for you is, which Marriott hotel should I book for my first post-pandemic vacation?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think it depends on if you want to go domestic or international. I think, which do you prefer, or do you want both?
Yes.
Okay. I would say domestically, I mean, we have so many great properties in warm weather destinations like Florida and Puerto Rico. We have the Ritz-Carlton Reserve. We have, of course, I'm going to promote JW, the JW Marco Island, or Camelback Inn out in Phoenix. Those are great. But there are some great properties internationally rather too. Like we're just opening more and more properties in places like the Maldives or Middle East. And so, I mean, I would just encourage everybody to get excited. Like, we really want to welcome you back to the hotels, and we can't wait for the chance to have you stay with us again when the time is right.
Hello both. Thank you guys so much for such a great conversation. Christine, I loved your beginning sentiments and advice around speaking up and buckling up with confidence and excitement around your own journey. It was super timely given the uncertainty we're facing. And I cannot wait to see your travel and hospitality event come to life this week.
Thank you.
Me too.
So with that, thank you both. So glad to have you on the stage. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks so much. Bye.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ariel Russo. I'm taking over for Emily and hosting the rest of today's summit on women in marketing. I'm the program director, Running Point for the East Coast here at Brand Innovators. We still have a number of amazing sessions coming up, so I hope you'll stay with us. For our next fireside chat of the day, I'm thrilled to welcome Jackie Woodward, the Chief Brand and Marketing Officer for Bojangles Restaurants, and the session will be moderated by Laura Bishop, the Senior Vice President of Client Partnerships at GSTV. Welcome to the stage, Jackie and Laura. We are so glad to have you.
Nice to be here. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great day.
Thank you, Ariel. Hi, Jackie. Good to see you.
You too, Laura. How's your day today?
You know what? It's not bad. I'm in Detroit. It's a little chilly, but we're hanging in.
Good. Good. Glad to hear it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I can't get you some chicken and biscuits to warm up your day.
I know. Oh, it'd be so good. Trust me. Trust me. I'm excited for our chat today. I'm excited because I did get to briefly talk with Miss Jackie Woodward here. And Jackie, you've got a really cool story. The evolution of your career is awesome. And I think you've been across some really iconic brands. You've worked in some great places. I thought maybe we could kick off today with just sharing a little bit about your path and the evolution of your career. It's a cool thing to kind of listen to. So if you want to start and just give us all a little bit of look into, your career path, that would be great.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. And, when you've been at this as long as I have, it sort of feels like you know everybody. And sure enough, as Laura and I were talking to prepare for this today, it's like the name game, the Rolodex name game just immediately started, So what I love about that is that marketing in particular is a world where people matter, people matter, and those friendships matter, and that networking matters. And so I think that's a big part of what the purpose of today is. And so I hope that everyone is taking away some good nuggets of information. And it's a little more difficult to make friends or new acquaintances in this format, but I hope you do. I hope you are in some way. So, I really appreciate your kind words, Laura. I like to just say that I've just been working for 30 years in fun food. I mean, that's really all it is. I've sold burgers, I've sold beer, I've sold donuts, I've sold fruit snacks, and now I'm selling fried chicken and biscuits and sweet tea. So
yeah,
it's maybe the most fun food of all because we get to sell it in these big bow boxes, great big family meals, which people in the South love. And we're working hard to make sure that people all over have the chance to love as well, not just in the South. But, as you and I were talking, actually the food is not, it might seem like, okay, I've, worked in food for my whole career, which I have, but that's not really the red thread. If you all are familiar with, the red thread idea of what is what holds what's the theme that holds you together. The red thread for me is actually not food. The red thread for me is about taking risk and about doing things that are unexpected or are the jobs that nobody else wanted to do. And I think I've kind of made a name for myself in that now, because I keep getting attracted to these turnaround brands. So, what do I mean by that? I mean, going all the way back to 1984. So a long time ago, and I was only a year out of school. I had been working at a PR agency in Chicago for a year on the McDonald's business. It was about 2 months before the Olympic Games. I know nothing about sports. I'm not a sports person. I'm not athletic. I have no interest in sports. And McDonald's was a big sponsor of the '84 Olympics. And a lot of grassroots swimming and diving because they built the swim stadium in the years leading up to that. And there was a huge issue with the people working on the business. And I got given a plane ticket, no joke, on Monday night saying, you are going to Fort Lauderdale tomorrow to work on this, on this diving event that we're doing there. And I think I was basically told, just keep the client happy and don't do anything. Don't make any mistakes till I can actually get somebody who really knows what they're doing there on Friday. And so I went.
You're like, okay.
Ranging from that to, coming to work at Bojangles. I mean, like I said, this is a tired Southern turnaround brand. Who wants to do that? I do. I think that could be really cool. Who wants to work on completely transforming a team into digital at Miller Coors? I do. That sounds interesting. Who wants to leave McDonald's? I do. I'm kind of bored. So, when I left McDonald's, people were like, nobody leaves McDonald's. Well, I left McDonald's because I thought there were some other more interesting things for me to do. So my red thread is when I come to a crossroads and how do I make a decision? I'm going to tend to make a decision that is not a traditional decision. So So I guess that's kind of how this career has wound up coming together, is because I've been fortunate enough to either put myself in or be put into situations where I could do something kind of unique and different. And you get known for that after a while. And look, in today's day and age, for the disruption is the name of the game. Change is the name of the game. In this day and age, somebody who says, I love change and I will take that change and do something with it is valuable to companies.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And with that, I know that we spoke yesterday about, just in particular, you have a passion for really trying to develop leadership with women and work with them in this business. And I know specifically you mentioned working specifically, and I said, I've got a few people on my own team that I could do this with, on developing confidence. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. I like to say that I learned my craft at McDonald's, but I really learned leadership at Miller Coors. Because when those two companies came together in 2008, it was knitting those two cultures together, believe it or not, even though they were both in the beer business, they were very, very, very different cultures. And so there was a ton of effort by the leadership team led by Leo Kiley, just one of the best CEOs I've ever worked with, to really spend time on culture building activities. And so one of them was about personal brands and developing personal brands. And I became really fascinated with that work, to the extent that I now do a course on personal brands and help people. I've built some curriculum and materials on how to help people build personal brands. And building a personal brand to me is kind of starts with self-awareness, and self-awareness breeds confidence. And so I started seeing that at Miller Coors in the beer business, because believe it or not, I was the only female officer in a 1,000-person sales and marketing organization. And so I felt a great responsibility. Yeah, I felt a great responsibility to help women achieve and lead. And as we worked together, we realized the beer business is hard for women, and people had to find their confidence. And so for me, it starts with self-awareness, because once you're self-aware and once you know what your personal brand is, the confidence actually comes easily. You put yourself in situations where you know your personal brand is really going to come to life, and the confidence falls from there. So there's a really interesting book called The Confidence Gap that talks about that. And it also talks about, actually you get in a very counterintuitive way, you find the most confidence in those situations where you're not that competent. You almost have to put yourself out there with confidence while you're learning your competence. So how confidence and competence work together is really the theme of this book, and I found it really interesting. The other thing that I will say, I don't know, I assume there's some men watching today. Are there men?
I'm sure. We've had a couple on here.
So my apologies, guys, but about 7 or 8 years ago, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal, and when I was kind of in the middle of really thinking about this whole confidence and competence and how do I help train personal brands and how do I help people find their confidence. And there was this article in the Wall Street Journal, and the headline was, "Why there are so many incompetent men at the top." And the answer was confidence.
Oh.
Because they exuded so much confidence that everybody believed they were right, when in fact they were not.
Interesting.
So I'm not suggesting that there are any incompetent men here today, and I'm not suggesting that there aren't incompetent women at the top too, because of course there are. But the headline really made me think, okay, well, if confidence is so powerful that it can get you places even when you're dead wrong about stuff or bad at it, there's got to be some power to this confidence thing. And it has really stuck with me all these years.
Yeah, I love that. I'm basically in the role where I'm bringing up younger sellers. And I do have some women specifically on my team that I would love to give, that book to and work on building a personal brand, because I think that sounds like such a great idea. And it would be just, another thing to kind of put to work on a little bit, especially while we're at home and we're all trying to kind of improve ourselves and we're not getting, you know, the in-person experiences or getting to take Jackie out to lunch or being, you know, in the middle of a conference. So thank you.
I'm a big fan of Strengths Finders as well. Because I think that your confidence also comes from knowing what your strengths are and then playing to your strengths. And I have a good Strengths Finders Zoom coach, if anybody is interested. She's done 2 Strengths Finders sessions with my team over the last year, and you know she's got it down. It's very engaging, especially for a team to do and understand each other's strengths together.
I love that. That's a great idea. I might take you up on that. Okay, so you mentioned, and we talked about this a little bit before, that one of the things that kind of set you apart or helped you move down your path a little bit more was you did raise your hand for certain things. I know you mentioned previously that nobody kind of wanted to do that with McDonald's.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that kind of pops up as something that you sort of took a risk at or wanted to do that led you in a different direction?
You know, it ranges from the big stuff to the small stuff, really. You know, I mean, I had a boss once who hated big decks. He liked little, you know, and somebody gave him a big deck that, and I mean, he literally shoved it at me and was like, just do something with this. I don't know what to do. Figure it out for me, will you? To the littlest stuff like that, to, you know, big things like who is going to take on, you know, the transformation of McDonald's in 2003. There were, you know, a handful of us that really led that effort. It's one of the most proud and humbling moments of my career with a brand like that. But, you know, I had to chase Justin Timberlake all over the planet after it was very vivid to me again, as it always is every year at this time, because we had him under contract during the Super Bowl. And, you know, when you're a family brand like McDonald's, having that Super Bowl incident happen with Justin Timberlake in 2004 was not fun.
Oh.
So lots and lots of customer complaints at the time. And so, you know, I think it ranges from tough tasks. We used to talk about it a lot in the beer business. Are you the person who wants to take on the brand that's losing?
Right.
Because what does that do to your bonus, right? If you take on the brand that's losing, and yet if you make it a hero, if you turn it around, you're a hero, you know? So I always paid attention to those people who took on. We used to talk about it a lot in the beer business. Are you the person who wants to take on?
Hello, Jordan.
Brand?
How are you?
Right.
You have a guest?
What does that do to your bonus?
You have a guest in the room?
Take the brand that's losing, and yet if you make it a hero, if you become, I'm hearing an echo in there.
I did too. I think we had someone was jumping in our Zoom there for a minute.
Yeah. I just think it's important to do the hard stuff. And like I said, I think the biggest thing is change management. So, you know, there's, like I said, turning around brands is hard work, and not everyone wants to do it. And practically every situation I've been in for the last 15 years has involved turning around brands in some way. And it's actually really rewarding work, but it's hard. It's hard. But, you know, you get a reputation for doing the hard stuff. And that's what leaders are looking for today, is who's going to come in here and be prepared to take it on.
Change it up.
Nothing's easy. Nothing's easy.
And I know you specifically talked about working with or leading initiatives within organizations as well that kind of get women talking. And I wondered if you had any advice on how to do that for somebody that wants to, you know, specifically kind of focus on that within their organization or with even in their division of their organization.
Yeah. You know, I love quotes. I'm a big fan of quotes. My favorite quote is the persistence quote. Nothing can take the place of persistence. You're probably getting that as a red thread through my career as well. Yeah. But I really love a quote that's called, if it is to be, it begins with me. And here's what I mean by that is you can wait for somebody to get something set up in your organization, or you can start reaching out to women and creating that network yourself. And here's what I mean. Here's an example of that. So in big companies, we had this at both Miller Coors and General Mills. There's a kind of a body of work around women's circles. That's what they're called. I don't love the term, honestly. I think it sounds kind of old-fashioned. It sounds sort of like old ladies' church circles, but
quilting.
Yeah, quilting circles, exactly. But that's what it's called. And there is a body of work around how women's circles, foster relationships, create confidence, foster those, safe zones where people can talk across an organization. But that's in big companies, okay? So most recently, for about 3.5 years, I was on the board of a publicly traded company, Craft Brew Alliance, which has since been acquired by Anheuser-Busch. But really, really super group of people and a very special group of women leaders, really, really neat women. And so I would go out, and of course I was the only woman on the board. And so I would go out to Portland, Oregon for board meetings twice a year. And I started having lunch or drinks with the 8 or so women leaders, directors and above, whenever I was out there. So the first time I went, we had lunch. And like I said, really smart, talented, fun, interesting, very diverse circumstances, women. And I could also tell just in going out to lunch with them that they knew one another really well. They enjoyed one another really well. There were no, politics. They really clicked. And so towards the end of the luncheon, I said, it has been so much fun for me, and I'm so glad we had a chance to do this. How often do you guys get together? And they all kind of looked down or looked at one another, and they said, well, we've actually never done this before. And I said, okay, that's fine. So when are you going to do it again? Because I'm only here twice a year and you guys are here every single day. And so if it is to be, it begins with me. Find those 2 or 3 women that are your circle and get together with them. Have a happy hour or share a book or just, I loved the board of directors concept that Christine was just talking about. Find those women or men, but in particular, I think women have a desire and find strength in each other in ways that perhaps men might not.
I love that. And I think that is important. And we do have a different experience. I mean, when you're ending up being the only woman on a board, the only woman in management, I mean, I kind of have that experience a little bit. I mean, I'm in a smaller space at my company, but there's just not a lot of women in that way. And I think the way that we get more women there, we kind of build them up and teach them and guide them and mentor them. So I think, a great idea. And I love the concept of the board of directors.
We must lift as we climb. We really must, and when we band together, I think we are so powerful and we don't even know it. We are so powerful. There have been so many times I've seen when something's not right in an organization, it's the women who change it. And we do so together.
I love that. So you've also been a very successful working mother. It's hard, it's been probably harder at different stages of the game, but how have you been able to maintain the balance of juggling family and your career and then time for yourself too?
Well, first of all, I'm not a huge believer in the word balance because I think balance implies equal, like work and life have to be equal. And I just don't think they are.
Yeah.
I don't think they are. And I also think that this topic is very personal. So what's right for me isn't necessarily right for others. But, I was reminded after we spoke about this yesterday, I was reminded about a conversation I had on LinkedIn about a month ago with a friend of mine. And I think she's watching. She's told me she was going to be. Megan Hughes Allison, who's Senior Vice President at Genesco Sports Enterprises, one of our agencies, and a good friend. And she wrote something on LinkedIn that really resonated with me last month. She said that work-life balance is not about the time. It's not about doing them equally. It's about enjoying them equally. And that really resonated for me. It's not about the time. It's about, are you enjoying what you're doing in your work? And are you enjoying what you're doing in your life? And are you enjoying the time that you have for yourself? Because if you're enjoying those equally, if there is a balance, it should be a balance of enjoyment, and the time will work itself out.
Love that.
I also think that, in order to be able to juggle all of that, though, first of all, I think I gave a speech at McDonald's once where I said, all of these people who are so concerned about mom's work-life balance have never actually talked to a mom, because moms are actually really proud of how we juggled everything and how we managed to get it all done. I know I am. I love the fact that I was able to tackle that hard job and still tackle it. My daughter's 24 now, but she'll always be my baby.
Yep.
She'll always be my baby. So, I think, again, it's very personal. And I had help. I had a nanny for 10 years who was an unbelievable human being. And the fact that my daughter is who she is today is owed as much to Kasha as it is to my husband and me. It takes a village. This is where your friends and family come into play as well. I also had this woman who lived 2 doors down from me who kept me in tune with all the gossip going
on.
Yes. You need that person.
Yeah.
She's still in my life. She just texted me last week saying her daughter just got engaged. So, we need each other, but it's very personal. So that's how I think about it, but that shouldn't necessarily be how you think about it. The key is, are you thinking about it? And are you enjoying, like Megan said, are you enjoying equally?
I love that. Yeah. And just being present. I think even now, I just read an article the other day that the average person is working 2.5 more hours in the pandemic because we're at home. So it is really, we have to be mindful of like shutting things down and stepping away and playing a board game or putting a puzzle together or whatever.
Taking a walk, whatever it is for you, but be intentional. That's the whole point, is be intentional. Know what it is for you and enjoy it.
Some great advice. And you've been giving some really great advice so far. So for the brand innovators community, because this is about women in marketing and we could all be in a different spot, this question's got kind of 2 different parts to it. Do you have any advice for women that you wish you could kind of go back and tell yourself that are in the beginning stages of their career? And then do you have any advice for women that are looking to maybe make a change?
Yeah.
At a different stage?
Yeah, I would say the same thing to all of you. And that is, what are you waiting for? Go for it. In all my years at McDonald's, I never had a job description, which, the HR people at McDonald's are probably not happy that I told you that. But that was a long time ago, and I'm sure everyone at McDonald's has job descriptions now. I loved the fact that I didn't have a job description, because I could maneuver, I could go do some things. I didn't have to be stuck to a job description. When I was at my startup, I was at a startup for a year that did not last. Moved my entire family out to San Francisco, bought a house the day the bubble burst, April 3rd, 2000, not like I remember it or anything. It lasted 9 months. It lasted till January. It folded up. You wouldn't know the name of it. It was called Ultimate Bid, but you would know the business model because today it's known as StubHub.
Oh.
So we were just 6 years ahead of our time.
Shoot.
I know, right? But that really sort of also set me on this journey of understanding what was my red thread. And I bought this then, and I still keep it on my desk now. It's this little bar, and here's what it says. And this is my advice to any of you thinking about career changes or just getting started. What would you attempt to do if you knew you could not fail? Now that'll build confidence, right? If you could not fail, if there was no such thing as failure, what would you try to do? What are you waiting for? Go for it. What can you lose? In this world, failure doesn't matter anymore. Change. Go with change. Go with disruption. Try. Give it a try.
It's probably a good time to do it too.
A lot more fun.
It's a lot more fun. Jackie, I know I mentioned this to you briefly, and your answer was a little different than some of the other people on the panel. We were just talking about mentors, and could you talk about anyone that was maybe a mentor or?
I've had a lot of people who've looked out for me, including my boss at McDonald's for 15 years. Dean Barrett, I would not be where I am today without him. I mean, so it's not just the women, it's the men too. And our chief marketing officer at Miller Coors, Andy England, who's still, both of them are still real pals. But they weren't mentors, they were bosses. I don't think I ever really had a mentor. I think I'm of an age where mentoring wasn't a thing when I was in my early years. And so I kind of had to learn it all on my own. I, like Christine, though I mentioned it a minute ago, I am a huge fan of this board of directors idea.
Yes.
Because, and again, it's not that you don't know people that you can network with. It's about being intentional about, who do you need to either vent to? Who's somebody who can give you tough love? Who's somebody who can help you from a skill set perspective if you need help figuring that out? What is a board of directors exists for a company to help, to support, to push, to make sure you're staying on track. And I'm a big fan of this concept. My board of directors has shifted over the years, depending on what my needs are. But I've always got people, whether they're friends, like the mom who kept me up on all the school gossip. That would have been a board of directors person in those days, right? To somebody who is working for me now, who we've known one another for 20 years, and she knows, and everybody knows, she can say anything to me, anything. And sometimes, in a position like mine, I need somebody who can tell me I'm full of, what.
Yeah.
And so I love that. So I love this concept of a board of directors and people who will be there with you through thick and thin, celebrate, commiserate, and push.
I love that. And I know you mentioned, you've had a lot of changes. So it's kind of been nice for you to call somebody back up when you needed a little
for sure
help with, some changes that you were making within your career. So that's great. So I know it's been a bit challenging to really kind of connect and grow and listen to women within our business field since COVID hit. We don't have a lot of conferences happening, and the Brand Innovators Forum has been really great for people to kind of tune in and listen to female leaders in the marketing community. Do you have any other book recommendations for all of us who are trying to sort of develop ourselves and our careers from our home? Or are there any podcasts or anything that you like to kind of read in the morning to get you moving and grooving?
I'm a big reader. I love to read. And every morning I get too many emails, but I love Morning Brew. I love The Skim. And then there's one here in Charlotte called The Charlotte Agenda that's very local. But I did think of two books, if anybody else is a reader. The first one, which I think is very appropriate for these times, is called Grit by Angela Duckworth. Spoiler alert, it's about the power of passion and perseverance. Sound familiar? Part of the red thread, right? Oh. But and you almost don't need to read it because you kind of get it. They did such a good job with the title. But there's some really great stories in here about grit and about resilience, and particularly, over the last year and for the foreseeable future. Not just because of the pandemic, but because disruption is now a part of our lives, in business and personal. Grit has been proven now, scientifically proven, to be the number one indicator of success. So finding that resilience within you, I think is really important. And this book is a good one. But I also just wanted to tell you about this one that was written by my really, really great friend and colleague from General Mills, Michael Fanuel, who is just such a talent. And he and I had so much fun together at General Mills. He's president of Assembly now, a media agency.
Okay.
And it's called Stop Making Sense. He published this about a year ago, and its headline its subhead is The Art of Inspiring Anybody. And it's just a fun read about inspiration and about a little bit about confidence. He's got this metaphor from Bono, that if you put on your leather pants and let the pants do the talking. It's sort of like, if you put on your leather pants, dude, I mean, are you just brimming with confidence at that point? And so he's very creative, very talented writer. And if you're just looking for a fun but inspiring read, pick up Michael's book called Stop Making Sense.
Stop Making Sense. Okay, we've got a lot of homework. I love that. So I want to talk a little bit about business kind of in a broader sense for this year. Is there anything, I mean, I know it's kind of a great time to be at Bojangles when it's chicken and it's popular and there's, I mean, this is like a hot place to be, right? For the pandemic, and really everybody in the space, they've all kind of been doing well. Is there anything that you're sort of excited about for 2021 that you might want to share?
What I'm excited about this brand overall is private equity bought Bojangles 2 years ago. And what has been a 700 unit Carolina chicken chain for 40 years, that's not what they bought, right? They didn't bring people like Jose Armario, our CEO, and our management team here to run a 700 unit Carolina chicken chain. So as I'm sure there are probably people watching who work at other fast food restaurants, as all of you know, if you've got a drive-through window right now, life is good. And if you've got delivery and curbside pickup, people need to eat and people want comfort food. And it has turned out that big chicken dinners through a drive-through window or by delivery is exactly what people want right now. And we're working very hard to make sure that that as many people as possible can get it.
Yeah, I love that. And I would think that would probably be, you kind of landed in the right spot during some key times, which I think is great, or made your way that way.
Yeah, well, so we've all had the tailwinds, but it's how you manage them and how you activate them. This is a franchise system. We have to bring our franchisees along with us. We have to make sure that they know we have their interests, their best interests at heart every single day. But that's the job, So, but yeah, we're really picking up steam. It's been a load of fun so far, and is only going to get better.
And I know we talked about this a little bit before, but we're all kind of run into some challenges, right? My team was out there and I was on a plane 7 times just trying to build awareness. What are some challenges? And it can either be specifically to Bojangles or it can be any way in your future. Is there any particular challenge that you had that you were like, okay, we got to figure this out? And then you figured it out and it ended up kind of actually even being better than before?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think our results, we're private, so we don't report our results, but we're very happy with where we are.
Love that. So another thing that we had kind of chatted about a little bit before was really talking about how often that you try to, really managing our teams and kind of getting people together. Is there anything in particular that you've done through the pandemic? I mean, it looks like you're in your office, but I don't know if you guys are in or out or how you're kind of staying connected. I'm
in, but we stagger it so that, we only have a few people here every day. I happen to be here today. We've done all of the things that everybody else has done. I mean, we've done happy hours. I've done a quote of the day every day since March 15th. I didn't think I'd be doing them this long, but I am. And we've had some fun with that. Sometimes I have a fun committee on my team. And so like this week is Valentine's week. So the fun committee has taken over the quotes of a day. It's hilarious what they're doing. And so we've had happy hours with our pets. We've got lots and lots of pets. We had an ugly sweater Christmas contest. We've got a Kentucky Derby Day party coming up here in a couple of months. And so, we've tried to have some fun while also, like I said, we've done 2 Strengths Finders sessions. We continue our monthly team meetings take place on the first Wednesday of the month. So of course we're in marketing, we have to brand it. We call it First Wednesday. I stole that idea from General Mills. And so we talk to each other. We try to, as much as possible, be present for one another. So it gets fatigue some days, but I think it's up to all of us to keep our energy levels up as leaders. We are leading our teams. We are leading our customers. We're leading our franchisees in some instances. And, I've always believed that marketers, we're really the ones selling hope in the business, And so if we don't believe in what we're doing, how are we going to get anybody else to believe it? And that requires a level of energy and commitment to keeping everybody motivated.
And enthusiasm. I think enthusiasm is always going to help your business and your team.
It's definitely a part of the brand for sure.
Absolutely. So you've been in some really great places, CPG, food, etc. Beer. Is there, if you could pick one that you didn't get to touch, a certain type of business that you really wanted to kind of be a part of? This is a tricky question. Because I know we were talking before and you were talking about how you kind of had the sports world and you worked in that for a while and then everything shifted to entertainment. Was there anything else that you have been kind of thinking about throughout your career? Or
I guess if I
would have dabbled in?
If I were really going to fill out fun foods, it would have to be either chocolate or salty snacks.
And then that would have rounded out your complete resume.
That would round out the fun food. I've already hit the fun food trifecta, so I don't know where I'm going from here. What's next? 5, 6, or 7? But it's pretty much fun selling fried chicken and biscuits. So we'll stick with that for now.
Just looking over here. Oh, you have some comments. They like your good pun using the word nuggets, which is fun. So Jackie, the other thing I was going to mention was, I know that you have been very excited about, or people have been talking a lot about being disruptive and innovation. You talked about delivery and some things there. Is there anything else you guys are kind of, where the company's sort of leaning in on right now?
If we told you.
No more chicken and biscuits.
You for sure will never get chicken biscuits delivered to Detroit, Laura.
Uh-oh. We also talked about, you made a big change from Chicago to North Carolina. Now, how has life been a little bit different? I know that you wanted maybe to deliver a special message to anyone from New Jersey that might be on the call.
Yeah, anyone from New Jersey, please stop. Please, New Jersey people, stop moving here. I see New Jersey license plates everywhere. No, we've had a vacation home here in North Carolina for 21 years, and it was always our intention to move here full time. When our daughter graduated from high school, we pulled that trigger in 2014. So have been here about 6.5 years. The first 2 years I commuted to Minneapolis. That was interesting. 60 degrees like it is here in Charlotte today. New Jersey.
So lucky.
So I guess, so I commuted to Minneapolis the first 2 years, then I commuted to Winston-Salem, North Carolina for a couple of years, and now I'm in Charlotte. But, the whole point there is make a plan, make a plan. And yes, it is nice that it is 60 degrees here today, because I know in Chicago, I think there's probably a foot of snow, and I think it's, 8 or 5 or something like that. So I'm done with those days. See ya.
And I know you mentioned you're a big reader, but is there anything that you might have binge watched during the pandemic that was a favorite?
Huge fan of The Crown. And Chef's Table. I love Chef's Table on Netflix, if anybody else does too.
Yes, I think the first episode was a restaurant I went to in Savannah. It was so good.
Oh yeah, the Gray.
The Gray, yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, I did start watching it.
Yeah, I love Chef's Table. So there you go. Ariel has shown up, which means it's time for us to conclude.
Hello, Jackie and Laura. Thank you so much for such a great, impactful, and meaningful conversation. Jackie, your attitude around change, risk, and confidence is especially refreshing, and I would love to take your course. I already have Grit and Stop Making Sense on my list of books to read next. So with that, thank you both for your time. We look forward to seeing you on the stage soon.
Hope it was helpful. You all have a great day.
Bye.
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 So with that, we have just 2 sessions left today, and I'm super excited for both of them. So I hope you'll stay with us. Next up, We are joined by Elise Burak, the head of consumer marketing for Capsule. The session will be moderated by Valerie Vespa, the vice president of brand partnerships and programmatic sales at Outfront Media. Welcome to the stage, Elise and Valerie. Hello.
We did it. We got our camera going. Things are starting off good.
I had the same nerves as you, so I'm glad we're all on.
Thanks, Ariel.
Have a great session.
Hi, Elise. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm really actually very excited to be chatting with you right now because I love the whole concept of Capsule and what it's providing to people, especially during this time frame. So I hope you don't mind. We'll start with mainly business-oriented questions in the beginning, and then we'll get a little personal towards the end. But first off, why don't you tell people where you're at? Have you fled from New York, or are you staying tried and true?
No, so I am in Long Island, about 30 minutes outside of New York. I was dragged here, and now I love it. Luckily, I was dragged here before everything went down. I was in the city for a long time, and then in Brooklyn. And so, yes, it is very nice to have a house, but I do also miss going into the actual city and all that comes with that.
I know. I'm actually in Brooklyn myself right now, and it's definitely a different feel. But I'm looking forward to the new iteration of it in the coming months. But that's nice that you're safe and enjoying your time over there. So I think I wanted to start off again. Just the idea that you work for an organization that is providing an alternative to consumers going in and standing in line for extended periods of time to wait for their prescriptions. I can imagine that that's like a really great value proposition particularly during this time frame. So can you kind of shape out like what kind of unfolded over the beginning months when all of this came down? And I would think in the light of that, going to the sheer basics of like this is what we're capable of doing, how you kind of took that and created an even better experience for consumers.
Totally. It has been quite a ride, and I can definitely share it. So I will just give background that for the first 4.5 years of Capsule operating, up till 2019, Capsule was only operating in New York City, in the 5 boroughs of New York. And there were huge plans to expand into other cities. For people who just don't know, pharmacy is just one of those industries, along with spirits and some other industries where it's highly regulated. So it's a state by state expansion. We're not national, because we have to get boards of pharmacies in each different state. So there were always plans. We had a big fundraise in 2019, and there were always plans to expand, and that's part of why I was brought onto the team to help with that, those new market launches. And so the thing to keep in mind, especially for anyone who's living in New York, is I'm sure a lot of people saw Capsule out of home advertising and understood the brand like through that lens first and foremost. And it made a lot of sense because we're only operating in one city, and healthcare is an industry that requires a lot of trust and just legitimacy and familiarity. And so to be on a giant billboard, or on the subway over and over and over again requires a certain level of like budget and legitimacy, et cetera. And so it changed very dramatically in March of last year. We obviously like immediately wanted to pull out of all the different out of home things that we had in place. We had to kind of rethink our strategy because no one was taking the subway anymore. We needed to try to reach people in different ways. And what was also really just crazy was that we were accelerating all of the many launches as we possibly could across markets to try to help people as quickly as we could. So like, yes, of course there was a benefit for Capsule from a business side, but it was a way for us to like actually do something really meaningful and try to help all of these different communities. And so we were trying to help meet that demand and help be an additional resource for people. So I mean, I have never worked so hard in my entire life, and I was also like 6 months pregnant at the time, and forgot for most of that time that I was even pregnant, because I was like so running on so much adrenaline that like it was fine. And yeah, I was like, so now like, it's taught me to be super adaptable. We will definitely go back to more traditional types of outdoor media when things open up. We'll get to a place where we'll be more national anyway, but that's kind of the high level what happened, and it was a really crazy ride.
So like when you were riding out that, was that specific to New York, or were you trying to get involved in other markets in tandem with that whole experience, or was it just trying to lay down like the process for New York?
Both. So we had so much demand in March and April that people from across the organization were helping out with things related to customer experience, just to make sure that like we were continuing to deliver on a certain level of quality for people. Yeah. And that was an amazing thing to witness. People were just answering questions, like taking shifts after a full day of working. And it was on a fully volunteer basis, and everybody was volunteering. So that was really amazing. But it was also accelerating our launches. So we launched early, we launched in Minneapolis, we launched in Chicago, we launched in Boston, all in the spring, as quickly, as we could. And the other thing that I'll just mention that I didn't mention before is, the way that we were also speaking to people, we drastically shifted. We weren't just trying to have this overarching brand messaging just about like what Capsule is, but we were really trying to get out there as quickly as we possibly could this public service announcement that was explaining to people that the category even existed. Obviously, it's beneficial for us to talk about Capsule, but a lot of what we did in the early days was partnering with a variety of different influencers to help spread a PSA, just to explaining that medication delivery is an option, and that people do not need to go into the pharmacy to wait in line and be around sick people and expose themselves. And that was something where at that time, we didn't pay one influencer. Every single person that we spoke to was like, sure, yeah, I'll say something about it. I think it's important. And so that was, obviously a marketing strategy, but for us, like it was really authentic of us wanting to just help get the message out there that this is a category that people should be aware of as an option. If you want to go into a pharmacy and talk to your local pharmacist, like go for it. But if that's something that you don't want to do, this is a way to keep you safe in addition to being something that's convenient and easy for you.
Right. I mean, the value there was like so perfect, and the perfect time and the perfect wave to, unfortunately, not under great circumstances, but allowed for adoption, of course, like much.
Right. Which is, so it was a very fine line to walk messaging wise, and why we tried very hard to not overly brand it anything Capsule. Of course it was coming from Capsule and whatnot, but to try to just actually authentically tell people that this is an option that people should be aware of. And even if they don't want to use it, perhaps they do it for somebody else who's higher risk.
So like, tell me, like, I know that you did launch like a digital pharmacy I saw in the trades in Austin recently. Can you just elaborate more on that? And like, also just when you are launching into market, like, is your go-to strategy to have a brick and mortar or some sort of pop-up to begin with to make people feel comfortable about the brand? Like, how does that work?
No, so it is not a pop-up. It's our actual pharmacy.
Oh, cool.
So every single city that we launch in will have a physical pharmacy, and there is a very busy back of the pharmacy that nobody will ever see, which is where all of the medication is stored, where pharmacists are, where capsule employees are coming in and out to deliver to people's homes or wherever they want it delivered. And so all of the logistics are coming in and out of that building. The front of all of the pharmacies are being, beautifully designed with, Capsule is a company that cares a lot about building a brand and making people feel an emotional connection. So it was important for us to have the front of our pharmacies be this really fun, warm, inviting space that if people do want to go pick it up in person or do want to learn more about Capsule, walking down the street, can go. I have big dreams for other things that we can do in those spaces once things open up again for real. There could be tons of different things we could do with events and meeting up and panels with our pharmacists and wellness events, whatever, right? But for now, the point of it is to just have an inviting, warm space for anyone to be able to walk in. But it's not a huge space, and the majority of that building is really meant to make sure that we have great logistics so that everybody can get their meds whenever, wherever they want.
Right. It's like now's the time where like clean, like really almost like stark white, like everything like very like clean, just it matters more right now than anything else. So yeah.
No, but I mean, the other thing is you'll appreciate this, that, it's also important for us to make it beautiful because anybody who's even just walking by, it's a living billboard.
It is. I love it. So obviously data is important, I'm sure, to you and understanding your consumer base. So what do you think some of the things, and I think we've already kind of touched upon it, but maybe you can elaborate, like, what do you think are some of the things you've gleaned about your current customer base that you think will stick even as we kind of get to this next phase of, hopefully many more people vaccinated and kind of coming back out, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what's really fascinating to me that I didn't fully appreciate until I started really working at Capsule is that, of course, our best target customer are people who are tech savvy. Like likely the first time that you're using some kind of service or delivery service to optimize your life is not going to be your pharmacy with Capsule. Like probably you use Instacart or you use Seamless Grubhub, right? So like, I think that's pretty obvious. And that's something that I recognized just before starting at Capsule. I think that what's been really interesting to me is that it is such a mass thing, such a mass industry. And I did not really realize how many people actually have some form of ongoing prescription. Forget even just, I need a Z-Pak, whatever, I need a vaccine, whatever it is, one specific use case for something. Sure. But that was really fascinating to me. And so it's been interesting to think about how we are communicating our service and our value proposition and explaining how to get started with Capsule to people slightly differently depending on the age. I don't see so much of a difference necessarily market to market, but I do think that age does play a real difference in how people view the pharmacy. Like I don't think that, anyone
comfortable with sharing essentially online.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's that aspect of it. I think that if you're 40 or below, I'm just giving an arbitrary number, like you probably don't have any sort of nostalgic tie to the local pharmacy. Right. And so like that stuff matters to other people. And so I think thinking about like how you dial that up or dial that down, how to make it really simple and clear about how to start using Capsule, it can be complicated. And that's a lot of of what my job entails, of trying to explain to people, hey, you can just come to the Capsule website and send your prescription through our website, or you could go tell your doctor to send in a prescription. Like that alone is confusing to people. Now try putting that in a Facebook ad. Like it's hard. And so, it's trying to think about like, what's the messaging that we're putting where to who and how, is not as simple as probably a lot of other companies or categories.
Sure. So, with that, what are some of the media channels that you kind of mentioned it, like out of home was big for you before this? What media channels have you been leveraging to really drive home sort of these kind of PSAs, as you say, of the service available?
Yeah. TV and particularly streaming is something that, I don't think is at all exclusive to us. There's definitely more screen time across the board. And we've seen that there's a ton of different streaming platforms that are also emerging. And that's something that, we're doing a lot, because there's only so many channels out there that can have the same level of reach as something like, out of home. And as we're expanding into new markets, yes, of course, cost of customer acquisition is incredibly important to us, but we're also just trying to get brand awareness out there. We're brand new in a market and people have never heard of us. And so channels like, TV or streaming is very helpful to help get that reach if people are not out and about. Mm-hmm. Digital is important to us. The way that we use digital is both from, of course, a direct response standpoint, but also, again, trying to use it to help with storytelling and just explaining what Capsule is, the value props, and driving that awareness as well. And then, there's other different channels that we're testing and playing around with. There's not really anything that we've never tried before. One thing that I'm particularly excited about, we actually just launched last week with doing podcasts. And I'm very excited about it because I only really believe in podcasts if it can be a live host read. I think that it's really important for it to be authentic coming from the host. And so the only way that I was willing for us to do podcasts is if we could have each of the hosts actually try out Capsule, even if they didn't have a prescription, to try it out with OTC. We just launched, the ability to deliver over-the-counter medications as well. And so I find that like really interesting and compelling because it allows somebody who people have a lot of trust to share their experience firsthand. And to me, that's always going to be something that's more powerful than an ad, like regardless of the platform.
Oh my God, I'm obsessed with Dr. Mark Hyman. I don't know if you know that podcast, but it's
I don't, but I have learned so many podcasts in the past, and I'm not a huge podcaster. I have like a list of all these different podcasts to start listening to.
Oh my God, it's like a total health and wellness. And it's sort of that like combination of like the normal, doctor that you would see in the US with like, integrating it with like, what you should be eating, right? And it's just, everything makes so much sense. And it's great. It's like thinking about, instead of waiting till you're sick to get medicine, like thinking about, staying healthy. So, I can imagine, so you're not that old of a company. You founded in 2016, right? So I'm interested in, in these past few years, have there been copycats? Have some of the big boys tried to kind of similarly adopt some of the things that you've been trying to do in market? And how do you stay ahead of that? Like, what is your like North Star with regards to that?
Yeah. In some ways, there's definitely been some copycats. In other ways, really not at all. So there are, a couple of other startups that are trying to get into the space. Uber has just launched something that's tied to I think the ethos really of the brand is what's our North Star, and making everyone stay not distracted from people who are starting to use our messaging. Like we've used a phrase called meds made easy, for example, for years. And I saw literally yesterday, Uber had written like prescription delivery made easy. I've seen it on like 5 other different websites, and it doesn't matter. That's fine. Like we can change our messaging. The point that I really want to make is that the North Star that we have is all around this idea of looking after our customers. And so we have this phrase that we use internally and externally, which is everybody needs some looking after sometimes. And it might not necessarily be the messaging that we're going to put at the very top of our website or in certain ads to drive the KPIs that we need, but that's our North Star for everything, whether it's like when we're building when we're building out our roadmap for a product, when we're thinking about messaging, when we're thinking about like what we're doing in comparison to competitors. We're really trying to be super thoughtful about how we're making the customer feel super, super looked after and have peace of mind, versus it just being a marketing thing where we say like we care, or having, a heart, here or there. Right. And so that's something that is really, really important. And I hope that it's something
about that.
I think you're put out there.
I think your co-founder said something about like this being synonymous with your mom. I mean, I guess if you had a really caring mom, but
I mean, it's hard. I'm sure there are some people who don't have that relationship with their mom. I luckily do. So I like the sentiment, but the sentiment is like, if you were going to have, who would you want to be looking after your health, your prescriptions, right? Everybody's like missed a prescription or whatever, and then is like didn't have it for a day and is like scrambling to call their insurance and the pharmacy, and had paid a ridiculous price for it, and having a very bad experience with the pharmacy is what sparked our CEO Eric to start Capsule. And so that was there from the very beginning of like, okay, if I'm going to build something from scratch, like I want it to embody everything that I would want. And I would want essentially my mom to be the one to look out for me. Like she would make sure that I wouldn't get ripped off. She'd make sure I remember to take my meds. Like she would like follow up with me to like make sure everything's okay. And that was kind of the inspiration for everything.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
So kind of along those lines, Capsule was recognized as one of Wealthfront's top career launching companies of 2021. And I kind of, was totally, looking at your LinkedIn and checking you out. You have sort of a research background. And so I thought perhaps that kind of was an interesting lead into working eventually for Capsule. So I wonder if that kind of has a tie into how this launches people's career. But anyway, just wondering what your thoughts are as far as how Capsule helps support career launches.
Yeah, for sure. Capsule does an amazing job of helping launch people's careers. A perfect example of that is a junior woman on my team spent the first few years on a completely different side of the business in our pharmacy experience team, basically doing training for new pharmacists, coming on board, helping with customer service essentially, and was interested in marketing, felt like she wanted to be doing something more creative, didn't really have any sort of marketing experience, but I was really intrigued and wanting to give her a chance because she knew the customer inside and out. Like she had spent so much time having direct conversations with people who had complaints, who had questions, etc. And to me, that was almost more valuable than somebody who maybe had 2 years of, social media experience or whatever it is. Like, I think that's the kind of stuff that you can learn, but it's so much better to be able to take somebody who like truly understands the brand, truly understands the customer, and she, is flourishing. And there's a ton of different things that is being done by our people team to try to help with talent and development. So it's very top of mind for, our people team and for our CEO to make sure that it's not just the people who are, let's say, quote unquote, in headquarters, but it's people across the entire organization who are dealing with, operations and logistics, who are on the ground actually delivering medications, et cetera. That's all really, really important to us.
That's awesome. I mean, to set that sort of culture from the beginning, and as you grow, it's like a really great foundation to begin with, for sure. So that's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
So from a personal standpoint, how has like your leadership style changed and adapted during this virtual world? Do you have any tips for other marketing leaders who are looking to stay inspired and connected with their teams? I guess like even like what's not working and you're clearly like trying to figure out how to solve for it, or what has been actually working for you.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you what was not working for a while was at least for me, I was so used to just having the team right around me and being able to just like turn to someone and ask a question or say something. And you have the context of, if that person is like super heads down, you're not gonna then like tap them on the shoulder and say something to them. Right? Like you're just like, okay, I'll wait until they're whatever, and then we'll have a conversation for a second. Right. But without that, there was a period of time, especially keep in mind, this was like the crazy COVID March period where I'm also like pregnant and probably crazy. Right. So I'm just like doing stuff. And so I start, slacking people, and I'm like, we got to do this, we got to do that. Right. And just trying to get things done. And I just realized very quickly that while I was helping get things done, it was also stressing other people out. It wasn't an effective way to be communicating with people. But in my mind, originally, I was thinking, oh, I'm just, shooting someone a quick note the same way that it was in person. And so no one actually ever said anything to me, but I started to feel other people doing that to me as well. And I came to the conclusion pretty quickly that this is just not a good way to communicate with people. And so, because like you just don't have that context of like, okay, this person doesn't want to talk right now, but like you're not, and so I think that it's probably different for much larger organizations who maybe don't have, and who aren't quite as dependent on Slack or intranets, et cetera. But I started to actually go much more towards email or even using Google Docs. So I could write out all my thoughts and then just allow people to go in and to give their feedback or input or comments. So that's something that has been really helpful and used across our organization for multiple teams to be able to collaborate without having to necessarily set up a meeting and everybody like jump in with their opinion. It's a way for people to be able to take some time to read through, this is what the objective is, this is the thought process or the plan for what we're going to do, and then to be able to thoughtfully weigh in with comments at their own leisure. So I actually think that is something that we did as a company probably beforehand, but it was really it's been really accelerated now. And I actually love that way of working. And it's something that I definitely plan to do going forward.
We're actually like taking off next week for any internally reoccurring meeting that we normally have. We are canceling it. And then we are making a concerted effort to speak to someone we haven't spoken to in a while, or just newly want to meet someone and try and set up a meeting with them. So that's what next week is for us at Outfront, which I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm interested to see. Yeah, I mean, the Zoom fatigue thing is certainly for real, and I find myself, like you said, like you just don't have that downtime to synthesize your thoughts after taking in all this information. And it's like you have to do on the fly while you're on the video, and then it's just it doesn't equate to that human interaction that you were speaking to, of the old office days of being next to everyone in the pit.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think the only other thing that I would say, this is something that I think is helpful even outside of the context of COVID, is I really like to try to allow anyone that's reporting to me, or even anyone who's setting up a meeting with me, to set their own agenda. Like, I will come with things that I want to talk about as well. Especially if it's a direct report, but I like the ability for the other person to be able to set the agenda if they want to move the meeting, or if they don't feel like there's anything that we need to discuss, that they have the ability to be able to cancel it. Like, I don't like for one-on-ones to become like a status update. Like, that can be done very easily through email, and so it's really hard right now it's really easy to be able to like just focus on the work and to not have some of those more personal conversations. So it's really important for me to also just try to take some moments at the beginning or the end to talk through, like, what are ups and downs. When I for a while with
mentally.
Yeah, mentally, like personally, like what's an up, what's a down, and like have everybody kind of just go around and share. I really like doing that. I took that from someone else who does this with their teams, and they called it peaks and pits. And I like, let's start the meeting with some peaks and pits, and I really loved that. And it could be personal or it could be work, and it can be like, my pit is my dog is sick this week, but my perk is that I got this huge project out and I feel really excited about that. And like, I think that is a very nice way to make sure that everybody is still respecting each other in their own spaces and thinking about everybody else's boundaries, especially since like work, and home is colliding, making sure you still have some of those boundaries, I think, is really important.
No, totally. And I think, with your team, you want to feel connected to them. So knowing, their challenges, those kind of immediate challenges.
Yeah. And if you don't have that context, how can you respect those boundaries, right? Like a grow up, someone on my team just got a new puppy. And so I know she's super stressed out right now, but she's also super excited about it. And it's something that is good for me to know in the back of my head when I'm talking to her about stuff, and it has nothing related to work, but that's where her headspace is at. And so it's good for me to know that.
So speaking of which, how old is your child now? And did you have a boy or a girl?
I have a 4-year-old, and then a 4-year-old boy. And then I just had another boy who is now, he's almost 6 months.
Oh my gosh. Congratulations. That's
Thank
exciting.
you. Yeah.
New life. Lovely silver linings to this year for sure.
It was not so bad, because otherwise I would have been commuting on the subway.
Oh my gosh.
8 months pregnant.
Ugh,
So
I did that hustle. That is not one I'd like to redo.
Yeah. So there are benefits, and there are obviously a lot of people who have gone through a really hard time in the past, year or so. So
I know. It's exciting and it's obviously a happier story talking to marketers whose, brands are thriving or really, clearly defining this path for themselves in this environment. So it's really exciting to learn about your work. So anything that you do on a day-to-day that provides you some sort of positive outlet, like, are you working out, drinking more wine, less wine?
Definitely drinking more wine. I would say that working out, I have a Peloton and I love it, and I would absolutely promote it to anyone. For me, that is the quickest, easiest way for me to just
Release.
get something in and release. And I really like that. I also don't do it enough, but I really do like to try to meditate.
Me too.
I love Headspace. I think it's great, but I know other people who love Calm, and there's other services. So I try to do that. I also am a part of Chief. And I think people probably have some mixed opinions on that, but I personally really enjoy it because you have a core group experience, and that's something that, I know the conversation before this, they were talking about having sort of a board of directors. And so it's definitely nice to have also a group of people who are of a similar level to you across different industries, where you can just talk freely about different types of topics, work and not work related. So that's been a nice outlet for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like the biggest thing I personally would love to do more of to unwind that I definitely don't is kind of like what we were joking about before with podcasts or books. I don't give myself enough time to really delve into all of those things. And I think part of that is just because there's so much screen time or airtime or whatever you want to call it, that even if it's a book or listening, like sometimes you just want to completely
Not do any of
off
that.
from everything.
Yeah,
Plus having 2 kids, under 4 around.
yeah.
So,
The idea of you listening to an hour podcast while they're screaming in the background.
like it's not literally last Sunday I was trying to meditate and my baby was screaming down the hall and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get up, this isn't working.
Yeah, maybe another 5 years.
Right. So I'm sure I'm in a very similar boat to most people. I'm just trying to do like a little bit of everything, but of course there's definitely more indulging and drinking on the side too. So
Yeah.
I guess it's all balancing out.
Exactly.
Hi, Elise and Valerie. Thank you so much for such a great panel discussion.
This was fun. Thank you.
This was very fun.
It was,
thank you for
it was
asking.
great. It was super interesting to hear about Capsule's efforts during this time. I loved your approach to the peaks and pits exercise you take to your team. Super valuable.
I agree. I didn't even get the questions. I'm sorry. I was asking my own questions. Sorry, people.
Well, that means you'll have to come back on our stage again. So with that, totally. So with that, thank you guys so much. I hope you have a great day and we'll see you
All right,
soon.
guys. Take
Bye.
care.
Thank you.
So moving on to our last speaker of the day, who I'm super excited for, we are joined by Michelle Horowitz, the Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing Communications at Blink Fitness. This session will be moderated by Beth Lester-Sidhu, the Chief Operating Officer and CMO of the Stagewell Group. Welcome to the stage, Michelle and Beth. Thank you so much for closing out our day. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say we're super excited for this conversation.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ariel. Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to move out of the light. Sorry, it's hard to see me. I just realized.
Not at all. A very 2021 way to start our chat.
How are you?
No, it's Tuesday, so we're making progress.
Yeah.
Michelle, I'm so excited to talk with you. I want to borrow a page from Hillary Kerr's podcast, Second Life. So let's start at the beginning. What did you study in school and what did you think you wanted to be?
I studied art history and I coupled that with an MBA. And the reason that I did that is actually my dream was to run a museum.
Ah, that makes sense. What kind of a museum were you interested in?
I mean, I always had my eye on the MoMA, to be honest, but life took me on a different journey.
Well, so let's talk about that journey. How did you go from future MoMA director to where you are now? Walk us through your journey.
Yeah, and Beth, it's not a linear route. It was a very circuitous route that got me to where I am. And in hindsight, I really see that there was a strong thread that ran through that. So it's interesting because I've had many roles in different industries. I've had a product development role in telecom. I've had corporate development roles in media companies, and then I became a CMO for the fashion and retail space, and now I'm heading up marketing at Blink Fitness in the health and wellness space. So definitely at first sort of blink or blush, one wouldn't notice what the thread is, but really the interesting thing that was happening as I took this journey through each of these industries and each of these roles, what was happening was they were being disrupted by technology. Telecom was being disrupted by itself with the mobile phone. So how do you turn around a business from landlines to mobile? The media was being disrupted by the democratization of journalism, and what did that mean for the traditional advertising structure? And then finally, obviously, in fashion and retail, we saw disruption on two sides. We saw it with DTC as well as supply chain. And right now, really through this COVID period, what has happened to the health and wellness and fitness industry is it's really accelerated on the digital side. So really becoming an omni-channel offering with both the gym space or the retail space in addition to everything else that exists in the digital world.
So that is definitely not a traditional path. And when you and I we talked about the importance of, I don't know if it's taking the long way around, but not worrying that it doesn't look linear. Did you worry along the way? Were you ever sort of like, oh God, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean, it would only be natural for me to have moments of thinking that. And for sure, the first time in my MBA class, when I was the only creative person in the class, and everybody else, didn't even need a calculator to turn on to do whatever equation it was. And I couldn't even figure out how to turn on the calculator. I was used to talking about chiaroscuro and, watercolor. And here I was, in a class talking about statistics, Michael Porter, et cetera. So it gave me an edge. It made me realize that it was about learning vocabulary and understanding sort of the fundamentals of how to work cross-functionally and how to think like a leader within each of those contexts. So I think it's only natural that sometimes people take a moment and question, is this the right decision? Is this the right brand? Is this the right industry? Is this the right role?
Mm-hmm.
But in hindsight, I think, the experiences that I've had have really led me to where I am right now.
So one of the through lines is e-commerce, and e-commerce is an increasingly important part of all of our worlds. But how does e-commerce play in your story? Both for those of you, I didn't give you a full introduction, but Michelle's also worked at some amazing retailers that many of us would be familiar with: Diane von Furstenberg, Ann Taylor Loft, among others. How has e-commerce played a role in the fashion industry and also at Blink?
Yeah, I think it's really the e-commerce really opens the idea of data and really understanding who your consumer is. And, having that data really gives you the opportunity to personalize your message, especially when you look at your key consumers. So I think that's really what's opened up a real role for sort of the future thinking CMO.
Interesting. So speaking of future thinking, Blink Fitness is certainly about the traditional health aspect of working out and why you would do it, but it's also really focused on the mental aspect and what fitness can do for you mentally. The previous conversation, they were talking about mental health, and here we are again. So mental health and fitness seems sort of the moment, but that's not how, like, Blink didn't just discover this in the last
No.
11 months.
No, you're so right, Beth. And really that was what the birth of the brand. And I too, like you heard at the end of the conversation between Elise and Valerie, I love to hear that that's really how she finds her balance, or what we think is balance, or just kind of lets go of her day, is really through that vehicle of whether it's some sort of physical outlet, or even meditation. And we as a brand, we were built on the idea that it's mood above muscle, right? So it's this whole idea about the mental state. And obviously, like you said, over the last almost a year, this idea of your mental state has become more and more important. And it's really how we think about meeting our members wherever they are, whether they're coming to the local gym or they're at home using our app. We provide them with that rejuvenation level, that idea that they can meditate, do yoga, do stretching content. And we see, very similar to the conversation that Elise and Valerie just had, that people are in real need for that mental release. And we see it by, how the completion rates of how much time people are spending on their app in that area of rejuvenation. So, and we believe that physical fitness, in the spirit of this sort of broad way of looking at the industry, that health and wellness is really the vital part, that we believe that this is really what physical fitness is all about. And you'll see that sort of as we move through this year, the causes that we're going to get behind and the things that we'll stand for around mental health.
Got it. Well, I will not ask you to commit.
No revealing yet.
I will not ask you to commit the active news, but we will stay tuned. So let's talk about the physical manifestation. I know people are not going into anywhere the way they used to, but how do you do mood over muscle in your physical locations? How do you bring that to life?
Yeah, I think that this idea about the space, the physical space of brands, is so important. And it's something really that I learned while I was at Ann Taylor Loft. And I really saw when we brought Lou and Gray to life. I was actually at the brand with Lou and Gray, and it was my team that created that brand experience, whether it was the brand experience online or in store. It was talented women like Cecilia Gates, Kendall Mead, and Allison Griffith that really put together this feeling of what physical space was going to look like. And it was really about community. So in this particular case for Lou and Gray, we were creating a place or a space for community where people could gather, where, women would gather to shop, to experience, but they could also see right above them in a loft, they could see the design team at work and interact. And the design team in reaction to that could interact and create this community with the people that we created the clothing for. And we went to great extents with the fitting room as well. It became a very haptic, tactile experience. We thought about the color, the fabrics, the way the dressing rooms were set up. They were oversized. There was a big community space in the center. And it was really all about people and sharing community space. And so in the spirit of that, similar but slightly different, is how we think about Blink Fitness and the way that the locations were designed. They were designed to feel upbeat, clean, and not intimidating, and most importantly, comfortable when they worked out. So every touch point that we do is specifically designed for people to feel comfortable. So from the moment that you walk into the gym, it's actually been designed to be non-intimidating and welcoming. So we actually have things like the cardio equipment is up front versus more of the heavy machinery in the back. It tends to intimidate people. So, and that really speaks to, I think, actually women and where they feel comfortable. We want to, focus on and encourage women to also experience things like the weight room and to feel comfortable. So it's a very thoughtful process that we've gone through to make people feel comfortable. And obviously, like what you said, Beth, and sort of the strategy of it. But now, obviously, during COVID, a lot of things have been done and created in order to, that we're aligned to CDC and local regulations so that people feel safe and comfortable. It's a touchless entry. You're able to see capacity before you come into the gym on our app. You're actually able to make a reservation, so you know exactly what time you'll be in the gym and potentially how many people will be in the gym with you. So a lot of thought has been put around that to make people feel comfortable in this time. And obviously they can use the app as they go through the experience.
Right. So you mentioned sort of two examples of building the environment to truly speak to, building the physical environment to truly speak to the consumer. What are some things that brands who have brick and mortar spaces or are considering brick and mortar spaces can do to particularly appeal to female consumers? Obviously, that was Lou and Gray, and I will not ask anyone on the web stream to raise their hand if they're wearing a Lou and Gray sweatshirt or sweatsuit, but I can basically guarantee someone is. But how do, like, based on what you know, and you've done this in two different industries, I mean, a cozy sweatsuit is pretty different than a barbell. How do brands build physical spaces that are attractive and engaging for women?
Yeah, I think it's really about, it's just another touch point, and it's really about understanding who that audience is and what's authentic to the brand and to the audience. So I think it's this whole idea. You had asked me also before about this idea about e-commerce and data and how we understand, how our target audience feels. I think it's really about thinking about how to create those positive spaces and taking into effect, what would make your customer comfortable in that space. And, I think that there's a lot of talk right now about this idea about low touch experiences, right? Like we've seen it so far with, grocery stores where you actually physically don't even have to go into the space. They come out and, put it into your car. But I think a lot of retailers now are rethinking about what does that experience look like in store.
And do you think low touch or lower touch is here to stay? Is it something that you're really expecting that as people, particularly in the US who have access to vaccines, get vaccinated, that the desire for that kind of experience, both digital and physical, will revert? Or do you think we're here to stay and we're going to build on it?
Yeah, I think about that a lot, and I've been involved with some different panels where there's been other industry representation from very high touch situations like airports with airlines and hotels with whether it's business or personal travel, and what does that world look like? There's definitely been a shift in health and wellness and how we think about sort of safety and interaction with strangers. So I think it's TBD, so to speak. But when you look at the Asian culture, that I'm sure people have noticed that a mask was a way of being very respectful and thinking about if you're not feeling personally well, about thinking about the community of people or the community of strangers that you're traveling with. So it'll be interesting to see, one, how industries are going to react to that. There was a lot of talk on a panel that I participated in about this idea of low touch, about how people want to be able to go in and out of travel, whether it's the train or the plane, and not have any touch and interaction and use their telephone. And what does that look like for both business and personal travel? So I think it's TBD, but I do believe it's something that companies are looking very closely at.
Well,
what have you seen though, Beth? Because I know that you see a lot from your purview as well.
So the companies that are part of Stagwell's portfolio are by and large digital marketers and digital creators. And what we're seeing is companies coming to us to transform what was a pretty traditional physical space, and I think it's probably 50-50, companies who had a plan to be more digital, that was an 18 or a 24-month plan. Now it's a 2-month or a 6-month plan. Particularly our team at Code and Theory, which builds digital experiences and digital platforms for a lot of the biggest brands in the world, they really don't think people are going to go back. Once you can bank entirely, online, once you can interact with your healthcare provider, just think about when you you used to walk into a doctor's office and get a physical clipboard and, fill out 15 pages of information. That's not happening by necessity now. And I can't imagine people will want to go back to that.
Yeah.
Same with the sort of digital experience that we're having right now.
Yeah.
Events have changed forever. Not that live events aren't coming back. I am kind of looking forward to the Roaring 20s, which I think we're supposed, or 22s maybe, that we're going to have. But most of our companies are really seeing the changes here and the change is not going away.
Yeah, I think this acceleration towards digital and different interfaces, I think without a doubt. I mean, certainly, the fitness industry, we've seen that the percentage, I think it was MindBody that talked about, like something like 79% of people were live streaming some sort of physical fitness during this period, from when COVID had hit. So you see that, and absolutely we're seeing it in things like telehealth and what does the future of medicine look like. So I think there's definitely exciting times ahead in this digital acceleration. And I'm sure you certainly see that from where you're sitting as well.
We do, and it's exciting. And I think a lot of projects that companies maybe didn't have the internal shove to do, or, getting stakeholders aligned, never let a good crisis go to waste, I think is the phrase here.
Yeah, I think, and I think also this culture of agility, which I think it sounds like a lot of your agencies are experiencing. We certainly saw it at Blink Fitness. We had no plans to launch 4 new products that that were integrated into the app, but we also knew that health and wellness and safety was utmost. So how could we make this a frictionless experience for our Blink members, reducing the amount of touch that they had to do, allowing them to have, a view into how busy a gym was and obviously reservations. So, I mean, we did that in a very short window. Like you said, this was something people would talk about over a 12 to 15 month period. And we did it in less than, 6 weeks. So, there's certainly a lot of, I guess, of positive that, in that way, in the spirit of sort of agile thinking and integration of these products and services.
If you invent a touchless barbell, I think that will also be very popular. And I do want to confirm, I have at least one audience member, Rachel Kingsley, who's joining us from Texas and is wearing blue and gray right now.
I love it. I love it.
My guess was correct. So let's take a step back to to e-commerce. Do you think that e-commerce gives companies a better understanding of their consumers, and particularly their female consumers? And if so, how, and maybe a way that you've used data to inform what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think without a doubt that, the way that behavior that exists online, it certainly tells a brand a full story and gives a very clear understanding about their audience and how they're behaving. And I think that it's definitely an advantage for a brand. It gives them the opportunity to understand and to acknowledge that there's diverse lifestyles and passions, and how does that all tie together. So I think, from a brand perspective, we've obviously getting a lot more thoughtful about the content we're creating, the advertising, where we're doing it, the social media, and even customer care. So we're really looking at it, and this data really allows us to give a holistic experience, whether that's, shopping, but in this case, it's really about the member experience from a fitness perspective. So
is there something that you've learned from the data in the past, either during COVID or before, that's sort of fundamentally changed your social media, your advertising, any of those communication channels that you mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's a lot around content strategy, actually. So that obviously impacts content creation and a lot of our UGC strategy that we're doing. So I think during this, we saw that, like a little bit about what we talked about the beginning, about that importance for the mental break. So what kind of content were people dipping into in the app? One, we saw obviously a lift in how people people were using the app and how they were using the app. So that definitely gave us, direction for future state as well for content and additional content. But we also got a sense of what people needed are needing during this time period. And I think a lot of time is spent on the social channels and UGC. I think people are craving stories about other people, about how they're getting through the pandemic, how they're using fitness to get through the pandemic. And we've adopted a lot of this thought to how we use our micro influencers. I can give an example if that's helpful.
Yes.
One of our gym members actually in New York City is an essential worker. She's actually a nurse at a hospital. And she has, really reached out to us and spoken a lot about how physical fitness has really helped us, that mental state, again, like what Elise and Valerie were talking about, it helped her. And unfortunately, she was one of the early medical care nurses to get COVID-19. And she talked a lot about how this her gym experience, whether it was with the app or once the gym opened again, got her to wellness a lot quicker. And the interesting part and sort of the happy side of the story is she's actually one of Time's most influential people during this time period. She was on the cover of Time. We call her Nurse Amy, and she's become a really important story in what we're trying to do around the community, to make people feel well and to help also people understand how important the physical part can be for the mental part as well. So, those are just one of many stories that we're trying to highlight about this member experience. And we get that from the data and from the stories that people are telling us.
It's an amazing time to be alive when that kind of interaction is possible, easy, and really important to brands. It's not something we're tacking on at the end. It's where brand interaction can often start. I'm switching gears a little bit. You're thinking about people who are inspiring, like Nurse Amy. Let's talk a little bit about people who've inspired you. Who was a great boss for you, and more important than who, why?
Yeah, I feel like, just sort of, my mindset about interacting, I think, or maybe just being a parent, you can't pick favorites, you learn something from everybody. And I also feel very blessed that along my journey, I've had some really incredible people. But in the spirit of the talk that we're having, there were two women bosses, managers that had a profound impact on my life. And the first one was when I was at Thomson Reuters, when I was the chief of staff. Her name is Leanne Daly, and she taught me the ultimate way of storytelling, about marrying this idea, now what we call omni-channel, but offline and online, and really bringing people on a journey. And she inspired me just as a woman. She was the CMO at ESPN and really put ESPN on the map. And here I was working for this incredibly creative and inspirational person that really had changed a brand. So I learned a lot from her just in the spirit of storytelling. And then the second person was actually who I worked with at Ann Taylor Loft. I worked for with Lou and Gray. She's now the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, Fran Horowitz, and she's not related to me, but she had a profound impact on me about how I thought about leadership, mentoring people. And she, and to this day is still a really big mentor and an important person in my life.
So let's talk a little bit about mentorship, and we'll talk about it in the office, but one of the things I know you're involved with is angel investing, which is a very special kind of mentorship, and not one that many women are involved with. I was part of an angel group for a while, and I'm curious what brought you to angel investing. How do you work with founders? And I'd love to hear where you think marketing fits in the angel journey. But let's start at the beginning. How did you get interested in angel investing, and how do you do it?
Yeah, I think it was partly sort of a repercussion or a fallout from this idea that I didn't take that I took a circuitous route on my journey to where I am now, and being very involved with technology. I had access to a lot of interesting people that were building very interesting companies that were obviously disrupting or helping companies through this period of disruption, and it really, I hate to make it so simplistic, but it really happened by accident that I started doing it. There's a lot of incredible organizations that you can participate in, which it sounds like you have, but this I actually did on my own, was just really through mentoring people and having interactions with people. And when they did come to me about specifically like what you had touched on, marketing advice, before I knew it, I was advising companies. And then before I knew it, I was investing in companies. So I don't think it was as strategic as one might perhaps go on this journey, but I think, that's how it came to be. And for me, really, that I usually invest in people more than I actually invest necessarily in ideas. And I feel very lucky with some of the decisions I've made. I've invested in an incredible woman, Rachel Tipograph, who started a company called Micmac. And it continues to grow today, and she's really revolutionizing how we think about marketing, and certainly video and marketing. So that's really how it came to be. But I do think often, like what you touched on too in this question, is marketing sort of the last component of the investment process that one thinks about or considers as they're building a brand and a business. So.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Micmac has had an incredible rise, and very excited to see where it goes. Are there, and don't name names, but are there any ideas that you thought, oh, well, that's really going to work, and it just didn't? And how did you deal with helping that founder or that company through maybe it didn't work the way they thought they were going to?
Yeah. I do some mentorship with XRC, which came out of the Parsons School when I was an adjunct professor there. That's how I first got introduced to them. And I think a lot of what they learn as they go through these experiences is having to pivot, right? And having to assess the current strategy and where the opportunity is. Micmac is an example of, she did pivot from where she initially started to where she is now if you looked at the business plan that she started with where she's going now is very different. So, and I think timing is a lot of it too, right? Like market timing and whether it makes sense. So, doesn't mean it's not a great idea. It just might not be right in the moment it is necessarily relevant or ready for adoption.
Yeah, I think timing is critical, and sometimes you ride the wave, and sometimes you just get under the wave and you have to wait for it to pass.
Yes. Yes.
So, how do you feel like your experience as a marketer helps you be an investor and be a mentor to people?
Yeah. That's a we're going to unpack that question because there's so many different layers. At the end of the day, maybe it's the Canadian in me, but Peter Drucker always talked about, that, business really comes down to the customer, right? And that's our job as a marketer, is really to, identify the customer and, begin that process leading towards profitable growth, so to speak. So that's how I think about that part of the equation, is certainly the first part of your question. And ask me again sort of about the mentoring part, sorry.
Well, I'm curious about how the lessons you've learned allow you or help you to be a mentor. You talked about storytelling as a skill you got from, or a skill you honed with a particular boss. You've started brands, and most founders, Stagwell invests in marketing services agencies, and the vast majority of the people we invest in are founders, and it's their first company, it's their best company, it's their true love. But they've, it's their first time doing this sort of a process, whereas you've started a lot of brands, you've marketed in a number of different spaces. So I was curious how that diversity of experience helps you mentor, I guess, both as an angel investor and also, I would imagine, in your normal, in real life.
Yeah. And it's, it really came to light for me actually when I was an adjunct professor at Parsons. And, I created a course for people that were entrepreneurial and wanted to not necessarily join and become designers within a company, but had an idea about how to start a company themselves. And I think that sort of marries up to the question that you're asking, right? About how do you mentor the individual as well as the concept or the idea for that. So, I believe that, that my experiences could be very helpful in the next person's journey. So how can I help somebody and mentor them no matter where they are, whether they're in a company and they're on my team, how do I grow them and take them to the place where they're doing the best work that they've done? And the same goes to somebody like a student or an individual that I'm helping them, on this journey through life. After the course was completed at Parsons, I spent a lot of time placing my students, making introductions, giving them the opportunity to have a chance to move into professional. And I still continue to mentor a lot of them today. So I think it's part of the process. I think it's part of the leadership process. I certainly feel it both at leading my current team, but as well as the people and lives that I've touched through this journey. So, and the same goes for, the perspective that I bring to some of these angel investments that I do or advisory roles that I have. It's how can my learnings and experiences help them expedite wherever that they need to go to reach their North Star, whether it's as a business or an individual.
So how, one of the things that I noticed with my kids who are little, but they get to take cool classes at school or in their homeschool pod, as the case may be. But, as professionals, we often, I don't want to say stop learning, but we don't have the formal learning environments. We don't, you did your MBA earlier in your career. I did my master's a long time ago at this stage. How do you keep learning? Do you take courses? Do you listen to podcasts? I know some companies give sabbaticals where people can go do that, but how do you do it both sort of one-off, and then if you do it more formally, what do you do?
Yeah. I'm actually still in school. I'm actually enrolled in a program at Harvard on data analytics.
Well, I've heard of that one.
Yeah, it's actually an amazing program. It's a collaboration between 3 schools at Harvard, between their business school, their engineering school, and their arts and science, which really tells you a lot about where data is going. And I think it harkens back to that question that you asked about e-commerce, right? How do those 3 functions or those 3 worlds kind of collide? So I'm a super curious person. So I continue to sort of learn and grow through these formal programs like the certificate course that I'm doing. But I also think through this mentoring process, it also keeps me fresh and keeps me sort of growing as both an individual and as a leader.
Well, the Harvard program sounds like someone else figured out the combination pack that you had to execute between art history and MBA, and put it together in a perhaps slightly more consumable way for others.
Yeah, and I'd love to talk to you about that too. I know that coming from the agency that you do, and now joining a combination family, which I'd love to hear more about. You talk a lot about art and science, and it's so funny because it's a line on my resume that I have this ability to mix, whether it's the left and right side of my brain, but that art and science. And I'm asking, I have that's the question I have for you, but in kind of going back and asking what you did what you asked me about thinking about the art and science of
Mm-hmm.
how we think about, we do it when we're doing e-commerce, it's that creativity and the science side of things. And we do it when we're mentoring, right? It's the soft and the analytic, I guess, side of things. So I'd love to hear your perspective, because that's what I believe your agency stands for. So tell me more about what you're experiencing.
Sure. So Stagwell Group is a private equity firm. We invest in marketing services companies, and by that we mean any sort of effort that a modern CMO would hire. And I use modern deliberately because I think what being a CMO means today is very different than what it meant certainly 5 years ago, absolutely 10 years ago. And our motto, we're about 5 years old, we've made about 30 investments, is that we're investing in the art and science of creativity. We're not all data heads or all creatives. As I say to my kids, there's never one answer. It is not only one person's fault or one person's opportunity. And our most recent announced investment is a combination with MDC Partners, which is known as the place where great talent lives and home to some amazing advertising agencies like Anomaly, 72 and Sunny, Forsman Bowden Fours, and some not traditional advertisement digital services companies like Instrument and YML. And as we're hopefully moving toward an SEC sanctioned combination, we're talking about this as a marriage between talent and technology, and what the combination of talent and technology can do for marketers. What platforms can we build to allow us to collaborate? What platforms can we use technologically to bring our creativity to life, and not sort of thinking that we're going to start with creativity and then figure out how to deliver it, digital as a tactic, or saying that, we're going to start with digital and then we're just, going to dump a bunch of creative in at the end. We really feel that bringing the two groups together will provide us with the ability to do amazing work for our clients. And in full disclosure, one of our companies does work with Blink, so I should share that with the audience. And it's an exciting opportunity to have about 9,000 marketers around the world in, I think it's 24 countries, maybe 25 by now. But to get to work with brands and organizations that are making a change, that are going to new places, that are interested in doing things a little bit differently, and how we can bring our talent and our technology to bear for them. So it's a very exciting time in the midst of COVID and so much uncertainty. We're excited about it.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's a silver lining, right, from the whole experience.
Exactly.
But I love what you're saying too, in just sort of the spirit of sort of that art and science, and thinking about the opportunity to continue to learn and grow. I think that people sometimes navigate towards the marketing function and sort of focus on one side, whether it's the creative side or the data side. But some of the people that I've worked with that are sort of make the magic and really are able to not necessarily think of each one in a silo, but bring those two together. So you might have a proclivity towards one, but I think really it's really the marriage of both, no matter what your role is. I think in a marketing or e-commerce function, I think it really serves the individual really well.
I agree. And I think some of us who are, and I'm in the financial services industry now, which I never in a million years expected to be in. But the opportunity to watch how a really integrated client team comes together, everyone is playing a different part in that talent and technology conversation, and no one is just playing one note on the piano. So I see Ariel is back, which makes me think that we have run out of time.
Thank you guys both so much. I love the conversation of art and science. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. So thank you for giving your time to our community and giving such a valuable conversation to everyone listening in.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Beth. That was awesome. I really enjoyed it.
So with that, it was a great day of speakers. We're super excited to have you all join today for our Women in Marketing. We also hope you join us tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time for one of our favorite summit, C-Suite and Marketing Leadership. We'll be joined by leaders and CMOs from the New York Times, PayPal, IBM, Quicken Loans, and many more. Thank you for joining, everyone, and we hope to see you again soon. Bye.